What? A system? I jerked back from the edge of the dark, half-conscious mind snapping awake. Of course, heaven doesn't starve a transmigrator. I dragged myself upright with the last of my arm strength and propped my back against the bed frame. System, come out. Let me see what you look like. Nothing. Hey, system, don't go all cold and aloof on me. We're family now. Say something. Host, please view the status panel directly. This system does not chat. A blue, half-transparent panel unfolded in the center of my vision, visible only to me. Host, Su Ming. Realm, first stage, black iron. Life form, first life form, carbon-based mortal body. True mass, 76 kilograms, rising. Mass points, 0. Ascension progress, needs 924 kilograms of pure mass to reach the next stage. Below the stats sat 3 slots glowing dark gold. Sequence 1, mass amplification. The evolved form of the old F-class talent. My true mass would increase by 1% of its current value every single day. No upper limit. Sequence 2, mass reconstruction. The repaired form of the osteoporosis side effect. My body's load-bearing capacity would rise in lockstep with my mass, and I could spend mass points to emergency repair injuries. Sequence 3, mass devouring. My body becomes a microscopic black hole. Through direct contact, I can devour any solid matter holding mass and energy, converting it into stored mass points. I stared for 10 full seconds to make sure I wasn't concussed and dreaming. Then I started doing the math, because I'm a theory student and numbers are where I live. Sequence 1, 1% a day. The old talent was 0.1%. I'd have crawled to 110 kilos in a year and died a soft, brittle blob. But 10 times that rate. I ran it in my head, and the answer made my back go cold. Starting from 76 kilos, compounding 1% daily, a year out I'd weigh nearly 3,000 kilograms. Almost 3 tons. Same daily, little increase. 26 times the result. A grown iron-armored boar tops out around 2 tons. So just lying on the floor doing nothing for a year, I'd become something heavier than a first-stage beast. And it kept snowballing. Year 2, over 100 tons. The panel said it plainly. No upper limit. Einstein called compound interest the 8th wonder of the world, and he wasn't lying. I didn't dare calculate year 5. Year 10. At a certain point, the number stops having physical meaning. Or rather, at that point, I become the physical meaning. Then it hit me. Mass was climbing, but my body looked exactly the same. Same lean kid, 1 meter, 85. Mass up, volume unchanged. So what was changing? Density. I sat bolt upright. A year from now, 3 tons packed into the same frame, my density would be 5 times steel's. Twice tungsten's. Every cell, bone, muscle, blood, skin, reconstructed into something ultra-dense. Ordinary bullets wouldn't break my skin. Alloy blades would shatter on contact. Other defensive awakeners coat themselves in rock or harden their skin into iron shells. I wouldn't need to add a thing. My flesh alone would sit at the ceiling of what carbon-based life can be, and the density would keep climbing at compound speed. I looked down at my right arm, at Xiaoqua's burn and the dull ache of the cracked bone. A few more doublings, and that prized S-class fireball of yours is going to feel like a cigarette lighter against an iron door. A line popped up on the panel. Right ulna fractured. Muscle tissue moderately burned, 18% damage. Repair cost, 20 mass points. I glanced at my balance. 0. Broke, I sighed. The best repair function in the world is useless when the account reads 0. But that was fine. Because of sequence 3, the most important one. Devour all solid matter, convert to mass points. I read it 3 times. All solid matter. I looked slowly around my shabby little room. In theory, I could eat everything in here. And then it really landed. Sequence 3 stacked on top of sequence 1's passive growth. The most important thing in a compound interest formula isn't the rate. It's the principle. This wasn't addition. This was cheating on the base of the exponent itself. I couldn't sit still anymore. I slapped my palm onto a thick theory textbook by the bed and thought one word. Devour. My palm went hot. A tiny black vortex surfaced in the center of my palm lines. The pages began to yellow and age. 1 second. 2. A full minute. The half-kilo book crumbled into fine gray-white powder that slid through my fingers like it had weathered 10,000 years. Ding. Paper book devoured. Mass points plus 0.01. 0.01. My eye twitched. System, are you running a discount scam? But fine. Paper's just plant fiber, low density. I turned to the broken wooden chair, the one with a leg held on by wire. Devour. Another long minute. The chair rotted and splintered to sawdust. Ding. Wooden chair devoured. Mass points plus 0.01. Same floor rate. My eyes landed on the red brick propping up my table. Fired clay, some iron in it, maybe. Devour. A minute later, the hard brick collapsed into a heap of dry yellow dirt. The table leg lost its support and crashed down, the enamel mug rolling off and shattering. Ding. Building brick devoured. Mass points plus 1. 5 pounds of brick for 1 point. I needed real material. I crouched and pulled something out from under the bed. A 20-kilo cast iron dumbbell, surface furred with rust, the hardest asset I owned. Bought secondhand to get in shape, never used. I pressed my palm to it. Devour. This felt different. The little black hole in my palm sharpened, like a shark catching blood in the water. The iron dulled and grayed under my hand. A minute later, the dumbbell was gone. Just a small heap of stinking rust flakes and a few scraps of rubber grip. Ding. Low-quality dumbbell devoured. Mass points plus 14. 20 kilos for 14 points? System, you charging me a tax? I demanded an explanation in my head. This sequence is a microscopic black hole collapse. Once devoured, mass returns to the singularity. Ordinary matter cannot be restored. I rolled my eyes. Physics, cold and merciless. Balance, 15 points. Still short. My gaze drifted to the rusty iron-frame bed in the corner. Welded pipe, 10 plus kilos. Easily 7 or 8 points. My hand was already up. Then it froze. If I eat the bed, where do I sleep tonight? And rent was almost due. The landlady docked me $50 last year over peeling paint. If she found the whole bed gone, that was my $300 deposit, gone. System, any way to take just a little? Just the surface metal, leave me a frame to sleep on. Silence. 5 seconds of it. Nothing doing. Host is currently a first life form. Only basic devouring is open. This sequence is full collapse mode, no partial stripping. Reaching the second stage unlocks the system shop and the siphon sequence for partial, rapid devouring. My eyes lit up. Second life form, huh? First I needed 20 mass points. Done deliberating. Sleep on the floor tonight, be the boss tomorrow. I rolled the pathetically thin mattress pad onto the floor, pulled the bed planks out, and stacked them against the wall, then laid my palm on a rusty bed leg. Devour. The leg thinned visibly, the weld snapping first. 1 minute, and the frame that had taken up half the room was gone. The place actually looked roomier. Ding. Low-quality iron bed devoured. Mass points plus 22. Balance, 37. Mass points sufficient for repair. Repairing all damaged bone and tissue costs 20 mass points. Proceed. Repair. A scalding current poured from my chest into my right arm. Faint cracking from the fracture site. The burned skin sloughed off and regrew in seconds. Both arms, good as new, no scars. The reconstructed ulna even felt harder than before. I stood, rolled my arms, and looked toward the window. I licked my lips. The arena, 7 days out. This is going to be fun. But once the high faded, a very real problem surfaced. I was broke. Too broke to take even the first step in flipping my fate. 17 mass points. Less than 1,000 yuan in the bank. To put on a show at the exam, I'd need to devour a good ton of metal, and even the cheapest scrap runs 2 mao a kilo. A few tons would clean me out twice over. So that left a little creative sourcing. Where do you find that much free metal? Prying up city manhole covers gets you a cell with the federal guard. Then I remembered the jeer from this morning. Go be a counterweight at the scrapyard. The scrapyard. The Marshall Waste Plant. A mountain of destroyed weapons, scrapped alloy armor, shattered mech parts. All metal. And they hire temp labor year-round to sort it. Who said I'd be going there for the wages? I grinned. What's wrong with a guy who likes his food hard? 6 in the morning I was out the door. The floor had been freezing, but I'd slept oddly well. The reconstructed body ran hot now. I checked the route on my phone. Sparkfire Waste Processing Plant, the biggest armament recycling point in Jiang City, handling decommissioned gear from the southern military region. The job post said it plainly. Long-term temp haulers wanted, D-class enhancement awakeners and up, 150 a day cash. I didn't care about the wages. I cared about military decommissioned gear. Tank armor, mech wreckage, alloy weapon fragments, high-purity metal, every gram of it. One small piece would outweigh 100 textbooks. The bus rattled out to the city edge. 10 minutes on foot, and I saw it. A huge fenced lot, and behind the wire, mountains of scrap stacked higher than a 3-story building. Broken alloy war blades jutting out of the heaps, shattered mech husks lying every which way, rusted tank treads coiled in the morning light. I swallowed. A rat falling into the rice jar feels something like this. No, this wasn't a rice jar. This was a granary. There was a line at the gate, 30 or 40 men, all big slabs of muscle with arms thicker than my thighs. E-class and D-class enhancement types, here for the hauling job. I joined the back. A bald giant ahead of me kept glancing back, the look saying clearly, "What's a scrawny kid doing here?" At the gate sat a table, and behind it a middle-aged man with a knife scar down his left cheek and a face full of mean. Scarface Lee, the recruiting foreman, D-class enhancement. The rule was simple: lift the sandbag, walk 2 laps. An E-class hoisted a 200-pound bag, walked it clean, got a pass. A D-class did 500 pounds without breaking a sweat, got his pass, strutted in. My turn came. Scarface Lee looked up, his eyes catching on my young, thin face. Student? Yeah. Jiang City First High. Senior year. Awaken. I handed over my student card. He scanned it, and the second the screen popped up, his expression changed. F-class. Enhancement. Ever heavier. He said it just loud enough for the line to hear. Side effect, osteoporosis? The men behind me started murmuring. He slapped the card down and snorted. F-class. Side effect? Get lost, you little invalid. Don't go dying in my plant and shaking me down. Uncle Lee. Don't Uncle Lee me, I don't know you. He folded his arms. We haul scrap that runs hundreds, thousands of pounds. You'd get crushed, and I'd be filing the paperwork. Workplace injury or suicide. The laughter came. The first high-top student wants our rice bowls now. Skinny arms like that couldn't lift a sheet of scrap. F-class, totally useless, so much for books. I stood there, face calm. I'd heard all of it the day before. Zhao Kua, Lu Ruyan, Wang Jiangwo, my classmates, and now the scrapyard muscle. The absurd part was that these guys were the same as me. Bottom of the social ladder. To the real strong, an E-class is the same as an F-class. Oxen, all of us. Some oxen just carry 200 pounds more. The bottom stamps on the bottom, and it stamps hardest. But my eyes never left those mountains of metal behind the wire. That wasn't scrap. That was my standing up money in a world that eats people alive. To get in there, I'd take all the dirty looks they had. I softened my face, pulled out an 8 yuan pack of cigarettes I'd bought downstairs, and held one out. Uncle Lee, cut me a break. I know I'm weak, but my mental strength's solid. I can do fine sorting. Just feed me 3 meals. I don't want a cent. He looked at the 8 yuan smokes and shoved my hand away. I don't feed deadweight for free either. You break your own arm in 2 days, and I'm covering your hospital bill. Get. A low engine roar pressed down from overhead. Everyone looked up. A silver-gray hover flyer swept in from the city, all hard military lines, and set down on the plant's pad. The line of laborers went dead silent. The hatch opened. A long, straight leg stepped out, a black combat boot ringing on the concrete. The woman wore a sharp black nano-combat suit that traced a frankly devastating silhouette, but the lethal kind of beauty, the kind that strips out cheap suggestion and leaves only coiled, feral power. A silver warblade crest on her shoulder, long hair bound back, clean forehead, hard jawline. Maybe 1.78 meters. The proportions absurd, the features carved sharp, brows like distant peaks, eyes like cold stars, with a current of someone who'd actually killed running underneath. Lu Ruyan's beauty was the kind that flatters you, that smiles so you'll take the bait. This woman was different. She stood there like a freshly quenched blade laid against your throat. All you wanted to do was stand up straight. Every laborer who'd just been roaring with laughter went mute. Young miss. Scarface Lee's mean face reorganized itself into a flower as he trotted over. She swept a glance across the gate and the crowd. Where's my dad? The boss is waiting in the 3rd basement gravity chamber, miss. Long trip back from the capital. Fine. She moved to go in. Then her gaze passed over the crowd and stopped. On my faded uniform, specifically. Jiang City First High. I nodded. Senior year. Uncle Lee. She turned to him, Casual. Same hometown. Cut him a break if you can. Yes. Of course. He nodded furiously, then spun on me with a fresh face. Hey, thank the young miss. Thank you, miss. Thank you, Uncle Lee. She didn't linger, walking straight into the depths of the plant. Scarface Lee watched her back disappear around the corner, then looked me up and down and snorted. Lucky little punk. Come in tomorrow. Sorting area only. Stay out of the heavy load zone. Anything happens, not my problem. Next, I stepped aside, looked past him, past the wire, out to that endless range of metal, and the corner of my mouth curled up. Young miss, you just dropped the Monkey King into the peach orchard. Third basement, gravity chamber. Shun Hongyuan sat in an iron chair, turning two fist-sized golden walnuts in one hand. 50 kilos each, toys in his palm. 1 meter 90, shoulders like a wall, retired for years but the soldier's presence undimmed. Today, though, this military heavyweight the capital crowd called Lord Shun couldn't keep the corner of his mouth down. His daughter was coming home. A year at the Central Military Martial University, a whole year without seeing her face. Plenty of video calls, but the girl couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning training, 5 without mentioning beasts. Every call turned into a tactics seminar. Still, a year was a year, and his heart was pounding. Steady footsteps in the corridor. The door opened. Shin Qingzi stood there in the same black combat suit, and the second she saw him, every trace of cold left her face. Dad, she was across the room and hanging off him before the word finished. He caught her, patted her back, grumbling. Big grown woman, honestly. She burrowed into him. I missed you. His nose stung. He tipped his head back and stared at the ceiling. No cameras in here, thank God. If the crew saw this, his dignity was finished for life. All right. Sit, talk. He pushed her into a chair and looked her over. Sharper cheekbones than last year, but bright-eyed, full of fire. You've lost weight. Bad food at school. It's the training load. Our instructor's a maniac. Field combat drills twice a week. Farthest one out to the gray zone past a B-class city. His brow flickered. He let it pass. Military martial universities are a different beast. 1 in 10,000 gets in, and graduating alive is the real test. After a beat, he changed tack, aiming for casual. At school, you seeing anyone? He sat up a little straighter, saying it. Every father's contradiction. If she said no, he'd relax. His girl had standards, hadn't been led astray by some punk. But then he'd worry she meant to grow old alone. And if she said yes, that was worse. The walnuts turned faster. She watched her old man's elaborate fake nonchalance with the antennae fully extended and gave up trying to read him. Every call he asked if anyone was chasing her, whether the boys were all blind. But the one time she mentioned a male classmate had blocked a beast strike for her, his face went black and he interrogated her for 20 minutes on the kid's name, student ID, hometown, and family tree 3 generations back. Did he want her dating or not? She decided to just be honest. No. The walnuts paused. I came back to run a 2-person mission with a teammate, swung by home on the way. She leaned back, calm but firm. I don't have the spare attention for that. My goal is the peak of the martial path. He settled, satisfied. Good. My daughter through and through. Then a word snagged. Teammate. A 2-person mission, yeah. He turned the walnuts, all studied ease. Man or woman? Man. He came to Jiang City with you? He set the walnuts down and leaned in, fatherly mode swapping to interrogation mode. What exactly is your relationship? She rolled her eyes. Classmates. The instructor assigned me a trial mission at the Southern Source Rift entrance. He had a beast mission. We shared the ride. That's it. He humphed. The capital's north, Jiang City's south. What kind of on the way is that? But she headed him off. Dad, relax. We're just running a grinding mission at the Rift entrance. I don't have time for romance. He studied her a few seconds. He knew his own kid. A martial fanatic since she was small. Other girls played with dolls. She was out in the yard swinging a blade. Cultivation and combat. That was the whole of her head. But that lovely face and that figure drew eyes. And you don't just guard against thieves, you guard against the ones who only want. He'd have someone look into that boy. 19 years, gone in a blink. Qingxi's talent had always been freakish. Her temper her mother's. Fierce, decisive, bones harder than a blade. That very temperament was why she'd awakened the SS class metal talent, gunmetal blade bone. And the more he looked, the more it ached. Who'd carry his flower off someday, pot and all? Whoever dared become his son-in-law was getting beaten half to death first, on principle. Enough of that. He stood, switching gears. I got you a present. What? Her eyes lit up. He crossed to a corner and pulled a heavy blackout cloth off a man-shaped machine. 1 meter 85, standard adult male build, sheathed head to toe in dark silver high-density alloy, hydraulics at the joints, a smooth featureless sensor panel for a face. Federal Research Center's newest heavy combat android, codenamed Bedrock. He slapped its shoulder. The metal rang dull. Full high-density alloy. True mass 2.4 tons. Reaction speed benchmarked to a B-class Awakener. Defense rated to take a third-stage beast's full charge. Her eyes curved. Whoa, thanks, Dad. Internal channels again. Your old man sold the military region 20 years of his life. This is one phone call. He waved it off. While inside, he bled a little. 8 million yuan, half the plant's profit for the year. But his girl was headed to a rift entrance where third-stage Awakeners had died. Bedrock as a sparring partner and bodyguard let him sleep. You made the capital's rising star list. I'm proud of you. Rare warmth in it, pride he couldn't hide. She looked at Bedrock, then at her dad, and tilted her head. Really just proud of me? Not because you get bragging rights. She crossed her arms, eyeing him. Last video call your grin was practically at your ears. You showed off to your old war buddies again, didn't you? Nonsense. He went stern, righteous. Am I that shallow? You earned your results. What's it got to do with me? The bet with old Wong absolutely cannot reach her ears. He pivoted fast, patting the android's plating. Here, let me walk you through it. Your Uncle Wong's been on a waiting list for one of these. She kicked Bedrock in the shin. The sensor panel flared red. The machine snapped into combat mode. Shun Han Yuan. Could you let me finish the instructions? She'd already dropped into a stance, right hand loosely fisted, a silver-white metallic sheen rising between her finger bones. The SS class gung metal blade bone, engaging. Her skeleton itself was the sharpest weapon she owned. Instructions are slower than a fight. She grinned and shot at Bedrock. He sighed and sat back down with his walnuts. This kid, good at everything, just not 1 ounce of feminine softness. Going to be a real question whether she ever marries off. Behind him, the chamber filled with the dull clang of metal on metal, the floor trembling. Same hour, across town, I was in a fine mood. Scarfacely said start tomorrow, so I had the day. I wasn't going back to school. Wang Jingwo had me expelled. Federal law protects exam rights, not attendance, and I was happy for the quiet. I took the back road toward the city edge market. Hadn't eaten, might as well grab brunch. Jiang City's a D-class satellite city hard against the wild border. Upside, things are cheap. Downside, a beast breaks through now and then. 3 years in, I was used to it. Following the smell of fried garlic, I found a roadside stall with a line out front. As a son of the dragon, I have no resistance to a long queue. Doesn't matter what they're selling. Join it. 10 minutes later, I reached the front. A shirtless big guy tossing a wok, rice and egg and diced ham arcing through the air and dropping clean back in. The smell could pull the soul out of the whole street. A hand-scrawled sign leaned on the stall. Customer notice. If the city enforcement shows, I run, and you run with me. Can't keep up? Stand still. I'll bring it back in 5 minutes. Running's more exciting, though. I laughed. 1 egg fried rice. 5 yuan. 2 for ham. Add it. Treat myself. Tomorrow I'd be eating free at the scrapyard anyway. The wok roared to life. And right then, asterisk woo, woo, asterisk a siren, closing fast. An enforcement truck swung around the corner, roof lights strobing, a recorded voice barking about illegal vending. The crowd scattered like birds. I froze, figuring my 7 yuan was gone. The big guy didn't blink. He flipped one last gorgeous toss, looked up at the truck, and grinned at me. Brother, wait here 5 minutes. Calm as a weather report. Killed the flame, dropped the wok in the cart, didn't even take off his apron, swung onto a pedal tricycle, pedal, pure leg power, and shot off. 2 thick legs pumping like motors, the cart banging down the road, gone 50 meters in a blink. The truck accelerated. He cut hard into a gap-narrow alley the truck couldn't follow, and vanished. I stood there, mouth open, staring at the empty street and the heat still rising off the spot where his stove had been. So that's why it's called Speedy Legs Blazing Fried Rice. His talent's literally fast legs. A minute. 2. Right on the 5, chain rattling, he came tearing back out of the alley, drift stopped the trike, flipped open the insulated box, and handed me a steaming box of rice and a pair of chopsticks. Said 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Exciting, right? Big white grin, wiping sweat with the apron. I took it. Golden rice, even egg, hem diced clean, the wok breath rolling off it. I laughed. Plenty exciting. Leaned on a power pole and shoveled it in. Worth every one of the 7 yuan. Watched him set the stove back up, and the scattered customers drift back like they'd done this dance 100 times. Everyone living their own way. I tossed the box, gave him a thumbs up, he nodded back, and I headed home. There was something I needed to test. Back in the rented room, the floor still bare where the bed used to be, I sat cross-legged and pulled up the panel. True mass, 76.76 kilograms, rising. Mass points, 17. My eyes caught that little rising tag. On a hunch, I mentally tapped my true mass. Spend 1 mass point to add 1 kilogram of true mass? There it was. I confirmed it. A faint warmth spread from my gut. Not dramatic, but my body settled a notch heavier. A 1-to-1 exchange. Dump all 17 points in, and I'd hit 93 plus kilos. And a bigger base meant a bigger 1% daily bite. Yesterday's passive gain was under a kilo. From 93, it'd be nearly a full kilo a day. The snowball, once it starts rolling, only gets worse. No hesitation. All in. The warmth rolled through me longer this time. A faint creak deep in the bone. Not pain. More like the bones stretching after a good meal. Mass points, 0. True mass, 93.78. Same lean frame, but every step landed heavier, steadier. I made a fist, and the knuckles fed back hard. Not calluses, the bone itself getting denser. Nearly 40 extra pounds over a normal guy my size. All of it real. Tougher skin, tighter muscle, harder bone. Couldn't see it yet from the outside. But the direction was right. I lay back down on the floor pad, content. 0 points didn't matter. Tomorrow, at the scrapyard, that was where the real feast started. I drifted off thinking it. 7 a.m., Sparkfire plant. Scarface Lee was at the gate, not waiting for me. He just stood there like a human fence post every morning. You came. He tossed me a thin temp card. With me. Security first. The checkpoint was stricter than I'd guessed. A 2-meter metal arch, sensors bristling on both sides, a data screen flickering overhead. Inside. Don't move. I stepped in. A low hum rose through my feet, a pale blue skin sweeping me top to bottom twice. No contraband or spatial gear detected. Lee waved me through, tossing off a warning. Rule of the house. Everyone scans in and out. Anything on you, anything in your pockets, any spatial ring or pack, this thing finds it. Military property, not one screw leaves. Last month some idiot stuffed a chunk of C-class alloy down his pants. Hauled off to the military tribunal on the spot. I nodded along, the picture of an honest kid. Can't take it out? Fine. I'm not taking it out. I'm eating it right here. Through 2 heavy iron doors, around a bend, and the place opened up. The sorting yard. Small mountains of parts, broken alloy blades, shattered armor plate, bent mech joints, loose bolts, all metal. My heart skipped half a beat. Your station. Lee pointed at a row of iron tables, 5 people already heads down. A short, bald guy bending a steel pipe straight with his bare hands like a stick of sugarcane. D-class, clearly. A tall, thin one in thick gloves flinging parts into bins, fast hands, an old pro. A silent middle-aged man. A sharp-tongued woman in her 30s griping that her scrap was too fine to bother with. And a quiet girl in her early 20s, ponytail, sorting with her head down. Lee clapped my shoulder. Easy work. Sort by material. Iron with iron, copper with copper, alloy with alloy. Push the sorted stuff to the display area. Military truck hauls it off to remelt every couple days. He pointed at my pile of small bits. Don't play hero on the big pieces. Your frame can't take it. Just this pile of scrap. Work honest, you get paid. He hinted at how meek I was and left. I turned to face my own little mountain, took a breath. The feast is finally mine. Dig in. I picked up the most unremarkable steel screw in the pile, a few grams, pretended to inspect it, and laid my left palm against it. Devour. The familiar heat, the countdown. Right hand kept sorting, left hand at my side. A minute. The screw whispered into iron dust between my fingers. Ding. Trace low-carbon steel devoured. Mass points plus 0.01. Floor rate, fine, a few grams. The point was, it works. And nobody can tell. I sped up, eyes scanning like a barcode reader, hands weighing every piece. A thumb-thick copper terminal, plus 0.1. A palm-sized chunk of broken alloy frame, about a pound, plus 0.5. A fist-sized solid steel bearing seat, plus 0.7. The corner of my mouth was getting hard to hold down. I ducked my head, hiding the grin behind the motion of sorting. The short-haired woman glanced over. Hey, kid moves quick. I looked up, harmless smile. Used to it. Hauled stuff at school all the time. Ed, and went back to it. I kept my head down. Not sorting. Eating. Half an hour in, I snuck a look at the panel. Mass points, 3.82. Nearly 4 points in 30 minutes. And that was just palm-sized junk. The real giants over in the heavy load zone I hadn't dared touch. At this rate, 8 hours could net 50, 60 points easy. Maybe triple digits on a good day. I glanced at the mountains of scrapped armor played across the yard and swallowed. That's the main course. But not yet. First day, keep your head down. I closed my hand around a forearm-length steel pipe. Heat in the palm, countdown running. And right then, heavy footsteps at the edge of the sorting yard. A middle-aged man in military-issue coveralls, a silver inspection badge on his chest, eyes sharp as a hawk's, 2 assistants behind him lugging precision scanners. The short-haired woman's hands paused. She muttered, bad luck. Spot inspection. The inspection team was 3. The lead, Lu Feng, early 40s, plant veteran, famously by the book. His 2 assistants carried portable scanners, black cases stamped with the Southern Military Region's number. The yard's mood flipped. The loud woman shut up and bent to work. The bald giant softened his pipe bending. The ponytail girl didn't dare lift her head. I quietly let go of the pipe and dropped it in the bin. The military scrap here was high-spec steel, high purity, almost no slag residue, which meant clean devours, no telltale powder. The occasional rusty piece left a little oxide dust on my palm, and I brushed that into the bottom of the heap. Lu Feng swept the stations, 2 seconds on each face, then nodded at an assistant. Power up. Routine scan. A handheld wand extended, scan head glowing pale blue, like an airport wand, a size bigger. Started with the bald giant. Circled him once, steady beep, green. Pass. Short-haired woman, green. Tall thin guy, green. Middle-aged man, green. Ponytail girl, green. My turn. I straightened up, hands loose at my sides, classic honest student face on. The wand came down from over my head. Past the shoulders, green. Reached my chest. Beep, 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 beep. Red, flashing wild. The wand hadn't even moved lower, and the alarm was screaming across the whole yard. Every head whipped around. The assistant jumped, figured the unit had glitched, ran it again. Waist, beep, beep, beep. Arm, beep, beep, beep. Thigh, beep, 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 beep. Each pass more frantic than the last. Red light going off like New Year's. Lu Feng's face dropped. Stop. His hand went up. Both assistants stepped back, hands moving to their belts. The yard went dead quiet. The bald giant edged away from me. Scarface Lee came charging over from somewhere, face like iron. Kid, what VU got on you? I played baffled. Nothing. Nothing? You're the only one in the whole yard setting it off. Lu Feng's eyes were locked on the scanner screen, waiting for the readout. Ding. A line came up. High-density, anomalous material detected. Possible micro-armor-piercing ordnance core. Don't move. You brought a micro-armor-piercing round in here. His 2 assistants had stun guns out, leveled at me from both sides. Did I recruit a damn spy? Scarface Lee's face was thunderous. He felt personally slapped. He yanked a stun baton off his belt, blue arc spitting at the tip, and aimed it at my head. Kid, you want to die? Done for. That was the thought on every face in the yard. Get caught smuggling contraband in a military-backed plant, and you don't walk away whole. But here's the thing. The source of the alarm was my own skeleton. I knew exactly what I was, and I wasn't carrying anything. So I didn't panic, didn't argue. I just raised both hands, slow, face blank as a kid who'd wandered in from the countryside. 3 years of honor student acting, all of it pouring into this one moment. Armor-piercing core? Do I look like I've got that together? I ate the busted screws off your own workstation, man. I lifted my hands over my head airport style, looked around at everyone. landed on the furious Scarface Lee, and loaded my voice with grievance. What's going on, everybody? Uncle Lee, I'm just an F-class with ever heavier. You read my file yesterday. That one line froze his trigger finger. Right. F-class. Ever heavier. Side effect, osteoporosis. A poor wretch getting heavier and more brittle by the day. What's he going to do, spy? Who runs an espionage op on a suicide talent? Scarface Lee's face heated. He nearly fired on an F-class nobody. Lu Feng frowned. He wasn't unreasonable, but instruments don't lie. The scanner detected high-density material inside your body. His voice was cold. High density. I laughed like I'd heard the funniest joke of my life, then let the whole act crumple into a bitter smile. I pointed at my own legs, all tragic sincerity. Brother, my talent just keeps adding to my own mass. In plain words, I get heavier. I was 70-some kilos, awakened a few days ago, and I'm already near 100. Give it a few years, and it crushes me to death. 200 pounds, the short-haired woman blurted. On that frame. That's the perk, ma'am. Bitter smile. Weight climbs, body stays the same. Bones just get heavier till one day. I let it hang. The workers' faces softened into pity. Poor kid, looks decent enough. Why's his luck so rotten? Awakening's a gamble. Good thing I never did. I rode the mood, turned to Lu Feng. Brother, if you don't believe me, take me in and test it. Strip me down and test. Even, this body's just dead weight. Where would I hide treasure? Volunteering for the precise scan. The openness ate at the suspicion in Lu Feng's eyes. Come with me. He walked me into a small room marked precision detection. A large military medical scanner sat in the middle. On the platform, I lay down without a word. The machine hummed. A virtual screen bloomed in front of Lu Feng, a live see-through image of my body. The scan ran chest to ankle. A few minutes later, Lu Feng's eyes were ping-ponging between the screen and my thin frame, and the image had him stumped. I leaned in to look, and yeah, wild. A normal person's skeleton on a medical scanner is dim, semi-transparent. The dark hollow of the marrow cavity showing through like a hollow brick. Mine wasn't. The skeleton on that screen was an even, deep white. No gaps, no marrow shadow, packed solid. It looked like the most standard solid load-bearing component you'd find in a factory. All those mass points had gone somewhere, and the density change you couldn't see with the eye had nowhere to hide under a military scanner. Don't get me started, brother. I slid right back into the proud loser routine, all grief. Few days since awakening, and I've gained nearly 20 pounds. Body looks the same. Turns out it all went into the bones. I tapped my shin. It gave a dull thunk. Lu Feng ignored me and pulled up my school file. The room system was networked to the Federal Marshal Registry. Su Ming. F-class. Ever heavier. His brow nodded. Side effect, osteoporosis. He whipped around, crossed to the scanner, blew the skeletal image up 3 times its size. That solid cast iron skeleton next to the words osteoporosis read like a bad joke. Kid, your file and your skin don't match. His voice dropped half a register, more pressure in it now. A person with osteoporosis, bones like this? Explain. My stomach lurched. Forgot about that. I kept the blank face. Huh? No way. Wanna run it again? He did. Same result. Bone density abnormal, reference rating, pig iron grade. I scratched my head, picture of innocence. I dunno, man. Awakening day I was F-class, plenty of teachers and students saw it. And that day my bones did feel soft. But these last few days, they feel like they're getting harder. Now Lu Feng was stumped too. 15 years of inspections, never seen this. File says F-class trash, side effect osteoporosis. Scanner says bone density higher than a D-class enhancement awakener. A word surfaced in his head. Secondary mutation? He looked back at the slightly dopey kid in front of him, and the suspicion in his eyes was gone, replaced by deep self-doubt and a kind of you've got to be kidding me exhaustion. Secondary mutation. Lu Feng had only ever seen the term in the military's internal file of rare cases. The federal database did log instances of unknown talent evolution after awakening, but every last one happened to an A-class genius or higher. An F-class, mutating? From osteoporosis to bone overgrowth? What kind of mutation was that, leaping out of one ditch into another? He rubbed his temples, looked at my sincere, miserable face, looked at the absurd pig iron grade on the screen, and a ridiculous but internally consistent thought crawled up. This kid's F-class talent may genuinely have undergone some unknown secondary evolution. I watched him watch me and got nervous. Brother Lou, what is it? Did you find something? His tone carried a heavy, I don't even believe this myself. Your situation might be secondary mutation. What's secondary mutation? I asked, careful and small. I don't know much either. He looked at me like I was a rare zoo specimen. But if I'm right, you stepped in something lucky. No, you got the worst luck of 8 generations. You hit an extremely rare secondary mutation. Your osteoporosis side effects there, all right. But your weight's climbing so fast that your body, to keep the skeleton from collapsing, triggered a compensation reflex. Simply put, your bones are frantically absorbing calcium, undergoing high-density overgrowth. He actually rationalized it for me. I kept my face guilty and scratched my head. Didn't really follow. But that sounds like a good thing? The pity in his eyes picked up a thread of dark humor. Sounds impressive, right? Keep gaining at this rate. And when you hit a ton, how does your heart pump blood? Can your vessels take it? You won't be able to lift a finger. He delivered the verdict. Before, you'd be crushed. Now, you'll be slowly suffocated inside your own bones, until you're a statue that can't move. So this is still a slow suicide talent. My face went white on cue, and I sagged like the strength had been wrung out of me. All right. He couldn't bring himself to twist the knife further. Since the alarm source was the kid's own skeleton, the logic held, and he didn't want to lean on a dying man. He patted me down, confirmed I had nothing, and typed a line into the report. Subject's physique questionable, talent suspected of secondary petrification mutation, recommend continued observation. He clapped my shoulder, eyes full of sympathy. Go on back. While you can still move, eat what you want. Don't make trouble. I nodded, hollow-eyed, and on my way out glanced at his name badge and forced up a smile worse than crying. At the door I stopped, turned, and looked at him with desperate hope. Brother Lou, you've seen a lot. Is there any cure for me? Any way to make my body adapt to the weight gain? He blinked. You're asking me whether there's a cure? No. I waved fast, almost babbling. Let me ask it differently. Is there any way to make this look normal? So that even if I'm churning inside, nobody can tell? Some explanation I can give people that doesn't make me sound like a monster? I just don't want to be looked at that way anymore. By the end, my voice had a crack in it. He got it. This wasn't a plea for rescue. It was a plea for a way to live like a person. You're afraid they'll find out and slice you up for a lab rat. I didn't nod or shake my head, just smiled bitter. I just want to live normal. He went quiet, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a long drag. It's not impossible, unless your luck's monstrous. My eyes snapped up, and I poured every ounce of desperate longing into the look. He said it slow, one word at a time. Remutation. Call it continuous mutation. The secondaries already happened. Nobody knows if there's a third, a fourth. If your luck is off the charts and the next evolution fully repairs the side effect, you live. And then you won't have to explain anything to anyone. You'll stand there, and that'll be the explanation. As long as your body evolves faster than your weight climbs, you really won't die. You might even gain terrifying power. But that's a madman scholar's theory. In reality, whose genes survive that kind of endless mutation? The light on my face guttered out into a wry smile. Re-evolve? Brother Lou, that's the same as telling me nothing. I'm an F-class reject. Mutating once is my ancestors' graves catching fire. I should bank on a second. He patted my shoulder, voice like a farewell. Enough. Don't comfort yourself with airy theory. If you really want a lifeline, your only shot is getting into the Federal Supreme Genetics Institute. Those mad professors might cook you a petrification-slowing serum. He named my way out without knowing it. Thanks, Brother Lou. Once I get paid, if I'm not paralyzed yet, dinner's on me. I turned and walked out of the detection room. And the second the door was behind me, the fawning and the grief wiped clean off my face. The corner of my mouth climbed higher and higher. Secondary mutation. Continuous mutation. There's actually a theory that holds water. Brother Lou, you're my lucky star. You handed me a face-saving excuse and tailored me an alibi. From now on, anybody asks why I'm hard as iron, I mutated again. Ask why I can mutate. I'm an F-class reject. How would I know? I'm just desperate to survive. I glanced back at the door. This dinner, I'm definitely buying. Back in the sorting yard, every eye on me had changed. Not contempt and mockery anymore, pity and sympathy. A kid who knows he won't live long, still hauling scrap to earn calcium money. Inspiring, isn't it? The short-haired woman's eyes went red. Poor thing, decent-looking kid like that. The bald giant fell silent, then offered, "Awakening's a gamble with your life. Good thing I never made it. Imagine landing a talent like that." The ponytail girl wiped a corner of her eye. I stood there absorbing the sympathy from all directions and suddenly understood the joy of those sob-story contestants on the talent shows I used to watch back on Earth. This rules. Scarface Lee watched the workers cluster around comforting me, his face complicated. He was B-class enhancement, giant strength, a pure power type, who understood the body better than anyone. If he hadn't met the boss, he'd still be running protection rackets on the east side. He knew bottom-rung life better than anyone. Something in him cracked, looking at this kid's grim cheerful, facing death head-on act. "Little Sue," he said, and for once didn't curse. "From now on you sort over in that corner. It's all short haul, no carrying back and forth, saves your strength. Lunch is on the house. Eat as much as you want, don't ration yourself." He pointed at a corner of the west yard. Quiet, nobody to bother me. And, crucially, right beside it rose a 3-meter mountain of scrapped armored vehicle shells and chassis parts. I blinked. Not acting. Genuinely stunned. "Scarface, you've got a warm side after all." My nose actually stung for a second. 3 years in this world. School was all jeers and people using me. My only girlfriend turned and walked to Zhaoqua the moment it counted. And this scar-faced foreman who opens his mouth to curse handed me one piece of kindness with no strings on it. "Thank you, Uncle Lee." He let out a long sigh and walked off. I watched his back disappear down the yard, then turned, alone, to face the 3-meter mountain in the corner. Armored shells, chassis stampings, military-grade alloy plate, packed solid, like a private or vein. And my grateful expression slowly changed. Private buffet, VIP booth. "Brotherly, you absolute saint." I didn't put on a show about it. Walked over and got to work. Broken alloy frames, rusted armor bolts, bent mech connecting rods, all hard à trace. Devour. A minute. Ding. High-strength bearing steel fragment. Plus 0.8. I flicked the dust into the scrap pile at my feet and grabbed the next. Ding. Tungsten steel cutting waste. Plus 2.1. The warmth in my palm jumped. My left hand was already on a twisted drive shaft. Ding. High-toughness alloy drive component. Plus 8.8. Next, a palm-thick slab of armor plate. Heavy, beast claw grooves still scored in the edge. Ding. Special steel armor fragment. Plus 12.5. My right hand sorted screws, slow and lazy for show. My left hand feasted behind me, frantic. Stupidly efficient. My grin got wider and wider until I just stopped fighting it. Nobody back here to see. And even if they did, they'd only think the dying kid was facing fate with a smile. By the time work let out, Scarface Lee came to settle up, saw the pathetic 2 bins I'd sorted, shook his head, and paid me the full 150 anyway. "Take it. Tomorrow again." "Thank you, Uncle Lee." I took the money and left with a mountain of thanks. Home, door bolted, panel up. True mass, 94.72 kilograms. Mass points, 198.65. Nearly 200 points. In one day? One day? As pure iron, that was almost 200 kilos. No hesitation. All in. Add it all. 198 points. Dumped in at once. A current far more violent than before detonated from the deepest part of me and scoured through every limb. Bone, muscle, fascia, every cell compressed and rebuilt under the flood. The faint creaking became a deep groan, like rebar being twisted and welded, every inch turning heavier, denser. The number on the panel ran wild. 94, 150, 220, 293.37 kilograms. Nearly 300 kilos. I stood. The concrete floor under my feet let out a small protesting groan. I rolled my neck. The joints cracked deep and dull. Still the lean kid, 1 meter 85. But look closer and the thin shoulders were filled out with a hard layer of muscle. Real lines on them now. The fragile look gone. I made a fist, knuckles like 2 blocks of iron. I threw a casual punch and the fist tore the air with a flat boom. My eyes flashed. A normal D-class enhancement awakener's hardest punch lands at maybe mid-D. That was pure mass, no technique at all. And my mass kept climbing 1% a day. 293 kilos, the weight of a grown brown bear. Same volume, normal human density runs 1,000 something. I was pushing 4,000 now, somewhere between aluminum and titanium alloy. Not a number a carbon-based creature should have. A D-class fist wouldn't scratch my skin. I rolled up a pant leg and dragged a fingernail hard down my shin. Not even a red mark. I pinched the soft inner thigh, the tenderest skin there is. Faint sting. But that same hand could snap rebar barehanded now. Back on Earth, I'd have been a literal Superman. Jiaokua, you wait. I looked at the rolled-up pad in the corner and just sat cross-legged on the cold concrete. 300 kilos. Any bed I didn't eat would have collapsed anyway. I closed my eyes and slept. Bang, bang, bang. Dawn. A vicious pounding on the door. Su Ming. You little punk. Get out here. A woman shrieking. The landlady. A 200-pound woman from this building. I blinked at the ceiling. The landlady's rent-collecting reflexes ran more reliably than an ambulance. I got up, opened the door. A short, heavy-set middle-aged woman, permed hair, a ring of keys clenched in her fist, meanness all over her face. Two punks behind her. A skinny one with bleached yellow hair, cigarette dangling, sleazy eyes, and a stocky one with a square jaw and arms that said he was no civilian. I scanned them. Yellow hair, ordinary. Square jaw, interesting, heavier presence, probably a low-tier enhancement type. Heh, awakened, so what? Being a dog for someone like this is no different from before you awakened, just selling the cheapest labor there is. Good thing I had a system. The noise drew neighbors peeking out down the hall, whispering, all of it aimed at me with pity. The fat auntie shoved her way in shrieking. Heard your orphan subsidy got cut. 800, gone, every cent. What are you paying rent with, huh? Her voice carried down the whole corridor. No money today, pack your bags and get out. Then she stopped cold. The room was empty. A pad, a few clothes, a wash basin. The iron bed gone. Where's my bed? Her voice jumped an octave. She whipped around glaring. You sold my bed. My mouth twitched. How exactly do I explain? I ate it. Deposits forfeit, 300. Plus 500 more. That bed was 10 kilos, a family heirloom. Hands on hips, blocking the door, spit flying. Living in my place, selling my bed, subsidy cut. You planning to stiff me on rent? I wiped a fleck of spit off my face. Auntie, end of the month aisle. Don't give me end of the month. She flicked her hand at the two behind her. The bleached hair punk grinned and stepped in, reaching straight for my collar. The neighbors sighed, already picturing the kid tossed out on the street. I didn't dodge. Let the greasy hand close on my collar. Yellow hair yanked hard, trying to drop the scrawny kid. His grin froze. Didn't budge. He braced and hauled again. I stood there, feet like they'd grown into the floorboards, not dragged, not even swayed. A normal man trying to move 600 pounds of dead weight. Try dragging a refrigerator. His smile died. I gave my shoulder the smallest shrug. A heavy recoil traveled back up his arm. His wrist wrenched like it had been slammed in an iron door, a sharp crack. He screamed, staggered back, clutching it, face white. The neighbor's eyes went round. What just happened? Loudmouth turns out to be a paper tiger? Garbage, you dare hit back? Squarejaw stepped in. He hadn't seen how Yellow Hair got hurt, but he was a real black iron tier martial artist, awakened the arm strength doubling talent. Somebody around here. He pulled a steel knuckle duster from his pocket, slipped it on his right fist, eyes vicious. Kid, who said you could get cocky? Center of gravity dropping, right arm swelling, the duster whistling straight for my chest. A punch to crack a brick wall. He meant to cripple me in one shot. I didn't dodge, didn't even change my stance. Thud. The fist landed dead center on my sternum. A dull sound. No bone crunch, no blood, no flying backward. Squarejaw's face cycled through 3 stages in an instant. Vicious, baffled, terrified. The feedback up his wrist was all wrong. Too hard. That wasn't the give of flesh. His whole right arm went numb. Did I just punch a person? I didn't move. I glanced down at my uniform. Good. Not torn. Then looked up at his widening face. That it? I raised my right hand. Lazy, like swatting a fly, and slapped him. I didn't put much into it. But nearly 300 kilos of true mass. Even on a casual swing. Mass times acceleration. Crack. A slap that split the air. The 180-pound, bald-headed bruiser went sideways like he'd been hit head-on by a speeding truck, flew across the hall, slammed into the opposite wall hard enough to shower plaster, and slid down, left cheek ballooning, blood running off his chin. Dead silence. The neighbors' mouths hung open, eyes near popping out. Yellowhair's legs gave, and he slumped against the door frame. I shook out my hand and turned to the petrified landlady. Her every roll of fat was quivering. As I stepped toward her, her legs went, and she sat down hard on the floor. What do you want? Murder. Help. I stopped in front of her, looking down. By the contract, I'm here till month's end. Come kick my door again in the next 7 days. I paused and smiled in a way that crawled up everyone's spine. And you'll be collecting rent in the next life. See if the king of hell refunds your deposit. A warm stain spread down the inside of the auntie's pant leg and pooled dark on the concrete. A sour smell filled the corridor. I kept my face flat and shut the door with a soft click. 3 seconds of quiet, then the sound of her scrambling and tumbling down the stairs, and Yellowhair dragging his half-dead partner off after her. In the hall, the neighbors backed away as one, staring at that shut door with no pity left in them, only awe. I leaned against the door and shook my hand out. That slap had been gentle, really. Any harder, and his neck would have snapped on the spot. In this world, I finally had the means to protect myself. I felt good. Pulled the panel up, checked the morning's passive gain. True mass, 296.3 kilograms. 1% overnight, nearly 3 kilos while I slept. Tomorrow I'd break 300. I shut the panel, shook the dust off the pad, laid it back down, and headed out to work. The whole building was eerily quiet on the way down. The old folks who usually clogged the stairwell trading gossip, not a soul today. The corner of my mouth ticked up. Didn't matter. I walked toward the Sparkfire plant. Today, time for the second feast. Jiang City No. 1 Courtyard, the priciest villa district the Zhao Group owned. A single house starting at 10 million. Zhao Kuo sat on the leather couch in the second-floor master bedroom. Comm unit gripped in his hand, face like iron. What did you say? Slapped flying. On the other end, Yellowhair's voice was near tears. Brother Kuo, it's not that we're useless. That kid took something, I swear. Old who punched him, and it was like hitting a steel plate. And then the kid just casually backhanded him. Backhanded. Old who flew across the hall, lost 3 teeth. He's in the hospital right now. Zhao Kuo hung up and slammed the unit onto the table. An F-class trash with osteoporosis had slapped a black iron tier martial artist out of his hands. He'd sent men to cut off the kid's housing, force him to kneel in the street, and beg. Instead, his men came back broken. Something's wrong. He paced, frowning. Su Ming's talent made walking hard. But Yellowhair said he was heavy. Very heavy. Did this reject's weight climb faster than the file says? He sneered. So what? Heavy is heavy. A meatball that only knows how to get heavier. One blast of my magma earth fire, and he's a handful of ash. The bedroom door opened. Lu Rian came out in a silk robe, hair damp, fresh from the shower. She'd moved into the villa 2 days ago, under the banner of dual cultivation resonance. Zhao Kuo's eyes stuck to her, and the irritation over Su Ming faded 3 shades. He reached out and pulled her in by the waist, hard. What is it? She shot him a coquettish look. I just washed up. He felt his blood stir. You little spirit, you nearly killed me last night. She dropped her eyes, lashes trembling, the picture of shyness. A-class fortune-bound was stronger than she'd predicted. 2 days in the villa, and she could already feel her sense for energy climbing fast. Good food, good shelter, unlimited cultivation resources, and the passive fortune she leached on top. She could almost see the bronze realm waving her over. Half a year at most. As for feeding power back to Zhao Kuo, she'd figured out a trick or 2 for it. But actually give it to him? This fool was nothing but a stepping stone to higher places. She had endless ways to keep him wrapped around her finger. Zhao Kuo, for his part, hadn't felt any real acceleration in his own cultivation. But Lu Rian had told him fortune-bound needed time to mesh, storing in the early phase, erupting later. He believed her. Why wouldn't he? The woman was a prize, and he figured he'd come out ahead. S-class genius, A-class partner talent. A match made in heaven. All of Jiang City said so. Leaning against him, she asked idly, "Who called?" "You look terrible." "That reject, Su Ming." He told her, then snorted. No idea what he took. Weights climbing absurdly, and he had the strength to slap old Hu flying. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. That reject, that kind of strength? She knew Su Ming better than anyone alive. 3 years at the same desk. Patient, able to endure, never moved without a sure thing. Doesn't he have osteoporosis as a side effect? She asked, nudging the conversation deeper without seeming to. Who knows what dumb luck he stumbled into? Zhao Kuo's eyes went vicious. Doesn't matter. On the arena, what good is strength? My magma earth fire, he won't even get close. Then, for insurance, he picked up the comm and dialed another number. Dad, can you give me a couple things? A set of C-class fire-resistant armor and a few fire element beast crystals. It's for the college exam arena. And, Dad, listen, I've got a girlfriend now. A pause on the line, then his father's voice, indulgent. Fine, that's my boy. I'll send someone to the South City black market. I'll wire you 100,000 for supplements too. We Zhao's, in that department, you understand. Zhao Kuo hung up and looked at Lu Ruyan, all menace. 5 days. I'm going to make Su Ming kneel in front of the whole school. His bones can be as hard as he wants. They're not harder than lava. She nodded against his shoulder, soft and obedient. And for a second, she remembered the 3 years with Su Ming. The man who never said a hard word, never lost his temper, gentle in a way that didn't fit a martial world. Never mind. Doesn't matter. I chose Zhao Kuo. Winner takes all, losers out. That's the only rule this world has ever had. Meanwhile, morning, Sparkfire plant. The second I stepped into the sorting yard, I could feel it. The air was off. Every coworker looked at me with the full-blown tenderness you'd give a hospice patient. Little Sue's here? The short-haired woman's eyes went red the second she saw me. She hurried over and pressed 2 still warm boiled eggs into my hands. Take 'em. Eat while they're hot. Our old hen laid these. For your calcium. You poor kid, sigh. The bald giant nodded at me from a distance with the solemn air of farewell. Brother. Right. My mouth twitched. The whole secondary mutation, not long for this world's story, had spread faster than I'd planned. Apparently, I had a real talent for character building. Scarface Lee came over and clapped my shoulder. Enough standing around. Go back to your corner today. Take it easy. The tone was a man permitting a terminal patient to slack off on the clock. My little flicker of being moved got buried under the absurdity of it all. What was I supposed to say? Thanks, Uncle Lee. Thanks, big sis. Touched as I was, my hands didn't hesitate. Under everyone's sympathetic gaze, I carried my 2 eggs straight into my private VIP booth. The 3-meter scrap mountain in the corner waited quietly for my attention. I peeled an egg, took a bite, scanned the heap of armored chassis wreckage, twisted gun barrels, snapped tread plates, all hard entrees. Left hand already laid on a broken tread link. Devour. Heat. Countdown. A minute. Ding. High manganese steel tread component. Plus 6.7. I peeled the second egg with my right hand. Left hand already on the next piece. Ding. High strength alloy hub. Plus 9.5. Ding. Military grade drive shaft. Plus 21.8. The system's clean little chime was the sweetest music in my skull. I'd stopped reading the exact numbers. One thought only. Eat. Eat like there's no tomorrow. A thought surfaced midway. 300 kilos of body weight. And I'm not the least bit hungry? A man is iron. Food is steel. Had I literally become an Iron Man, kept alive by eating metal? I shook it off. Body felt fine. No point arguing with my own stomach. Snuck a glance at the panel. Mass points. 437. 400 in half a day. At this rate, I'd break 500 before quitting time, dump it all into mass, and shoot up to 800 kilos, just 200 short of the 1-ton bronze tier line. One more hard afternoon, tomorrow at the latest, and I'd touch the threshold of the second life form. 3 p.m. I'd just finished a fist-thick drive shaft when the engine drone rolled in from outside. A silver-gray military hovercar settled onto the pad. The hatch opened, and a tall, sharp figure stepped out first. Black nano-combat suit, the silver warblade crest. Shin Qingzi. But my eyes only held her for a second before the other person pulled them away. Out the far door came a man I didn't recognize. Early 20s, around 1 m, a bespoke high-end combat suit, handsome face, a perfectly calibrated smile, radiating carefully maintained superiority. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Shin Qingzi, obviously rich, obviously connected. Second floor of the main building. The reception room. Really, just where Shun Honyuan drank tea and read the paper. Sheet metal table, folding chairs, two 50-kilo golden walnuts tossed in a corner. The decor said one thing: rough. Liu Beichen walked in, eyebrow ticking at the sight, then smoothing back into that jade-warm smile. He pulled out the sturdiest-looking folding chair and gestured gracefully for Shun Qingzi to sit. She ignored him, grabbed her own chair, stretched out her long legs, and leaned back. At the head of the table, Shun Honyuan was already skimming foam off his tea with the lid, and his eyes changed the moment he saw the polished young man trailing his daughter in. "Sit," he said flat. "You're Qingxi's teammate?" "Hello, Uncle Shun." A measured half-bow. Liu Beichen, the Liu family, of the capital. Second year at the Military Martial University. Running the Southern Rift trial mission with Qingxi. Qingxi. Shun Hongyuan's grip on the cup tightened. "Awfully familiar there, aren't you?" His daughter frowned too. "The Liu family of the capital?" He set the cup down, fingers drumming the table. "Which Liu family?" "My father is Liu Jinbong, senior researcher at the Federal Research Institute. My elder brother Liu Beiyuan also holds a post there." He said it unhurried, every word polished to carry weight. The standard introduction of a capital scion. "I won't tell you how impressive my family is, but every word out of my mouth is telling you exactly that." Shun Honyuan sneered inwardly. "Research Institute. Tech side. No wonder I've never heard of him." "Talent?" he asked, blunt. Liu Beichen had clearly been waiting for it. "S-class, special type. Heart of primal magnetism." The voice was quiet, but the proud reserve underneath couldn't be hidden. "Currently silver tier, 2 talent sequences developed." He glanced at Shun Qingzi and smiled. "Like Qingzi, sequence comprehension matters, but cultivation progress is the real work. I'm a year older, only 1 tier higher." Polite words. Translation: not polite at all. SS class, so what? My S class still has you beat. Shun Qingzi leaned back, arms crossed, not even bothering to engage. She knew him only as the teammate the instructor assigned and the one from the capital. He'd been low-key at school, so why had his mouth suddenly run loose at her house? Shun Honyuan nodded. "Even. S-class. Not bad." 2 seconds passed without the awe or follow-up questions Liu Beichen expected, and that surprised him. This retired vet running a junkyard has some composure. The rift entrance is high danger. Liu Beichen pivoted, softening his gaze towards Shun Qingzi. "The instructor said a 2-person mission, but honestly, I requested to pair with Qingzi because I was worried about her safety." Now Shun Qingzi spoke. "Requested? That's not what the instructor said." Flat. "Didn't you have a beast hunt of your own? You just came along." His smile froze a beat, then recovered. "I do have a mission. Just a 4th-stage beast, nothing major." He smiled. "And what's a mission next to your safety?" Shun Honyuan set his cup down with a small click. "Slick kid. A 4th-stage beast, nothing major. A silver tier fighting a 4th stage gives it everything, no matter who you are." Talks like he's running to the grocery store. "Just showing off in front of my daughter." "No need." Shun Honyuan cut in. "I've already got Qingxi sorted. The research center's newest heavy combat android. Anything under 3rd stage, it handles fine." Liu Beichen blinked. "A robot? What good gear could a junkyard boss get?" "Probably some low-end civilian guard model to placate his daughter." "Very thorough of you, Uncle Shun," he said, flattery laced with condescension. Though for all the years AI's been developing, in adaptability and battlefield judgment, it still can't match a human. The battlefield changes by the second. If something unexpected comes up, the robot's my concern. Shun Honyuan raised a hand to cut him off, then turned the subject. "More to the point, you came all this way from the capital. You didn't come empty-handed, did you?" A very direct question. Liu Beichen was secretly delighted. Small-town folks, always angling for a freebie. He'd done his homework. Shun Qingzi, into the Military Martial University from Jiang City, ordinary background. Father a retired vet who'd parlayed military connections into a scrap recycling license. He knew everyone of note in the capital's 2nd-generation circles, and Shun Honyuan had drawn blank stares all around. He'd come prepared with a calling card. From his nano-storage ring, he drew a fine alloy case, set it on the table with both hands, and opened it. The moment the lid came up, a thick, heavy wave of energy rolled out and the teacups in the room hummed. In the center lay a thumb-sized crystal, deep purple, energy seeming to drift slowly inside it. A first stage source beast crystal. He leaned on the words source beast. Source beasts and ordinary beasts are worlds apart. Ordinary beasts are earth animals warped by chaotic source energy, thin, muddled power. Source beasts come from the other side of the void rifts, wreathed in dark purple, savage and bloodthirsty. Energy density, nothing the local beasts could touch. Even a first-stage source beast crystal ran over 1 million on the market. This one's metal attribute. Excellent for Qingxi's gung-metal blade bone. He smiled at her. A small token. Shen Qingxi glanced at it, unmoved. Shen Hongyuan's reaction was bigger. Oh, the old man leaned in like he'd spotted treasure. A source beast crystal? This isn't cheap, little Lu. 1 million easy. Liu Beichun winced inwardly at the cost, but the perfectly calibrated shock on Shen Hongyuan's face made it feel worth it. He waved a humble hand. You flatter me, Uncle Shen. Next to Qingxi's future, it's nothing. Shen Hongyuan found it funny. 1 million. 10 years of income for an ordinary Jiang City household. Enough to stun most families. But the bedrock android he'd bought his daughter cost 8. The kid hauling out 1 million yuan trinket to show off suddenly didn't smell so sweet. What was interesting, though, was the kid's eyes. When his daughter didn't react, the first place he looked wasn't at her. It was at the country bumpkin dad, which told Shen Hanyuan everything. The kid's target was never to charm the daughter. It was to use the bumpkin father to crack the door open. Shen Hanyuan had been a player in his youth. This kid's money-throwing game was kindergarten stuff. Still, only a fool turns down a freebie. This is far too precious. Shen Hanyuan shot to his feet, all shock and awe, snapped the case shut, and with lightning speed tucked it into his own pocket. One smooth motion. Liu Beichen. Shen Hanyuan clapped his shoulder, the picture of gratitude. Little Liu, you've got heart. I'll accept this on Qingxi's behalf. Just then his wristcom buzzed. He checked the display, and his expression cooled. You two talk. I'll take this. Passing Liu Beichen, he tossed his daughter a wink that said plainly, gifts pocketed. Now let's see you perform. Shen Qingxi pressed her forehead. Her old man's love of toying with people hadn't changed in decades. With him gone, the weight came off Liu Beichen's chest. The father's been won by the gift offensive. He turned to her, smile warmer. Qingxi, see, your uncle already agreed. This mission, the two of us. I'm going alone. She cut him off. And the crystal, my dad took it, not me. His smile froze. Qingxi, do you know how much a first-stage source beast crystal boosts a metal talent? It'd shave a month off your grind. Don't call me Qingxi. She looked at him like he was an idiot. She hadn't known they were that expensive, but she'd been cultivating since she was 6. She'd burned through dozens of source beast crystals in her life. Liu Beichen choked. What is wrong with these people? Every one of them throws out the playbook. His mind raced, and he switched to retreat as advance. Tell you what, let me look at the robot your uncle got you. If it can really keep you safe, I'll turn right around and go back to school. No argument. Let's see what a junkyard boss can produce that's fit to show. She thought about it and nodded. She'd sparred with Bedrock the day before, knew its strength, and her dad had mentioned its runaway mode, auto-triggered on lethal danger, not to be used unless absolutely necessary. Perfect for scaring this arrogant fool. Come with me. The heavy alloy door of the third basement gravity chamber slid open. When Liu Beichen got a clear look at the dark silver android in the center, his step hitched. Sleek armor lines, precision hydraulic joints, a smooth sensor panel. Everything radiating a cold, military-grade refinement no civilian product had. Federal military work. He was genuinely surprised. His brother at the research center had mentioned a breakthrough in combat androids. He hadn't believed it. A junkyard guy got this. Maybe a decommissioned second-hand unit. He walked up and rapped the chest plate. Dull metallic thud. Come on, Shen Qingxi said, already in stance. Let me see how strong your talent really is. Pride flashed in his eyes. For a hunk of iron, I won't need a talent. He shot forward like a leopard, a fist straight at Bedrock's chest. Thud. Dull metallic clang. The android didn't budge. Liu Beichen's arm went numb instead. What the? How is it this hard? Before he could recover, Bedrock's mechanical arm became a blur, sweeping across. He retreated fast, barely dodging. For 10 minutes the chamber held nothing but dull clangs and sharp wind. Then he was backed into a corner, chest heaving, face ugly. Now he understood why Shen Hongyuan was so unworried. This thing's reaction, strength, defense, near third stage silver. In pure hand-to-hand, he couldn't get an inch. Well, Shin Qingzi asked, arms crossed, watching him with leisure. Strong, all right. He laughed, shaking his head, breath ragged. Uncle Shin's got heart. The smile held, but his eyes had gone dark. Strong, as long as it doesn't use a talent skill. His heart of primal magnetism. First sequence, short-range gravity compression. Second, a primal magnetic field, not fully mastered, but more than enough to scramble a robot's internal circuits. A vicious idea took shape. Crash Bedrock's recognition system, send it into indiscriminate attack mode. A precision instrument like this, core program corrupted, takes at least 5 days back at the factory. By then Qingxi's trial window is long gone. His eyes flicked outside, to the ant-like laborers sorting scrap. And if a runaway killing machine tears into that crowd, a few deaths, and then I step in as the savior, suppress it with everything I've got. Qingxi owes me a debt she can't repay, and I get to show her my strength and my responsibility all at once. 3 birds. He wiped his brow and slipped the warm smile back on. I approve. The robot's qualified. He walked over, reached out, patted its shoulder plate in friendly acknowledgement. And under his palm, a primal magnetic pulse, finer than a hair, seeped soundlessly into the seam of the dark silver armor. He pulled his hand back, casual. The pulse, lighter than a breath, spread silently through Bedrock's shoulder. He turned, smile intact. It's stuffy in here. I'll head up for air. Tell your uncle for me. She didn't even look at him. He bowed slightly and left, steps unhurried, breathing even. Crossing the alloy door, the corner of his mouth lifted. 3 to 5 minutes. The more precise the military AI, the more fragile its base logic chain. I need high ground with a clear view. The second-floor gallery will do. Rescuing a damsel. Timing matters more than strength. Third basement. In the empty chamber, only Shin Qingzi and the silent android remained. She pulled the remote from her space bracelet and aimed it to power Bedrock down. The instant her thumb pressed. Hum. The smooth sensor panel jolted. The steady deep blue band flashed twice and was replaced by glaring crimson. Warning. Warning. Core logic disorder. Unknown command conflict triggered. The synthesized voice shrieked, bouncing off the sealed walls. What's going on? Her face changed. She hit the emergency stop again and again. Nothing. Bedrock's crimson eyes fixed forward, gears grinding inside. Then its head snapped around, the crimson beam sweeping her head to toe. She tensed, silver light flickering between her finger bones, the blade bone primed. Identity confirmed. Authority, highest owner. Logic conflict, attacking owner forbidden. Backup protocol engaged, clear all potential threats around owner. The crimson eyes held on her less than a second, then swung to the heavy alloy door. It ignored her completely. Roar, a low mechanical bellow, the walls humming with it. Bedrock's right arm swung, 2.5 tons plus full hydraulic output, into the special alloy door. Boom. The whole door bulged outward, rivets blasting free into the far wall. Its legs bent, hydraulic feet shattering the floor tile, and it tore off up the ramp toward ground level, the corridor trembling under spiderwebbing cracks. There are people up there. Shin Qingzi was already chasing. Ground level, west side of the sorting yard. Inside my private booth, all was peace. Left hand on a twisted high manganese tread, the familiar heat pouring in. Ding. Plus 6.7. I sighed, content, pulled the panel. Mass points, 548. 100 more and eyed. Boom. An earth-shattering crash from the main building. My hand jerked. I looked up to see the outer wall blow open in a huge hole, brick and twisted rebar spraying everywhere, dust pillaring up. A massive dark silver shape rocketed out of the smoke. Thud. It slammed down onto the open sorting ground, the whole yard lurching, a few pieces sliding off my scrap pile. Everyone froze. The short-haired woman craned her neck. What's going on? Fire drill. The bald giant stopped, peering over. Bedrock's crimson eyes flickered wild. Its hydraulic legs stamped, the huge body springing up, right arm sweeping. A several hundred-pound welded steel sorting table went flying like paper. The bald giant and the workers nearest were knocked flat by the wind off the tumbling table, rolling far. Run? Run! Monster! Murder! The yard erupted. The short-haired woman fell into the scrap, lost a shoe, scrambled out on hands and knees. Scarface Lee's face drained white. Scatter! Everybody scatter, damn it! On the second-floor gallery, Liu Beichen leaned on the rail, looking down at the fleeing workers, counting the seconds. Wait, let the despair ferment a little longer. His eyes swept the screaming figures, and the corner of his mouth curled. Ants. A few deaths won't matter. In the yard, Bedrock's crimson eyes locked onto the densest cluster of heat and life signs. The corner where Scarface Lee and the short-haired woman had backed. Warning. Multiple hostile targets detected. Clearance sequence engaged. Engine roaring. 2.5 tons of steel pitched forward and launched a death charge into the knot of workers. Scarface Lee shoved the woman behind him and stood his ground, legs shaking, not retreating an inch. The crimson eyes bore down, the shadow of death dropping over them. And then, a slim figure tore through the space, appearing in a flash of lightning, planting itself in front of them. Shinchingzi. She didn't look back. Legs bent, weight low, both arms, wrapped in black nano, shuddered. Silver light exploded between the bones. A matte silver-gray long blade cast itself out from her hand bones, lined straight and clean, no ornament, edge thin as a cicada's wing, catching a line of cold light. The Tang saber, cold edge. The instant it emerged, the air itself seemed shaved open. She gripped it two-handed, point leveled at the onrushing steel beast, hair whipping in the gale, body nailed in place like a boulder. The next second would be a world-cracking collision. Right as Bedrock's fist was about to land, it identified her. Highest authority owner confirmed. The alarm screamed inside it. The base indiscriminate attack logic had been corrupted, but the moment its optical radar caught Shinchingzi, the AI force-triggered the top priority avoidance command. The android yanked back the tank-crushing right fist. Its leg joints screamed with breaking friction, trying to stop. But 2.4 tons at a full sprint can't violate physics on command. Off balance, momentum like a landslide, it slammed its broad alloy chest straight into her. She'd foreseen it. Against that mountain of inertia, she could never block straight. Only redirect, perfectly. Both hands clamped on cold edge, the blade laid flat before her, that elegant matte face becoming the most resilient barrier against death. Thud. The dull impact made everyone's heart seize. Even with the attack retracted, the raw mass smashing into the blade erupted with horrifying force, surging up her arms. She grunted, a sweet iron taste rising in her throat, an unnatural flush blooming on her pale face. Her combat suit snapped in the wind. To keep from being torn out of position, the gunmetal blade bone inside her shook violently, a visible high-frequency resonance forcing the saber's structure to hold. She wasn't thrown back, she was driven back, skidding. Stop, right there. She dug both feet in and flipped the saber point down, driving it into the blast-proof concrete. Sparks fountained. With a tooth-grating shriek of metal, the blade plowed a half-foot-deep furrow through the ground for a full 20 meters. 60 kilos of flesh and blood on the blade's redirection, the bone's brute hardness, and the ground's friction finally bled off the last of Bedrock's inertia, pinning it in the open yard, fully off the crowd's line. ZZT, ZZT, force stopped, Bedrock's crimson eyes strobed, spitting garbled electric noise. Warning. Target identity. Highest authority. Action. Terminate. Error. Base logic paradox. Mainboard overload. Unknown lethal threat detected. Final contingency engaged. Codename. Jade Burns. Limiter. Released. Boom. Hydraulic lines blew their relief valves. High-pressure white steam erupting skyward. Dangerous crimson light glowing in every armor seam. The frame stretching 10 centimeters taller as the plating extended. Runaway mode. Shinchingzi's pupils shrank, veins standing on the backs of her gripping hands. Up on the second floor, Liu Beichen didn't panic. He smiled, victorious. The field worked. The junk's fully out of control. Shinchingzi's hurt. Now's my moment to descend like a god and turn the tide. He stepped forward and called out, loud. Chingzi, careful. It's gone berserk, let me. The runaway Bedrock locked onto the shout. Its head snapped around, and it exploded forward, a fist trailing a sonic crack straight at him. Liu Beichen had meant only to look effortless. Caught off guard, he could only throw up an arm to block. Boom. 2.4 tons of pure high-density mass at terminal velocity launched the S-class genius off his feet and into the alloy wall behind him. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. What the hell? How does a junkyard have a machine this terrifying? He scrambled up, slammed 2 precious healing serums down his throat, threw both hands up, and let his S-class talent erupt. A pile of scrap dares show its teeth to an S-class? Kneel. Gravity lock. An invisible, massive gravity field slammed down over bedrock. He was already imagining it crushed flat, already savoring Shun Qingxi's worship. Straight to the kill move, 5-fold gravity. Enough to rupture a normal third-stage fighter's organs and drop them. But bedrock weighed 2.4 tons. 5-fold gravity meant carrying 12 tons. Heavy, sure, except this was military-grade high-strength alloy with a rock-stable base, and it was in runaway mode. Power engine overclocked to 150%. KRRK boom. It paused under half a second, then tore the field that would have flattened a third-stage fighter clean apart with overclocked mechanical force. The crimson eyes locked, emotionless, on the still-posing Liu Beichen. No wind-up. The mechanical arm whipped across with a sonic boom roar, an open-handed slap, straight at him. What? His pupils blew wide, all his careful composure crumbling to terror. He didn't even get a guard up. Crack. The Capital Liu family's eldest young master, the S-class genius, got backhanded across the yard like a burlap sack, blood erupting in midair, his bespoke suit splitting, snapping 2 rusted iron posts before crashing into a heap of scrap like a dead dog. Out cold, life uncertain. 1 hit. Dead silence. The workers who'd just been cheering for the savior stood slack-jawed. Even Shun Qingxi froze. An S-class genius, taken out in 1 slap? The short-haired woman's legs gave. The bald giant's hand shook on the scrap pile. Nobody dared make a sound. Bedrock rescanned, the mechanical red eyes locking again on Scarface Lee's group. 1 bound, and it charged. Bad. Shun Qingxi's redirect had carried her too far. She'd never make it. Scarface Lee looked at the steel beast bearing down, eyes red, and roared at the workers behind him. Run. Then he flared his meager B-class talent. Giant strength, muscles swelling, hoisting a steel beam to shield the short-haired woman. Bedrock backhanded him casually, beam and man flying 5, 6 meters, blood spraying, out cold. The android's stride didn't slow. The crimson gaze fell on the short-haired woman, legs gone to jelly, crawling on the ground. She felt the death stare, looked back, saw the cold red light, and sat down hard, eyes shut in despair. Far off, Shun Qingxi's eyes went wide, the SS-class blade bone erupting again. She threw herself toward the corner, but 30 meters was a chasm. Too late. Everyone present despaired. Who was left to stop a fully runaway steel monster? The shadow of death dropped. 2.4 tons, crimson eyes without feeling, the mechanical fist that flattened tanks driving straight at the ash-faced woman on the ground. Too late. Shun Qingxi tore toward them with everything she had, but 30 meters, in that instant, was an abyss. And in that 1/10,000th of a second, behind the 3-meter scrap mountain on the west side, a figure rose. TCH. What a pain. I spat out the grass stem in my mouth, squinting against the gale. I'd finally found a feng shui treasure spot where I could mooch metal in peace, planned to lie low here till the end of time, and this junk pile had to go and cause a scene. The short-haired woman gave me 2 eggs this morning. Watch her die and do nothing. How do I show my face in this plan again? This one had to be saved. I drove my mind all the way down on the panel. Mass points, 548. All in. Boom. The points zeroed. A torrential current detonated inside me, 10 times more violent than ever before. My true mass screamed upward from under 300 kilos. 400, 600, 844.5. Nearly 850 kilos. My whole body burned. Bone density and muscle strength wrenched through another terrifying compression and rebuild. The robot was at least 2 tons. 300 kilos against 2 tons, and I'm the one getting sent off. I had that much self-awareness. I rolled my ankles, bent my knees, planted a horse stance at the edge of the scrap mountain, and slammed both legs down. The concrete under my feet went crack. a spiderweb tearing out instantly. Nearly 850 kilos of true weight plus solid tungsten steel bone density. I was a ground-skimming solid iron shell, blasting out with a flat sonic whomp. Not blazing fast, but the momentum punched a tunnel straight through the air. At the last possible heartbeat, my thin frame cut in and planted itself square in front of the woman. No time for a stance. Against that world-ending fist, I sucked in one breath, crossed both arms over my chest, gritted my teeth, and took it. Boom. The metallic crash was so absurdly loud the plant's sheet metal roof hummed. A visible ring of white shockwave blasted out from the two of us, hurling every scrap of metal within 10 meters into the air. The workers still on the ground felt their eardrums spike, eyes squeezing shut. They didn't dare look. Nobody dared watch the reckless kid get pulped. But through the churning dust, the expected spray of flesh never came. Instead, a sharp riot of tearing cloth. The smoke thinned. Every eyeball in the yard froze. The thin kid's cheap uniform sleeves had blown to shreds, bearing 2 arms, not thick, but tightly corded. His feet had crushed the blast-proof concrete and plowed 2.5-meter furrows backward. But he was still standing. That seemingly frail body, nailed in place, both arms holding back a mechanical fist bigger than his own head. Holy, an older worker behind a scrap heap rubbed his eyes, forgetting to breathe. That's the osteoporosis invalid. Silence. Everyone dumbstruck. Even Bedrock's AI seemed to short-circuit. Extremely high-density physical obstruction detected. Threat level, assessing. Its overclocked hydraulics roared, the huge body pressing forward, shoving me back, the furrows deepening. Its left arm whipped around, 5 alloy fingers fusing into a blade hand, slicing at my undefended skull with a screaming sonic crack. Crap. If I'm acting, I commit to the whole performance. I felt the wind over my head and made the call in an instant. I jerked my head up, no master's poise on my face, just a twisted, agonized grimace, and let out the most blood-curdling scream I could manage. Arg. I can't control my weight. It's so heavy. My body's tearing apart. The howl, full of despair and madness, was the perfect confirmation of the talent's secondary mutation gone out of control rumor. And before it died, I didn't retreat. I drove my left leg into the ground and surged forward. Riding nearly a ton of monstrous self-weight, I dropped all defense and, on pure animal instinct, slammed a headbutt with zero technique into Bedrock's broad chest armor. Crack, boom. A pig iron-grade skull met high-strength alloy plate rated to take a third-stage beast's full charge, the most primitive, savage physics collision possible. Sparks fountained. Under everyone's horrified eyes, Bedrock's unbreakable chest plate caved in around a shocking dent shaped exactly like my forehead. Warning: chest armor 17% damage. Core energy module shock. The beast's balance broke, its blade hand veering off my skull. It staggered back 3 steps, each one stamping cracks into the ground. And in that staggering instant, a streak of silver finally arrived. Xinqingzi appeared at Bedrock's flank, her eyes full of shock. One thought filled her head. This kid, is he even human? Which one of you is the monster? She didn't hesitate. The blade bone flared, cold edge ringing clear, aimed at the dent my head had punched, ready to drive into the core engine. And just as the point was about to touch armor, an invisible ripple spread through the air, and a calm voice carrying unquestionable authority cracked beside everyone's ear like a god's decree. Seal? Seal? One word. Not loud, and yet the world hit pause. Centered on the runaway Bedrock, the space within 3 meters rippled in deep blue, like water. Then the ripples froze solid. A perfect translucent cube appeared from nothing, locking the 2.5-ton steel beast, its dust and gale and all, inside. A prehistoric insect frozen in amber, more or less. The whole plant went dead quiet. Workers stood mouths open, forgetting to breathe. Xinqingzi, blade in hand, froze too. In midair, a figure stood on nothing, Shun Hanyuan. At the edge of the blown-open wall, in dusty old army trousers and a wash-thin undershirt, half a golden walnut still in his hand. He didn't even glance at the chaos below. He raised his right hand and, lazily, snapped his fingers at the great blue cube of amber. Snap. Clear and pleasant. Inside the cube, At Bedrock's core energy bay, the space itself sheared with an eerie offset, as if an invisible hand had reached into the seam of space and pinched the power lines clean off. The shrieking alarm cut out. The crimson eyes went dark. The blue cube dissolved, and the steel beast, all power gone, crashed to the ground in a cloud of dust. Crisis over. While everyone was still steadying their nerves, lost in the godlike display of power, an off-key groan came from the scrap heap in the corner. Cough, cough, cough. Liu Beichen dragged himself up out of a pile of rusted parts, his costly suit in tatters, smeared with grease and blood, left arm clearly dislocated, an absolute wreck. The first thing he did wasn't check his injuries. It was fix his expression, forcing a defeated but glorious tragedy onto his blood-streaked face. Uncle Shun, he managed, weak and earnest, hand to his chest. I tried to stop the machine, but its power far exceeded my estimate. At least the workers are safe. My injuries are nothing. He glanced reflexively at Shun Qingzi, waiting for her concern. She didn't even look at him. Her gaze hadn't left me from the start, or more precisely, my forehead, and the perfect dent in Bedrock's chest plate, its curve a dead match for my brow. She sheathed cold edge, the silver fading from her bones, and stared at that dent, her eyes churning with disbelief and something harder to name. Curiosity. Pure, fighter's curiosity about power. Liu Beichen kept performing to himself. The nearby workers exchanged looks. Nobody dared speak, because they'd all seen exactly how the S-class genius got up there. Walked over, patted the robot's shoulder, and got one shot. Protect the workers? Brother, when you flew the wrong direction. Nobody dared say it. Shun Hongyuan drifted down from the air, feet touching ground near silently. 1 second the matchless powerhouse whose word was law, and the moment he strode over to the downed android, his lofty composure shattered. I owe my ancestors. He sprawled over Bedrock, inspecting, slapping his thigh. This is the top-spec model. 8 million. You know what 8 million means. This anti-magnetic plating, you scratch it, the repaint alone is 100 grand. Which heaven-cursed bastard pulled this? The whole yard turned to stone. Weren't you a descended god a second ago? One mention of money, and this is what we get? Shin Qingzi pressed her forehead. Dad, don't dad me. He crouched by Bedrock, hissing over the dent. Look at this hole. Who did it? Who punched this for me? He followed the curve of the dent, his gaze passing his daughter, landing on a figure not far off. Me, still frozen in my post head but forward lean, legs plowed deep into the cracked concrete, planted like a nail. The whole crowd's focus snapped to me. Shun Hongyuan stood, the heartache on his face turning fast to wariness. He'd come out a bit late, but from the first thunderous clang, he'd watched a while from the breach. First stage black iron. F-class. Hard blocking a 2.4-ton third-stage machine's full charge, and denting the armor with his head? Half a lifetime of experience said impossible. F-class or S-class, this was not something a first stage could do. Unless the kid was sent by an enemy? His face cooled. He strode at me, voice cold. You're the one who wrecked my robot. As the words landed, a wave of mental pressure released. Not heavy, just enough to drop a true black iron to its knees, to make a silver's heart stutter. For a first stage, that was plenty. Enough to force my real energy signature into the open under the strain. The moment it hit me, the back of my skull buzzed. Not because I couldn't take it, because my instincts caught the killing intent threaded through it. The old man's testing me. If I stand up unfazed, showing a composure that doesn't match a first stage, what's waiting for me isn't praise. I had to act, and act better than before. I didn't waste a thought. I rolled my eyes back and let 850 kilos crash straight backward. Thud. The cracked concrete punched out another crater, dust blasting up. I clutched my head and thrashed on the ground, wailing. It hurts, so heavy, my head splitting. It's crushing me. I can't stop it. Voice cracking, acting cranked to the max. Shin Qingzi's face changed. She stepped fast between us. Dad, it's not him. He saved Big Sis. He saved everyone. Her voice came out more urgent than usual. She didn't notice it herself. The short-haired woman recovered first and threw herself over me as a shield. Boss, it wasn't him. This boy took the hit for me. If not for him, I'd be a meat patty. Scarfacely dragged his half-wrecked body over too, planting himself at my side. Shin Hanyuan paused. He withdrew the pressure, stepped closer, crouched. I was still bawling on the ground, snot and all. Just then Lu Feng came panting up, called boss, and bent to Shun Hongyuan's ear, whispering fast. Secondary mutation, bone density, pig iron grade. File says osteoporosis side effect, but the actual readings are the complete opposite. Talents devouring its own life force, petrifying and overgrowing. Shin Hanyuan frowned hard. He reached out and laid a hand flat on my shoulder. The instant he touched me, his face shifted. The surface still felt like human skin, soft, warm, elastic. But the toughness, the density, wrong. Completely wrong. What his palm pressed wasn't the flesh of an 18-year-old. It was solid tungsten steel. He stood slowly, looking at me whimpering on the ground, shock giving way to a deeply complicated pity. He'd seen cases like this. The military files recorded them. Certain low-tier enhancement talents, under extreme conditions, undergo an irreversible petrification mutation, flesh density spiking, granting terrifying power far above one's tier in the short term, at the cost of slowly losing all elasticity and life, until the body becomes a true statue. Doesn't live past 30. Most don't make 25. Everyone clear out, he said after a silence, waving the workers off, his voice dropping. Whole plant gets the day off. Full pay. He turned back to me, opened his mouth to say something, then just sighed. Such a shame. Bones this hard, growing on a dead man walking. The news of human cannonball Su Ming swept the whole plant inside 30 minutes. Face down on the ground, I let out a quiet breath of relief. Shun Hanyuan walked to Bedrock's wreck, crouched, ran a fingertip along the armor seam at the shoulder, and held there a second or two. His fingerpad caught something, an extremely faint energy residue that didn't belong to this machine. A primal magnetic wave. He rose slowly, brushed off his hands, and sighed like an elder watching a brat misbehave. Young Lu, the battered figure trying to quietly inch away from the scrap heap, went rigid. Shin Hanyuan didn't release any pressure, didn't advance. He just stood and idly snapped his fingers. Lu Beichen's eyes flew wide in terror. The space around his limbs froze instantly. He was pinned in place like a specimen. Shun Hanyuan dragged over a beat-up folding chair, sat down with his legs wide, and lit a cheap cigarette. What's the rush to leave? He said. We've got an account to settle, don't we? The plant was dead quiet, wind hissing over the sheet roof. Shun Hanyuan sat on the busted folding chair, one leg over the other. Not far off, pinned by the invisible spatial seal, Lu Beichen had cold sweat soaking through the back of his ruined suit, face white as paper from the dislocated arm, body unable to move a hair. On the other side of the scrap pit, I wasn't content to lie there anymore. I crept up, poked half my body out over the scrap mountain, kept the petrification aftermath grimace going, and settled in. Best gossip is eaten from the front row. Of course, eating gossip doesn't mean eating stops. I shifted to a comfier angle and laid my left hand discreetly on a tungsten counterweight beside me. Ding. High-purity tungsten counterweight devoured. Plus 4.2. Delicious. Uncle Shun. Lu Beichen forced out a smile worse than crying, trying to break the suffocating silence. This is a misunderstanding. I swear I never touched your robot. The AI's base logic is just garbage. It glitched. I only meant to help stop it, and it caught me by mistake. He raised the dislocated arm, hissing, making the motion obvious. See? I'm a victim too. Earnest words, eyes darting to Shin Qingzi for a scrap of sympathy. I gave him a mental thumbs up. This guy crawls out of a scrap heap and the first thing he does is flip the blame. For sheer face thickness. I might still have him beat. Ding. Alloy drive shaft devoured. Plus 3.6. Shin Hanyuan said nothing, just flicked ash off his cigarette. The silence emboldened Lu Beichen. What are you so high and mighty about? You're a junk collector. He straightened, voice hardening 3 degrees. Uncle Shun, I'll be blunt. No longer the wronged victim, now condescending charity. Your plant's safety setup is hopelessly behind. A military robot goes berserk just like that? If it had hurt someone more important than me today. He tilted his head, joints cracking. My father is Lu Jinbong, senior researcher at the Federal Research Institute. We lose have people in the military. I can let today go, but you owe me an explanation. Medical fees, emotional damages, That's the bare minimum. Otherwise, one call to the capital, and the Liu family has ways to get your plant's operating license reviewed. We'll see if this dump stays open. The reversal had Scarface Lee and the short-haired woman, just catching their breath, shaking with rage. This bastard nearly got people killed, and now he wanted compensation? They clenched their fists, eyes burning, but his name froze their tongues. The capital Liu family. The Federal Research Institute. Those two words landed heavier than Bedrock's punch. Shin Qingxi's eyes went round, veins standing on her saber hand, cold edge humming faintly. What she hated most in this world was exactly this kind of shameless creature who flipped right and wrong and treated lives like grass. Shin Hanyuan flicked his ash, unhurried. Done. 2 words, quiet. But Liu Beichen's mouth shut on reflex. Shin Hanyuan raised his right hand, pinched index and middle fingers, and gave a light twist. Above his fingertips, a faint thread of dark purple energy flickered into being, dancing like a wisp of ghost fire. At the sight of that familiar dark purple, Liu Beichen's face went bone-white. This, Shin Hanyuan said, idle. I pulled out of the seam in Bedrock's shoulder armor. Primal magnetic wave. Very pure. The energy signature of an S-class special talent. Heart of primal magnetism. He cocked his head. Little Liu, want to guess how many people within 500 kilometers of Jiang City have ever used this energy? It was a flat statement that landed like a hammer. But he kept his neck stiff. That's residual energy from when I fought it just now. Defensive backwash, it proves nothing. Shut up. Shin Hanyuan didn't raise his voice. I was standing right there when you patted Bedrock's shoulder. You think I didn't notice? Shin Qingxi couldn't hold back. The saber point swung up, leveling at his brow. You stood on that second floor how long? You know exactly. Each word clipped. When Bedrock charged out, you stood at the rail and watched. You waited for it to run wild into the crowd, waited for casualties, so you could leap out and play savior. Your little hero saves the damsel script is disgusting. The yard erupted. Every worker's gaze turned from fury to pure contempt, nailing into him. His mask torn off in public, Liu Beichen's handsome face twisted past the point of saving. S-class pride drove him to the stupidest possible choice. So what if I did? He roared, voice shrieking. A few bottom feeders' lives, plus your heap of scrap, a fair trade for one chance at a heroic rescue. It'd be an honor for you peasants. Shin Hanyuan, lay one finger on me, and the Liu family will make sure you can't survive in this city. My brother's at the Institute. My father holds approval authority over 3 military tech projects' core technology. You, a junk collector. Shin Hongyuan's eyes turned to ice. He was retired now. Back in the day, a brat who played with lives like this, he crippled them one for one. A terrifying killing intent descended over the whole plant, solid as a wall. He didn't even stand, just pressed a hand into empty air. Crack. The spatial seal contracted. Liu Beichen's words cut off as an invisible giant hand pressed him down from above. Both knees slammed the concrete, the kneecaps splintering audibly. F. The scream rang through the yard. Shin Hanyuan stood, ground out his cigarette, pulled out his phone and dialed. Connected in a second. Old Joe. It's me. Tone like idle small talk. Look into the capital Liu family for me, Liu Zhenbong. No rush, just get it to me when it's done. He hung up. Only then did he look, with distaste, at the figure convulsing on the ground from pain and fear. Dirtying my hands on a junior like this. Bedrock's purchase price is 8 million. I'll round it. He flicked the cigarette away and rose. Factory repair, lost production, 2 million. My daughter was sickened by your little show, 200,000 for that. The family here got the fright of their lives, another 200,000. 12 million total. Not a cent less. He waved Liu Feng over. Lock him in the 5th basement isolation room. He gets out when the money lands. If he can't pay, he can rot down there the rest of his life. Yes, boss. Liu Feng had hated the kid on sight. He grabbed Liu Beichen by the hair one-handed, hauled him up like a chick, and dragged him toward the main building like a dead dog. As for the capital Liu family, Shin Hanyuan didn't give it a thought. Tiger, dragon, whatever you are, in Jiang City, you lie down flat. Dragged past my scrap heap, Liu Beichen's eyes met mine for a brief second, full of venom. A look that said I'll remember you. I felt a flash of grievance. What are you glaring at me for? None of this is my business. Done with all that. Shun Hongyuan's gaze swept the wrecked yard, and crossing the scrap mountain, landed right on me, crouched on the iron pile. The boy who'd been moaning at death's door a minute ago was now propped on one hand, chin in palm, watching the direction Liu Beichen had been dragged off with an unmistakably that was a good show look. Not a trace of dying statue tragedy. Pure rubbernecker who wanted a sequel. Our eyes met. The air went quiet. I clearly realized I'd been made. My mouth started twitching, brow furrowing, working up the grimace. Ow wow. Shun Hanyuan. Am I dealing with a seasoned stage veteran here? Ow wow, my head. It's splitting, my body's tearing apart. Stop. Shin Hanyuan cut me off, face dark. Can you make it at least a little convincing? The grimace stuck on my face, caught halfway. So awkward. Busted. I slid down off the scrap heap and dusted off my backside. He shot me a sour look and turned to the still-dazed workers. Nobody breathes a word of today. Everyone gets the rest of the day off. You've all had a scare, so this month, everyone's pay doubles. Now clean up and go home. A beat of silence, then the yard exploded. Boss is the man. Boss Shin's incredible. Scarface Lee, 2 ribs broken, hauled himself upright on the stretcher to throw a thumbs up. The short-haired woman cheered through tears. A pack of dust-caked laborers stampeded for the exit, terrified he'd change his mind. Under a minute, the huge yard was empty. Just Shun Hanyuan, Shin Qingzi, and me. Shin Qingzi, sheathed cold edge, the last silver fading from her bones. No haughtiness, no SS genius airs. The Military Martial University's top student brought her feet together, straightened her spine, and bowed to me, deeply, formally. Thank you for before. If you hadn't hard-blocked that, a lot of people would have died today. She looked up, eyes bright. I'm Shin Qingzi. And she put out her right hand. Shin Qingzi was famously cold at the Military Martial University, not my kind of fake cold, the real thing. Toward anyone, anything outside her blade and her cultivation, her attitude was 3 words: don't need it. The people she'd offer a hand to, you could count on one palm. Up close, her features carried a faint down in the sunlight, the years of martial training lending a sharp, bright edge, and right now, for once, a little of the youth and softness of a girl her age slipped through. I cleared my throat, scrubbed my hands hard on my faded uniform trousers, and reached out, touching her fingertips lightly, gracefully, then withdrawing. Sense of propriety dialed in. The cold, aloof honor student persona, right on schedule. Don't mention it. I tilted my chin slightly, eyes calm with just the right composure. Any man with real strength would have done the same. How could I stand by and watch a coworker die in front of me? That'd violate my Tao heart. Her hand hung in the air, fingertips still holding the trace of that brief contact. Strange. While her father and Liu Feng talked, she'd caught the gist of my story. F-class, some terminal petrification mutation, not long to live. Yet facing a fate that could kill him at any moment, facing a steel beast that flattened tanks, he'd thrown his life in the gap, and saying any man with real strength, not a shred of a dying man's grief in his voice. She lowered her eyes, closed the hand that had shaken mine, knuckles tightening slightly. Shin Hanyuan strode over, face unfriendly. Cut the posing, kid. He raised a finger and tapped my forehead. The military's highest-grade hydraulic blast-proof body, and you had but a 17% combat loss into it. You're a carbon-based human. Where's that kind of kinetic energy coming from? Explain. The old man's not easy to fool. I scratched my head, stammering. That, maybe I evolved again? Evolved? Maybe. Why, yeah. I delivered the nonsense with a straight face. I feel like I got several times heavier, and my bones keep getting harder. I just get hungry a lot. And now when I see high-density metal, I feel a kind of fondness. Hint. Furious hinting. I want to eat metal. His eyebrow rose. He plainly didn't buy the absurd line. And then, with no warning, he brought his right hand down in a knife-edge chop, a shriek of torn air, straight onto my left collarbone. The strike was too fast to track, hard enough to split C-class alloy plate barehanded. Clang. The collision rang like a great bell through the open plant. A massive force slammed my shoulder. I staggered 2 steps back. Didn't hurt, just left me a little numb. Shin Hanyuan stood frozen, eyes locked on my collarbone. Not even a white mark. The edge of his own palm tingled. Freak. This is a pure freak. Now he believed it. Not talent camouflage, not external buff. The kid's body density had simply hit this monstrous level. Confirmed I wasn't an enemy's assassin, he let the questioning drop. In a high martial world, everyone has secrets, and the talent system was less than 200 years old. Too many things it couldn't explain. He just looked at the boy harder than superalloy, thought of him possibly crushed to death by his own weight before long, and felt a pang. Bones this hard, and it's a countdown. He sighed, reached into empty air, and pulled out a syringe glowing faint green, tossing it to me. The barrel bore the Southern Military Region's red serial number. Military-grade high-tier life nutrient solution, he said, flat. For improving constitution. No telling if it helps you. Try it. I pocketed it backhanded. Thanks, boss. You saved everyone. That's a service. He clasped his hands behind his back. Name your reward. A reward too? My eyes lit. Free is free. Who turns down free? If the boss is offering, I open my mouth wide. My gaze drifted sideways. Shin Qingxi stood 3 meters off, looking right back at me. Our eyes met. She blinked. The sun fell through a gap in the sheet roof onto her shoulder, the silver crest on her suit flashing. Long lashes, I noticed. She shifted, a little uncomfortable under my look, big eyes blinking back at me. She hadn't looked closely before. Now she noticed that for all his leanness, the boy had unusually deep-set features, a sickly handsome kind of striking. Miss Shun, the way you swung that blade just now, prettier than the war goddess in the federal recruitment films. I said it earnest, eyes clear. To stand and fight beside you was my great honor. The sudden, head-on compliment turned the cultivation-obsessed Shin Qingxi scarlet. She shot me a flustered look, ear tips burning. But I pivoted. A gift from an elder mustn't be refused. To decline would be disrespectful. Hey. Shin Hong Yuan's old face dropped. This kid's flirting with my daughter to my face, and now he's using my own offer as a ramp? He stepped fast into my line of sight, blocking it cold. Talk all you want, but keep your eyeballs where they belong. I take you on as an employee and you want to be my son-in-law? Dream on. I didn't fluster, met his eyes, neither cringing nor cowed. Boss, I've decided. What I want is Miss Shun. Shin Qingxi's mind went blank. Heat climbed from her ears down her neck. How could he say something so brazen in front of my dad? We met today. She stepped back on instinct, heart in disarray, and snuck a glance at her father's profile. His face had gone black as a storm, temple veins jumping, fist cracking. Just as the father-daughter blood pressure hit critical and he was about to swing, I let the back half of the sentence out, unhurried. S-robot. That one. I pointed at the powered-down steel beast on the ground. Can I have it? A breeze rolled a plastic bag awkwardly between the three of us. Shin Qingxi's held breath jammed in her throat. She nearly passed out. Her expression went from flushed to furious to I want to draw my blade in 0.3 of a second. She rolled her eyes at me and turned on her heel. Shin Hong Yuan's fist hardened too. He ground his back teeth. You like the dramatic pause, do you? I blinked, innocent. Huh? What? I just feel like this robot, and I have a connection. First fight, want a keepsake. He really wanted to deck me. 8 million. The kid opened his mouth and asked for 8 million. He was about to refuse when his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, glanced, and his face changed. On the screen, a bolded red war readiness alert wiped the last of the teasing off Shin Hong Yuan's face. A pinned message from the Southern Military Region Readiness Group. Grade A warning. Southern Rift entrance anomaly. Source Rift expansion rate up 3.7% from last month. Border garrison forces have entered second-level readiness. Retired, but his military registry was still active, and he'd never left the group. Every percentage point of Rift expansion meant the number and strength of source beasts seeping through both jumped. Source beasts especially, more terrifying, more uncanny than ordinary beasts. He looked instinctively at where his daughter had stormed off. Her trial mission was at the Southern Rift entrance. Bedrock was supposed to be her bodyguard, and that Lou bastard had wrecked it. His teeth itched. He wanted to go down to the 5th basement and kick Lou Bachin twice more. He put the phone away and looked at me, still standing there with an innocent face. His mind turned 3 full circles. A wildly bold idea surfaced. I felt my skin crawl under the stare. That looks not right. He's not thinking of slicing me up for study, is he? You heard that just now, Shin Hong Yuan said, hands behind his back, tone suddenly all business. Bedrock. 8 million. A Federal Research Center limited edition, fewer than 20 in the country. You think the little stunt you pulled today is worth 8 million? I knew full well it wasn't worth 800,000, let alone 8 million. I never actually wanted the robot. I wanted the price anchor nailed at this absurd height, so I could negotiate down. Even trading it for the right to sort in the heavy load zone would be a massive win. I was working out how to gracefully drop my ask. He spoke first. I could give it to you. Sure. I blinked, the prepared speech jamming in my throat. Huh. On one condition. He fixed me with a look, slow but every word carrying non-negotiable weight. Day after tomorrow, my daughter goes to the Southern Rift entrance for a trial mission. Bedrock was meant to guard her. It's wrecked. You go with her. Keep her safe. The Rift entrance. I'd only seen it in textbooks. Ordinary people call it the Abyss. Old Guard Awakeners insist on Source Rift. Name didn't matter. What mattered was that every Abyss entrance is a gray meat grinder where beasts and source beasts dance together. A black iron tier, going to a place like that. But then again, the college combat trial tests combat experience. No amount of chewing scrap at the plant fixes my lack of real fighting. A trip to the Abyss might patch the gap. And I was deeply curious. If I killed a beast, could the system devour it? Would it be more efficient than gnawing scrap? As for Shin Qingxi's long, straight SS-class legs, absolutely not the point. I, Su Ming, a grown man, would never be led by mere beauty. I merely wished to make a close, comprehensive, academic observation of a high-tier war goddess's force generation technique in real Abyss combat. Purely for the martial path. I wiped a traitorous bit of drool from the corner of my mouth. Boss Shun, it's not that I don't want to go. But you've seen my body. Hard, sure. But honestly, I don't even know how long I've got. I glanced around and dropped my voice like I was confessing something embarrassing. And I wasn't lying. I really do feel a kind of fondness for heavy metals. His eyebrow ticked. I gritted my teeth like I was making a big decision. Give me one day. Let me stay at the plant one more day. I'm confident I can break through to bronze tier. Then I'll have a much better shot in the Abyss. He nearly laughed out loud. One day to bronze. Black iron to bronze in a year is genius pace. But he remembered the feel of that shoulder under his palm, solid tungsten density, and Lu Feng's report, bone density already pig iron grade and still climbing. A mutation rate like that couldn't be judged by common sense. One day, I held up a finger. And one small request. Speak. Tomorrow I'd like to be in the heavy load zone outside the sorting area. Working. There it is. Shen Hongyuan sneered inwardly. All that runaround. And this is what the kid actually wanted. The heavy load zone was piled with scrapped armor plate, mech wreckage, military-grade alloy, any single-piece tins or hundreds of kilos of high-purity metal. If the kid's secondary mutation really did need high-density metal to stay alive, the heavy load zone was his life-sustaining pharmacy. The two of us stared at each other 3 seconds. An old fox and a young fox, each knowing exactly what the other was scheming. Shen Hanyuan blinked first. Qingxi's talent is all offense. I do need a shield hard enough, freakish enough, to protect her. Gamble on it. Done. He nodded. One day, tomorrow, the plant's outer grounds, heavy load zone included. Come and go as you please. He watched my eyes light up. And the robot's yours too. Then he added, if you do well on this mission, when you're back I'll let you into the Dark Vault and pick anything you want. Dark Vault? What's that? Come back alive and you'll find out. A mysterious smile, no further explanation. Departure the day after tomorrow, 3-day mission, back just in time for the college exam. I stuck out my hand. Deal. He shook it, that same feeling. Normal skin on top, hair-raising ultra-density underneath. He let go, beckoned at the downed bedrock, and the 2.5-ton beast floated up to hover in the air. How are you carrying it? I walked over and wrapped both arms around its waist. Hips and stance fused and heaved. In Shun Hongyuan's suddenly contracting pupils, the 2.4-ton robot came up off the air in my arms. Steps a little wobbly, but I lifted it, no question. Not that heavy, really. I grunted, face red, still stubborn. Shun Hongyuan. Absolute freak. Sent 8 million out the door today, what's 1 more million? He fished a dark silver bracelet from the air and tossed it over. 10 cubic meter space bracelet. Military issue. Just press it to your eye and log a biometric iris scan. For a top-tier space awakener. Opening an independent storage space was a flick of the wrist. I was grinning ear to ear. Thank God military gear's advanced and not some blood-binding nonsense. With my body, I'd have a hard time bleeding. I pressed it to my eye, finished the scan, swept bedrock into the bracelet, and felt like I'd hit the peak of life. Watching me stuff 8 million into a bracelet, Shun Hanyuan felt his heart bleed. 9 million. Gone in one day. I slipped the bracelet on, flashed him a sincere smile. Thanks, boss. I'll be in first thing tomorrow. And bolted, before the old man could change his mind. Out of the plant, I hummed a tuneless little song and headed for the city edge market, light on my feet. Today called for a treat. The Speedy Legs fried rice stall had its usual line. The shirtless big guy was tossing the wok, sweat flying off with the wok breath. A few minutes, and it was my turn. Little brother, back again. Speedy Legs recognized me instantly. Usual. Add egg. Add ham. Add an extra meat. Good mood today. He kept tossing while we chatted. College exams soon, right? Yeah. After you kids test, I'll probably pack the stall in. He ladled the rice into a box, drizzled on house chili sauce. My sister's testing this year too. After, I'm taking her to the capital. Been saving her tuition out here 2 years. I took the box, ate a couple quiet bites. The rice tasted especially good today. Big bro, what tears your sister's talent? He wiped his sweat and gave a mysterious, proud grin. S-class, support type. S-class support? I nearly choked my mouth full of rice across the street. I thumped my chest, eyes wide. Brother, you've got an S-class family member. The city subsidy alone could buy you a villa, and you're out here flipping rice? An S-class is rare across the whole Federation, a treasure every power coddles. His sister being S-class while he ran a street stall was about like a tech mogul's brother selling phone screen protectors under an overpass. Absurd. Force of habit. He banged the wok down on the stove. Liked working since I was a kid, can't sit still. She's in class. I'm out here with the stall. Keeps me busy. I chewed quietly. The man's attitude was, frankly, ahead of its time. I asked casual, what talent? And regretted it instantly. Asking someone's specific talent is roughly like asking their bank PIN, a social minefield. But he didn't mind. He grinned, leaned in, dropped his voice like it was a great secret. Something to do with luck. My chewing stopped. Luck related? A face flashed in my head. Lu Ruyan. Her talent brushed up against luck too. But Lu Ruyan was only A-class. And this man's sister was S-class. I took a slow breath. Luck-type talents are the most mysterious, the hardest to handle. Anything tied to the word fate is, in the Federation's known sequences, a hair-raising thing. I shoved the last bite in and asked, muffled, what's her name, big bro? Lin Warner. His pride saying it outshone even his pride in the talent. I filed the name away quietly, scanned my payment, and stood, brushing off my pants. Heading out, big bro. Take care. I'll buy you fried rice in the capital sometime. He waved with the wok, the smell of fire and food trailing far. I turned for home. Real business tonight. Back in the rented room, door bolted. I sat cross-legged on the pad and pulled the panel. True mass, 844.5 kilograms. Mass points, 32.7. Ascension progress, 84.45%. 155.5 kilos to bronze. I glanced at the space bracelet. Inside it, quiet, sat an 8 million yuan bedrock combat android. Net weight, 2.4 tons. High-density military alloy, top-shelf goods. Converted to mass points. I swallowed. Honestly, I'd already decided the moment I stuffed it in there. Keepsake, factory repair, resale, forget it. I'm no collector. This thing was for leveling up. A thought, and the wreck floated out. Boom. 2.5 tons hit the concrete, the whole room shuddering 3 times. The downstairs neighbors are going to start cursing again. I walked over, pressed my left palm to the cold chest plate, right where my head had punched the dent. Devour. The black hole pulled blew open. This felt nothing like before. Scrap screws and alloy bits devoured like crackers. Crisp, no substance. Bedrock was like biting into a whole steak. Thick, dense, deeply satisfying. The dark silver armor crumbled outward from my palm at visible speed, not weathering to dust, no grinding shriek, more like a silent collapse. The high-density alloy skeleton went first, structure losing support. The hydraulics fell in after, the core module, the chips, every rivet and weld, peeled, compressed, surging into my palm, layer by layer, helpless before the microscopic black hole. A minute later, the floor in front of me was empty. No debris, no residue, not a speck of dust. Ding. High-density alloy Android rec devoured. Mass points, plus 2400. I stared at the number jumping on the panel, heart slamming my ribs. 2400. This haul went straight to Grandma's house. Boss Shun, sorry. You're 8 million. I won't waste a bit of it. Balance, 2432.7. 155.5 to bronze. No hesitation. Add points. Ascend to second stage first. 155.5 poured in. True mass broke 1,000 kilos. Balance still 2277. I'd hold the rest, not blow the whole fortune in one shot. Ascension progress, 100%. Conditions met for second stage bronze ascension. Ascend now? Yes. The change came harder than I'd braced for. A scalding current detonated from deep in the marrow. The body that had been like a block of high-density pig iron was now thrown in a furnace. The bones roared, density leaping a full order in a single breath. Muscle fiber tore, realigned, rewove, every cell under my skin overwritten by force. Senses sharpened, dust motes in the air countable, the old lady next door muttering audible through the wall. Crack. The concrete floor groaned, cracks spidering from under my feet. Ascension complete. Realm, second stage, bronze. True mass, 1,000 kilograms. Mass points, 2277. The word bronze on the panel glowed with a faint metallic sheen. I made a fist. I was now a human being weighing a full ton. An SSS talent, second stage bronze awakener. Still the lean kid's frame, still 1.85 meters, but my density had broken 13,000 kilograms per cubic meter, nearly twice steel. And then I saw the life form line. Still, first life form, carbon-based mortal body. System. Get out here. Is this a bug? I hit second stage bronze. Why am I still first form? System prompt. Life form classification is based on the universe's source laws, unrelated to this world's awakener tier system. Second life form activation condition. True mass reaches 100 tons. 100 tons. I was at 1 ton. 99 to go. At 1% compounding daily, devouring nothing, never mind. Not calculating that. Calculating it would ruin my mood. 3 days ago, I was 70-some kilos. 70-some kilos to a ton took 3 days. If 100 tons looked astronomical to the me of 2 days back, then standing here at 1 ton looking up, it didn't seem so impossibly far. The road is long, but walk it and you'll arrive. The mass is heavy, but devour it and you'll reach. I fed myself the pep talk and felt marginally better. System shop now open. With a mechanical chime, 3 skill icons gleaming with cold metallic light lined up before me. I tapped in. The interface was stark. 3 icons in a row, no flashy effects, no limited time discount pop-ups, not even a first purchase, new user coupon. Cold, merciless, refuses to haggle. Under each, in bright letters, exchange price, 2,000 mass points. First icon, mass dominion, total command over your own mass and density laws. Every exertion produces kinetic energy at 1.5 times your true mass, with a 30% chance to trigger full true damage. Second, mass containment. Perfectly suppress your true weight to a normal person's level. This state only alters external terrain feedback and weight perception. It does not affect any kinetic conversion or burst. Third, the explosive one. Mass engine. Instantaneous compression and release of muscle fiber, converting massive weight into extreme directional thrust. Peak from the first step, full speed the instant it fires. System, are your prices a little out of touch with the masses? My mouth twitched hard. I looked at my pitiful balance and my heart sank. 2,000 each, 3 is 6,000. I'll be saving until the cows come home. I'm a grown man. I don't want to take a multiple choice test. Mass points, 2277. Pick one, 277 left. This dog system is doing it on purpose. Make me filthy rich overnight, then roll out 3 sky-priced goods to harvest me clean. Not coincidence. Calculated. I looked down at the spider-webbed concrete. Mass containment was a must-buy. I was a walking demolition order. Everywhere I stepped, I shattered. Don't buy it. and a stroll through a mall is a few thousand yuan a footstep. Before I even sit the exam, I'd be selling the rest of my life to the property office as a security guard. But that left a choice between Dominion and Engine. I stared at Mass Dominion, eyes brightening. I was hard, but my offense was one-dimensional. A 1.5 times kinetic bonus. A basic jab becomes an ultimate. Every punch a fully loaded SUV at full speed. Plus 30% true damage on trigger. Too good. And Mass Engine made my eyes go feral. A man can be unhandsome, but he must not be slow. And scarier than fast. A several-ton iron lump with an ejection booster strapped on. A heavy tank running supercar speeds. The heavier I am, the faster I go. It read like a fight with the physics textbook. Fine by me. Newton can spin in his grave. Not my problem. I dug out paper and pen, tore 3 strips, wrote stronger, better, faster, balled them up, weighed them in my palm. 3 directions, each a wholly different style. Dominion, overwhelm skill with force. Containment, play the pig to eat the tiger. Engine, catch them off guard, win by speed. For the rift entrance, which did I need? I shut my eyes, tossed the balls overhead, reached to grab, and my feet drove down on reflex. Boom. Half the floor caved. I dropped into the gap, everything below the waist hanging, nearly punching through the downstairs ceiling. 2 of the paper balls blew away on the shockwave. 1 spun lazily down and landed on my face. Wedged in the crack, head tipped back, I made out the single word on it. I bought mass containment first regardless, non-negotiable, or I couldn't function. Then, with what was left, I bought the one the paper had picked for me. No point fighting fate twice in one night. The paper ball lay quietly on my face. I peeled it off and stared at the single word for 5 full seconds. Faster. Mass Engine. My brain locked up for 3 solid seconds. I'd pictured every other outcome. Draw Mass Dominion, great. 1.5 times kinetic, 30% true damage. Walk into the rift tomorrow and backhand a source beast across the skull. No defense matters. 1 punch, and it's pulp. Zhao Qua's an S-class nothing. I'd vanish his health bar on the arena. Draw mass containment, also fine. Disguise a ton of weight as a $120. Tag along behind Xinqingzi as a harmless little sidekick. Then crack the earth at the critical moment and save the damsel. I had the script written. But no. Mass Engine. A pure burst sprint skill. I wasn't signing up for the Olympic 100 meters. I jammed the paper ball into the floor crack. I knew I shouldn't have trusted superstition. Annoyed as I was, I gripped the edges of the gap to haul myself out and heaved. Crack. The gap split another 2 inches. I sank further down. Great. Wonderful. I froze in place. Downstairs, the old lady had already started her first round of cursing. It took me 3 full minutes to pull myself out like a stubborn radish, crushing 2 more floorboards in the process. 3 more rounds of cursing, none of which I heard. Pop out at last, pants and all. I looked down at the ruined paper ball with faster on it, silent 2 seconds. Forget it. Balance 2277.2. Enough for 1. Poor men don't get a second draw. I griped, but my brain was already turning. Mass Engine. Peak from the first step, full speed the instant it fires. Turn it around. Force equals mass times acceleration. Mass a ton, acceleration maxed. The impact off that first step. I froze. Today, a ton, and I'm a cannonball. 10 tons. 100? The bigger the mass, the more violent the engine. This wasn't a tractor with a rocket strapped on. This was an ejector bolted to a meteor that keeps growing. The ejector doesn't change, but the meteor gets bigger, the energy more terrifying. I clenched my fist and a slow grin pulled at my mouth. Fine. Not optimal, but not a loss. I'm a bullet. Just a small caliber for now. I opened the shop, locked onto the Mass Engine icon. It felt less like redeeming a divine skill and more like signing my body away. A warrior cutting off his own arm. I pressed redeem. Spend 2,000 mass points to redeem the sequence. Mass Engine? Yes. The number plummeted. 2277 to 277. 2,000 points, gone. My chest seized. 2,000 mass points, 1 per kilo, a full 2 tons, 2 days of gnawing scrap, and the 8 million bedrock, evaporated in one breath. It stung worse than the old lady punching a broom handle through the ceiling. Then a cold flood of information crashed into my brain. Not text, not images, a complete force generation pathway carved straight, into muscle memory. Every fiber compressing to its limit in 1/100th of a second, every joint locking at a precise angle, force routing from sole to hip to spine to shoulder and out the contact point, start to finish under one breath. Not acceleration, detonation. A combustion engine firing, compress, ignite, do work, all in one. The body is the cylinder, mass is the fuel. The heavier I am, the bigger the blast. The annoyance drained out of my eyes. I clenched and released my fist, muscles tightening and letting go on their own. It was like an engine had been crammed into me, idling, waiting, one thought, and it fires. Worth it, I forced out through my teeth. Broke or not, the ceiling on this skill was far higher than I'd thought. I dug the green vial out of my pocket, the Southern Military Region cereal on the barrel. Military-grade high-tier life nutrient, the one Shin Hanyuan gave me. I'd meant to save it for an emergency, but I'd just hit bronze, my foundation was unsteady, the cells hadn't adapted to the new density. The rift was the day after tomorrow. No time to grind it out slow. I popped the stopper and drained it. The moment it hit my throat, I knew I'd underestimated it. Not a nutrient solution. Lava. A scalding current detonated down my esophagus and spread through my veins. Bones cracking, joints cracking, even my teeth chattering. I curved into a shrimp, veins bulging across my forehead like little snakes squirming under the skin. My marrow boiled. Threads of impurity blacker than ink were forced out of the depths of my bones and incinerated by the violent medicine. Cells shattered and were rewrapped in pure energy. Gray-black sludge wept from the surface of my skin. 18 years of a carbon-based mortal body's metabolic waste peeled away by force. It went on nearly 10 minutes. I lay there covered in gray-black filth like I'd crawled out of a sewer, jaw clamped, not making a sound. The pain ebbed. I stood, still a ton, but where before I'd been carrying a ton as I walked, now I was driving it. The difference between hauling an anvil over mountains and sitting in the cockpit. I went to the bathroom, ran the tap, washed off the gray-black crust, looked up at the cracked mirror over the sink. Stranger, for a second, my skin had changed. The pale, tragedy-filtered face from years of malnutrition now carried an even, healthy tone, tough and glossy. The jawline sharper. Same features, completely different bearing. Before, a curio on a shelf waiting to be appraised. Now, a blade that's been given its edge. The eyes had changed too. The old coldness was a performance I had to maintain. This coldness grew from inside. Deep, bright, with a sharpness I couldn't quite name, like it saw through everything and couldn't be bothered to say so. I stared 3 seconds. Whoa. Tilted left 30 degrees. Handsome. Right 30. Still handsome. For the first time I felt a crisis about my own face. Not that it wasn't handsome enough. Too handsome. The get photographed on the street kind. The old cold genius persona was a good but pale face. Now the first reaction was probably going to be this guy's so good-looking it should be illegal. I killed the tap and made a fist. No sound below. Floor intact. I could feel the precise position of every muscle, every joint, like I'd been handed the controls to a precision instrument that weighed a ton, but that I could actually drive. Walking would still leave prints in the floor, but at least I wouldn't punch a hole through it. Probably. I came out and looked at the wreck of the rented room. Cracked floor, no bed, a chunk of plaster dangling from the ceiling corner. The place looked like a demolition crew had visited. I laid the pad in the bathroom doorway, sat cross-legged. 277.2 to my name. Add tomorrow's all-day feast in the heavy load zone. Add the daily 1% compounding. By the time we left for the rift, what would my true mass be? I ran the rough math and my mouth curled. Enough. Enough to be a fit shield for Shinchinzi. I lay down, and the floor under the pad let out a horrifying creak. I froze instantly, dropped my movements to the absolute minimum, held an awkward pose, terrified that one twitch would bring the old lady climbing up through the ceiling in her pajamas to settle accounts. And like that, I slowly drifted off. 5:17 a.m., barely light. The alarm hadn't gone off. My eyes were already open. Second stage bronze. 3 hours, fully restored. I got up, put on the only jacket that wasn't shredded, pushed the door open. The cold morning air poured in, carrying the grassy reek and dewy damp of Jiang City's outskirts. I headed for the wasteland beyond the city. A concrete step cracked under my foot, leaving a print. The troubles of the strong are humble like that. Before, I feared being stepped on. Now I feared stepping the road out from under everyone else. From the rented room to true no man's land was barely 3 kilometers. I walked it like the Long March. Every step I tested with my toe first, then eased a ton of weight down, terrified of leaving some supernatural footprint on a city road and making the next day's headlines. Only when the last building dropped below the horizon and the pavement gave way to rutted dirt did I let out a long breath. The place I'd chosen was an abandoned quarry outside Jiang City. Not a soul for kilometers. The ground all hard slabs of leftover rock, perfect for what I needed to test. I found a flat patch, pulled the panel, and felt the unprecedented power in me. A ton of true mass kept my muscles and bones in a state of high-pressure tension, like a cylinder packed with high-grade fuel. And the mass engine I'd redeemed was the ignition. I was a human cannon waiting to misfire. I rolled my neck, gaze passing over the rubble heaps, locking onto a lone giant block of granite about a kilometer dead ahead, 5 stories tall, gray, standing there like half a city wall. You'll do. Just as I went to find the feel of it, in the shadows at the quarry's edge, several pairs of eyes glowing faint green lit up. Drool dripped off sharp fangs. A few first-stage mutant wild dogs, denate up here, had caught a stranger's scent and were closing silently from 3 directions, marking the lean, tasty-looking kid for breakfast. My whole mind was on my thigh muscles. A strange feeling. I could see how every fiber arranged itself, how it would contract. No run-up, no wind-up. Just a thought. Ignite. No earth-shaking roar, just a flat, quiet word in my head. Boom. The hard rock under my feet sank half a meter with zero give. A perfect circular crater appeared from nothing, shattered stones spraying outward in a ring at bullet speed. The mutant dogs, fangs just bared to pounce, got flayed bloody by the sudden shrapnel before they could even yelp, collapsing to the ground shivering, utterly broken. That was only the start. Peek from the first step. My body vanished from where I'd stood, a visible ring of ghost-white sonic boom cloud detonating in place, a wave of force sweeping out and flinging the downed dogs like burlap sacks dozens of meters off. And in that 100th of a second, my vision smeared completely. The whole world stretched into long, fast-flowing bands of color, no telling sky from ground. The speed, my eyes are a kaleidoscope. My brain blanked, one thought spamming. Too fast for my nerves to keep up. No chance to process the flood of information the acceleration dumped on me. The shriek of the sonic boom only arrived after the fact, cracking back and forth over the quarry, gravel raining down. The air, scoured by a ton at speed, gave off the acrid stink of burning. I couldn't even feel my own limbs. I'd been loaded into a cannon barrel and fired. A human, pitch black, solid cannonball. Target, dead ahead, 1 kilometer, the 5-story granite. Stop! Stop! How do I stop? I screamed inside, and my body wouldn't listen. This cursed mass engine came with no brakes. In the under a second my brain stayed offline, the giant block ballooned in my view. Done for. Going to hit. Boom. A thunderclap split the quarry, echo layered on echo. The granite, rated to take 100 tons of pressure, was absurdly brittle in front of me. No pause. Straight through. I punched into the lower middle of the block and out the far side, leaving a 2-meter circular hole with edges smooth as a mirror. The terrifying kinetic energy still wasn't spent. I was a bullet still flying after punching the target, and I plowed into the rubble behind it, gouging a furrow nearly 100 meters long and several deep before finally bleeding off all momentum in a storm of grit. The whole quarry was dead silent. Only the edges of the hole I'd punched, glassed red from the instant heat and pressure, smoked faintly. A few seconds later, a hand reached trembling out of the rubble. I crawled out filthy and sat down hard, gasping. My cheap jacket had burned to ash in the friction, only a few strips of cloth still hanging on me. I looked at the tunnel I'd made and then at my own undamaged body, and the back of my neck went cold. Absurd opening the door for absurd. Destructive power, no problem, absurdly strong. But the flaw was just as lethal. Once I ignited, I became a cannonball that only goes straight. No turning, no dodging, can't even see. In a real fight, the enemy just shifts half a meter off my line, and I'm a live target smashing myself dead against a wall. This skill, the drawback's a little big. I frowned, thinking. And off in the quarry where I wasn't looking, the surviving mutant dogs dragged their half-wrecked bodies away, tails tucked, fleeing in every direction like they'd seen a ghost. Climbing out of the pit, I had one thought. Again, I stood, brushed off the stone dust, looked at the punch-through granite 100 meters off, dawn light spilling through the round hole, edges still glassed dark red and smoking. 100-ton rated granite. I'd headbutt straight through it. I clenched my fist, something burning in my veins. Not pain. Excitement. Destructive power was fine. The problem was control. That first run was pure straight line, fixed direction, no offset, couldn't stop. But what if I could veer just a little mid-sprint? Not a hard turn, 5 degrees, 10, enough to dodge a pillar or skirt an obstacle in a fight. A ton at speed has terrifying inertia, sure. But I was second stage bronze now, muscle fiber reconstructed by mass, strength far past a normal person's. In theory, if I drove from the hip mid-sprint, leaned my center of gravity like a sprinter taking a curve, I should manage a micro-adjustment. I scanned the quarry and locked a perfect test route. 200 meters ahead, a 3-meter-thick abandoned stone column, a support remnant from the old quarry. 500 meters past that, the natural cliff face on the north side, gray-white rock steep as a cut. Simple plan. Ignite, charge the column, at the approach drive from the waist to dodge it, round it, keep going to the cliff. Success means the skill's salvageable. I rolled my neck, joints cracking, feet planted, hips and legs slightly bent, center low, a ton sinking into the contact between sole and rock. The engine's pathway surfaced on its own. I added one instruction. At the column, right foot splays 15 degrees, hip twists left, force a lateral component. Theoretically workable. I clamped my back teeth. Ignite. The rock detonated. Not a flourish. Physically detonated. The half-meter crater again, gravel spraying, the sonic cloud blooming behind me like a white flower. I vanished. The air tore into a visible vacuum trail. Vision smeared into flowing color again, but I was braced this time, forcing down the vertigo, all focus on the column ballooning ahead. 200 meters. 150. 100. The column filled most of my view. Now, my brain gave the turn command. Right foot splay, hip twist, weight shift. The command reached every fiber. And then, nothing happened. No, something happened. My right foot did try to splay. My hip did try to twist. But 1,000 kilos times near sonic speed makes an astronomical inertia. My muscles strained to change direction, and inertia replied with the physics of the entire universe. No. Sorry. Newton says no. My body went into a profoundly bizarre shape. Upper half developed a faint leftward lean, maybe 3 degrees, while the lower half stayed welded to the original line, feet like they were spot welded to a rail. I twisted into a slightly deformed cruller and, in that ridiculous contortion, slammed dead straight into the column. Boom. The 3-meter column didn't last half a second, snapping and pulverizing from the middle, rubble blasting out, a sky-blotting cloud of gray dust. I came out the other side, speed undiminished, the cliff 500 meters off closing at a hopeless rate. Too late. No time. I didn't even get a full curse out. Boom. The whole quarry shook. Not a metaphor, actually shook. I slapped face first into the cliff in a spread-eagled pose. 1,000 kilos and near-sonic kinetic energy punched a human-shaped crater over 2 meters deep into the hard granite face, cracks webbing out from the center to cover a dozen meters of cliff. Rock rained down for a while. The dust cleared. A perfect spread-eagle imprint in the cliff, me embedded in it, chest to stone, limbs splayed, head turned, left cheek pressed to cold rock. Not moving. 3 seconds. 5. 10. Cough. I tried to move my left hand. Stuck. Wedged in too deep, the rock pinning my shoulder and elbow like cement. Damn. I clenched and heaved. My left arm came out with a chunk of rock. Then the right. The left leg. The right. Finally, I popped out of the cliff and landed on my backside in the rubble, dust everywhere. I sat there, looked down at myself. Clothes? Gone. Shredded. Just my belt hanging. Body? Untouched. A ton of true mass and bronze tier bone density. Not even a red mark. I looked at the spread eagle crater in the cliff 3 seconds, then started cursing. System. This mass engine you sold me. Can't turn. Host's phrasing is imprecise. Mass engine provides extreme directional thrust. Direction is set by the force vector at the instant of launch. Once fired, it cannot be changed. So it can't turn. Correct. You knew the whole time. I nearly punched the ground, thought better of it, didn't want to dig a mine pit and make the news. 2,000 mass points. 2 tons of pure mass. Skimped and scraped, dumped a whole 8 million bedrock into it. And I get a suicide skill that only goes straight? Tell me. In a fight, the other guy steps half a meter aside and I headbutt a wall and kill myself. Host is advised. Advise my ass. Refund. I want a refund. Consumer protection law. Ever heard of it? Product severely mismatched from description. 7-day no questions return. The system shop does not support returns. My chest jammed. Fine. Just fine. I stood, dusted off, mouth twitching. 2,000 points. Gone like that. Emotional fluctuation detected. Clarification: Mass engine is the base version sequence, designed for straight-line maximum burst. Host is currently 2nd stage bronze. Muscle fiber strength is insufficient to overcome inertial lock at peak velocity. I paused, meaning, upon ascension to 3rd stage silver, the shop will unlock the companion sequence to Mass engine. A dark gold icon surfaced, silver-white edges flowing. Name: Inertial drift. 1 line of description. During high-speed motion, reconstruct the inertia vector with mass as the anchor, achieving directional offset and rapid course change. I stared, pupils tightening. Inertial drift. Not brakes, not decimal turning. Changing inertia direction at full sprint. If mass engine made me a cannonball, inertial drift was the guidance system. Straight-line shell to guided missile. My mouth twitched. Inertial drift. Are you going to give me an AE-86 paint job next? No response. I rubbed my face, pushed the irritation down. Cursing aside, the brain doesn't stop. I sat cross-legged and reviewed. Mass engine, base version, straight-line directional burst. Peak from step 1, punches through granite. Destruction, no problem. Absurd, even. Flaw obvious. No turning, no braking, no veering. Once lit, an uncontrollable shell. But tactical value isn't zero. Narrow terrain, corridors, tunnels, canyons, city alleys. The enemy's got nowhere to run, just eats it. A ton of solid human at sonic speed cracks, even full S-class armor. And the opening ambush. Before the enemy reacts, a straight-line charge into their face, too fast for their nerve signals. My mouth slowly curled. A one-shot kill skill. Not for attrition, for wiping the other guy off the board on turn 1. Paired with future inertial drift. I didn't dare keep fantasizing anymore, and I'd float off. I stood and looked at the carnage. 2 craters, a punch through granite block, a shattered column, a cliff with a body-shaped dent, plus 200-meter furrows. Tactical nuke level scene. Gotta check whether the venue's worth anything before a fight. I muttered, glancing at the spread eagle dent. If I'd done this in the city, I couldn't afford it if I sold myself. Forget it. Silver unlocks inertial drift. Bronze to silver needs 10,000 kilos of true mass. I was 1,000 and change, balance 277.2. Long way off. But Shun Hongyuan had already promised the heavy load zone today. Scrapped armor plate, mech wreckage, military-grade alloy. Not the corner scraps. Tons of high-purity military metal, 1 piece worth a whole day at the sorting tables. I turned for the exit, the rising sun stretching my shadow long. The sparkfire plant's smokestacks and scrap mountains glinting cold in the morning light. I licked my lips. Today I was eating the heavy load zone down to the dirt. When I walked back through the plant gate in a new uniform, the whole sorting yard went quiet for a beat. Scarface Lee, mid-bark assigning tasks, choked on get a move on, eyes bulging like bells. Where was yesterday's kid? Handsome but sickly, pale as a ghost. Who was this? Still 1 meter 85, still the lean look, but the bearing was a different planet. Skin with a healthy glow like fine jade. Features like they'd been recarved, every line just right. And those eyes, deep and bright, calm and sharp like they saw through everything. Whoa, Little Sue. A worker who'd talked to me yesterday dropped his wrench. That's Little Sue. Did he eat a beauty pill? Wasn't he supposed to be a secondary mutation dead man? Why's he look better than us? The short-haired woman looked me up and down, clucking. Little Sue, with a face like that, you walk through the red light district and the rich aunties go feral. I kept the aloof genius blank on my face like the all rolled right off, but inside I was over the moon. Smug. Deeply smug. Worth it. That nutrient vial was worth every drop. A double upgrade. Looks and strength. A flash of Lou Rian's cold face crossed my mind. If she saw me now, what expression? Regret, probably. So what? Even if she crawled back on her knees, I couldn't be bothered to look twice. My good days were just starting. Cough. Scarface Lee recovered, cleared his throat. What's there to stare at? No work to do. Little Sue, come with me. He led me to the heavy load entrance, a thicker metal checkpoint, armed guards beside it, faces grim. Boss says you've got free run of the heavy load zone today. He pointed. One thing, all spatial gear comes off, into the lockers there. Military rule, dead serious, stops anyone from self-dealing. I nodded, peeled off the dark silver space bracelet, dropped it in a lead locker. I didn't need to carry anything out. My stomach was the best storage there was. Through the checkpoint, the view opened up. The heavy load zone was 10 times the sorting yard, a vast steel canyon. Mountains of scrapped armor plate, tank treads, mech wreckage glinting cold in the dawn. Dozens of meters tall cranes crept along, hoisting multi-ton alloy plates, the metal shriek deafening. Workers in matching coveralls cut, dismantled, hauled. The whole zone full of heavy industry noise and force. More people than usual today? I asked casual. Scarface Lee lit a cigarette, dropped his voice, a touch of resentment in it. It's the front making trouble. He jerked his chin south. Word is the Southern Rift's been restless. Friction with those source beast bastards is getting frequent, not the small-scale stuff anymore. Yesterday alone, heard several 5th and 6th-tier military big shots took heavy wounds, sent down a few truckloads of scrapped gear. He took a hard drag and ground the butt out. Damn beasts. If I had the strength, I'd go to the front myself, take one down with me, call it even. I looked at his flushed face, a little surprised. Didn't expect the bully the weak, freeloading foreman to have a hot-blooded side. In my past life, born in peacetime, war and sacrifice lived only in history books. I thought of Shun Qingzi, the SS genius fixated on the Marshall Peak. Going to a military Marshall University, she'd end up walking this road too. I thought of the bedrock I'd devoured. In runaway mode, it shredded an S-class genius like paper, yet against real combat losses, even the military's tech showed its fragility. I shook the thoughts off and asked about the rules. Right? Go find a spot and stay out of the crane's way, Scarface Lee waved. Boss said even if you sleep all day, you get paid. After yesterday's robot stunt, the plan had filed me under not long for this world, but worthy of respect, and cut me a lot of slack. I nodded and ducked behind a relatively out-of-the-way scrap mountain. Like a rat in a granary, I began my furtive feast. Left palm on a waist-high tank skirt plate. Devour. Ding. C-class high manganese steel armor devoured. Plus 32. Pure energy poured in. My eyes lit. Way better than the corner scraps. I reached for a snapped mech leg drive shaft. Ding. B-class titanium tungsten drive shaft. Plus 45. Then a piece that looked like an aircraft wingtip, energy weapon scorch still on it. Ding. B-plus memory alloy component. Plus 110. I was over the moon. This was a real banquet. In a dozen minutes, the points jumped 200. At this rate, a full day wouldn't fill the silver bar, but it'd push it far. Right hand miming sorting, left hand feasting behind my back. Balance climbing fast. 453, 688, 974. Devouring a rusted robot chest plate, my fingers brushed something foreign. A huge claw dent in the center, armor torn like paper, and wedged in the gear gap at the deepest point, a thumb-sized object. I pried it out. A gray, unremarkable crystal, rough surface, dull sheen, like a plain stone. But the instant I held it, I felt the difference, a faint but extremely pure energy ripple resonating with the mass core inside me. A beast crystal? The one Liu Beichen offered Shun Hanyuan was dark purple, but the texture was similar. This one was countless times weaker, muddled. Whatever it was, eat first. Devour. Ding. First stage low-quality beast crystal. Plus 100. The gray crystal vaporized, not even powder left, and a flood of energy 100 times purer than all that scrap surged up my arm. My eyes went wide. 100 points. I looked at my hand, then at the mountain of scrap I'd worked myself half to death over for a few dozen points. Suddenly, the gleaming delicacies lost their shine. I know rusty pipes all day, and it doesn't add up to one candy. I'd found a new continent. No wonder the Federation paid a fortune to organize awakeners to hunt beasts. The things were mobile energy blocks. This obvious lowest grade, nearly drained reject, was worth 100. Fresh, high-tier ones. Greed and hunger lit up my eyes. Whether this life beat the last one came down to this. I pressed the urge down and kept digging, but my eyes weren't on scrap anymore. Just the claw-marked, scorch-marked robot wrecks. Beast crystals hid in the seams of gear that had tangled with beasts. Half an hour turned up nothing more. Fair. Those are accidental leftovers. One was already a steal. I was weighing whether to try another zone when footsteps came behind me. Not a worker's heavy tread. Light, rhythmic. I turned. Backlit. A tall figure walked toward me. Not the black combat suit, not training gear. A simple white tee tucked into high-waisted jeans, a sliver of taut waist showing. Long hair loose on her shoulders. White canvas shoes on the rusted plate. Shinqingzi. Her usual still water eyes landed on my face and faltered. You're Su Ming? A pause. Your face can evolve now too. She stared 3 full seconds. You're Su Ming? Your face can evolve now too. I kept it deadpan, inwardly thrilled. High-tier life nutrient. The vial Uncle Shun gave me yesterday. A beat. Burns life force to refine the constitution. Cleaned the junk out of my skin as a bonus. Side effect of a last flare. Nothing to make a fuss over. Excellent. That vial was a beast. Her eyes hardened. Others heard tragedy. She heard the other layer. Burning lifespan for power. As a pure martial fanatic, nothing gripped her more. Where she was going, the Southern Rift, a meat grinder where even high-tier military fighters fell, where source beasts were stranger and more terrible than any textbook beast, she needed a shield. Hard enough to take a lethal hit for her. The man in front of her was the one her father bet 8 million and a space bracelet on. But she trusted only her own judgment. Tomorrow's Rift trial is far more dangerous than you imagine. Her voice cooled to its usual edge. Right hand lifted, fingers together, silver flowing between the bones. Gung metal energy condensed into a half-length blade, cicada thin, cold edge. The point aimed at my throat. Prove it to me. Prove you're qualified to be my shield. Hum. The blade aura spread, the stacked metal a dozen meters off, vibrating faintly. The workers held their breath. Scarfacely clenched his fists. An SS talent. Even a casual point. The edge was too much to look at directly. He's going to make a fool of himself, they thought. Facing a thrust that would burst any black iron's courage, I didn't blink. Cold Edge's path was crystal clear to me. Not fast, but locked, unavoidable. To a ton of mass and bronze-tier perception, this speed was a movie's slow-motion close-up. I didn't dodge. Didn't even raise a guard. At the instant the silver point was an inch from my throat, I lifted my right hand, index and middle fingers together, and pinched the oncoming blade. Clang. A piercing metallic crack rang through the heavy load zone. The cold edge held fast between 2 long, pale fingers, point hovering an inch from my Adam's apple, unable to advance a hair. Far off, Scarface Lee's hand jerked, the cigarette burning his knuckle. He didn't notice, eyes round. A few workers rubbed their eyes, jaws on the floor. That's the Shun heiress, SS talent Gung metal blade bone. Her blade, caught by an F-class reject with 2 fingers? Catching a bear blade was absurd enough. 2 fingers. Real shock crossed Shun Qingxi's eyes, her competitive fire igniting. Her wrist snapped, trying to draw the blade back and cut again. My 2 fingers didn't budge. She couldn't pull it free. My mouth curled, tone insufferably casual. Miss Shun, put some muscle in it. Didn't eat. She snorted, eyes sharp. In that case, her slender wrist twisted. The gung metal energy in the blade transmuted. The silver edge went near transparent, a hair-thin silver thread drawing off the edge, light itself bending around it, the blade's temperature plunging. Far off, Scarface Lee's face changed. Half a lifetime at the Shin plant, he'd seen plenty of fighters draw, but the aura off that silver thread was a different order. Edge apex, atom line. She breathed it, wrist erupting with torque enough to slice a heavy war vehicle. This move had cut a third-stage beast's alloy claws in a trial. Gung metal energy compressed to the extreme, the bone blade's edge entering single-atom alignment. Ignoring physical thickness, extreme penetrating cut against high-density defense. Her trump card. All things are void. Only the edge endures. She didn't want to wound me. She wanted to reclaim her weapon's dignity from those two strange fingers. Break! Screech. A metallic shriek detonated at our fingertips. The atom line cut against my fingerpad at speed, silver light and sparks bursting. My upper body was steady as a mountain, not a tremor. But the ground under my feet wailed. CRRR crack. With my feet at the center, the high-strength blast-proof steel plate, rated to take a heavy tank, got two deep footprints stamped into it, the metal warping up around them. A ton of true mass, taking the full impact she channeled, poured perfectly into the floor. But those two fingers didn't move. 1,000 kilos of true mass concentrated at the fingertips, the atomic arrangement at physical lockup, every atom squeezed to minimum spacing, seamless, airtight. The atom line was sharp to the material limit, but found no gap to slip into. Not insufficiently sharp. Nowhere to cut. A strong recoil surged back up the blade. Shin Qingxi's tiger's mouth went numb. She retreated half a step before steadying. She leapt back, dropping to one knee 3 meters off, eyes locked on my fingers. The long index finger. No blood, not even broken skin. Just a faint white mark. This is impossible. She breathed, the saber hand trembling from the full-strength strike. A cut that opened tank main armor. The most lethal armor break of the two sequences she'd mastered. The atom line that opened a third-stage beast scales couldn't break an F-class Awakener's skin. She looked down at the nearly invisible micro-curl on her edge, chest heaving. She was Shin Qingxi, holder of the SS talent gunmetal blade bone. Since awakening, her blade had never been hard-blocked head-on by any same-tier peer, let alone with two fingers. And this man pinched her blade with two fingers, took her atom line with bare skin, and walked away untouched. I glanced at the white mark on my finger, looked up, mouth curling. Thank you for going easy, Miss Shun. Going easy? That was her full-strength strike. Her breath caught, heat climbing from her neck to her ear tips, her face flushing scarlet. She bit down softly, refusing to look at my damned face again. She lowered her eyes to the wrecked steel plate. 3 seconds. She looked up, voice back to cold. Your body, it's hard enough. No more questions. She turned to leave, one line behind her. Day after tomorrow, 6 a.m., plant gate. The white figure vanished around the steel canyon corner. The dead silence broke into a tidal wave of chatter. I ignored the stunned stares, looked at the two perfect footprints, one thought in my head. Please, God, don't make me pay for this. Same time, top floor of the main building, monitor room. Shun Hung Yuan, a cup of top-grade tea, legs crossed, watched the screen. Seeing his daughter go test the kid, draw her blade, he felt a flicker of pride. Let the little punk see what an SS talent is. Then I pinched the edge with 2 fingers. His mouth started twitching. Then the atom line came out, and he sat up. The girl's vicious. What if she cuts his fingers off? 8 million, not even at the front yet, and I pay hundreds of thousands to reattach him? Then the white mark appeared center screen, and he went rigid. Puffed. A mouthful of tea sprayed the monitor. He didn't wipe it. Old eyes locked on the mark. The atom line didn't even scuff the kid's skin. He shot up, chair sliding back. What kind of monster is this kid? F-class. You've got to be joking. The view cut to the footprints, 2 craters in the pricey blast-proof plate. He fully accepted it now, a human source beast. He picked up the warped cup, took a sip, eyes not leaving the screen. The kid had turned, nonchalant, crouched back in the scrap, absorbed in digging. Shun Hongyuan muttered, steal whatever you want, but you dare touch my flower and I break your third leg. Just then his phone buzzed, the screen lighting up with the Southern Military Region's internal line. He stared at it 3 seconds, then answered, voice flat. Talk. The voice on the other end was heavy, an old contact at the front command, call sign Iron Wall. Old Shun. Warning levels up. How so? Outer third defense line. From last night to this morning, 7 cross-boundary fluctuations detected. At least 4 second stage source beasts. One of them, the energy signature looks like third stage. What? Third stage? His voice spiked, rattling the monitor room glass. What is your front recon doing? A third stage source beast pushed from the abyss core to the outer line, hundreds of kilometers, and your warning nets a decoration? The defenses? The patrols? Those staff officers asleep or blind? 2 seconds of silence, no rebuttal. There wasn't one. Iron Wall's tone went bitter. Old Shun, this is on us, I won't argue. That third stage, it's a mountain-cleaving iron spine rhino. Last night, 2:17 a.m., it broke the third line's outer cordon, smashed 2 recon teams, totaled 5 of 7 armored recon cars, 14 awakeners wounded and sent back. By the time reinforcements arrived, the beast had turned and gone back into the abyss. It comes and goes as it pleases? Shen Hanyuan ground his teeth. Iron Wall's voice was low. Under 12 minutes, the whole thing. It wasn't foraging. More like testing. A chill ran down his back. Source beasts don't translate to human tiers evenly. Naturally stronger bodies, far higher energy efficiency, same tier curb stomp is normal. A third stage source beast's real combat power rivals a human fourth tier. And the Iron Spine Rhino was an apex predator among third stage, metallic bone armor, a horn that pierces any known alloy, a temper that brings down hillsides when it runs. The kind that used to stay obediently in the abyss, never crossing. Now it was paying frequent visits. Iron Wall sighed. Old Shun, you know the abyss rifts are all over the southern theater. Over 100 entrances big and small. Nobody can predict which point a source beast pours out of. We've only got so many troops. Cover the east, the west goes bare. Robbing Peter to pay Paul, we've done it for ages. He didn't speak. He understood. 13 abyss entrances to guard across the whole region. The line too long, awakeners never enough. Centrals rushed 2 mech companies to reinforce Jiang City's line. East and west are escalating too. All rift expansion rates are still climbing. Up 5.2% from last month. His pupils tightened. Not 3.7 anymore. Up again. The rifts widen, source energy spills, high-tier source beasts' range pushes outward. Strung together, these were the omens of disaster. Your daughter's trial mission. A pause. Leaving tomorrow. Straight talk. Old Shun, have her hold off. Not from fear. This wave's abnormal. Those things look driven out, not expanding territory. He was silent a few seconds. He could have her hold off. A call to her instructor, any excuse. But he knew his daughter's temper better than anyone. If she learned the more dangerous the front, the more she got protected, she'd skip the trial application and go volunteer at the front outright. The stubbornness she got from her mother, 10 oxen couldn't drag back. Understood. I'll think about it. He hung up, set the phone down, looked at the monitor, tea still wet on it. The lean kid crouched behind scrapped mech parts, furtively rummaging. The kid's body density couldn't be called like superalloy anymore. It was something past his understanding. Half a life with a space talent, countless monsters seen, never an F-class this hard. Secondary petrification mutation? His confidence in that had dropped from 90% to 60%. But whatever the kid was, one thing was certain, he'd bet right. This fearless freak harder than steel was the best shield he could find for his daughter. Even a few seconds of extra reaction time should be enough. He set the cup down, thumb brushing the phone case. 3 days, he said softly, watching the furtive back. Just go smoothly. In the heavy load zone, I was getting cocky. Since stumbling onto that low-grade crystal worth 100 points, my food standards had shifted entirely. Ordinary scrap? Beneath me now. The first half hour, I dutifully gnawed high manganese armor and titanium tungsten shafts, 30 or 40 apiece, savoring it. Now it was like getting used to A5 Wagyu and being handed a steamed bun. Edible, but my palate had gotten picky. The claw-marked, scorch-marked mech wrecks were my targets, because beast crystals hid in the seams of gear that had traded blows with beasts. Crystal fragments too small for the military to bother extracting. Dried high-tier source beast blood crusted on a frame. Garbage to them. All natural organic meals to me. I crouched behind a wrecked infantry carrier, dug a while, locked onto a tank main armor plate, 700 or 800 pounds, a huge penetration dent in the center, the high-strength alloy torn open by something, the tier ragged, charred scorch uneven, not the clean cut of an energy weapon. More like a high-temperature creature had grabbed it. Beast claw marks. My eyes lit. I circled to the side, crouched, scraped the surface rust. Through the gear and rivet gap, deep at the bottom, something glinted faintly. Problem, the plate was thick. 6-7 centimeters of military-grade special steel, the gap too narrow for a finger. The normal move was a cutter or a crane to flip it. I looked around. Nearest worker 50 meters off. Good enough. I hooked my fingers into the tier, 10 digits sinking into the steel. Up. Muscles snapped taut, a ton sinking into my feet, hips and back driving. CRRR creak. 7 or 800 pounds came off the ground. Not enough. What I wanted was in the deepest seam. Lifting alone was useless. I clenched my back teeth and tore my arms apart. KRR, 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 KRR. The metal shrieked, like a giant snapping rebar. 6, 7 centimeters of military special steel tore in my hands like a corrugated box, the rip running from the middle to both sides, the rusted face bearing bright silver inside. 50 meters off, Scarface Lee whipped around mid-haul, the cigarette falling from his mouth. I'll be. The workers behind him froze. A 20-something hauler dropped his tongs on his own foot, hissing in pain, eyes never leaving me. That's a tank main armor plate. Damn, 4 of us plus a hydraulic cutter to slice that. And he, with his hands. F-class. You sure that's F-class? Scarface Lee picked up his butt, found it dead, lit another, hand shaking. Last flare, he rasped. The inspector said it. Secondary petrification. The closer to the end, the harder the burst. A pause. Kids really not got long. Silence a few seconds. The young hauler muttered. Hell, a dying man this strong. How brutal was he alive? No answer. I tuned out the chatter behind me. The plate torn open. The seam's contents lay in the sun. 4. For thumbnail-sized gray crystal shards. Dried dark brown blood on them. Faint but real energy. And beside the shards, a fingernail-sized piece of black hardshell matter. Not metal, not ore. I leaned in and sniffed. Fishy. Very fishy, with a hair-raising wild edge. Source beast blood scab. Whatever, eat first. I pressed the torn plate back to block the view and laid my left hand on. Devour. Ding. First stage low-quality beast crystal shard, times 4. Plus 75, 82, 91, 68. Ding. Second stage source beast dried blood scab, residual, refined. Plus 340. 340. A fingernail of dried blood scab, 340 points? A fresh, intact second stage source beast corpse? I didn't dare think. Anymore, and I wouldn't sleep tonight. I devoured the torn plate too. Ding. B-class military special steel plate. Plus 87. The chimes wouldn't stop. I felt like a gambler feeding coins into a slot machine. Jackpot every pull. Current balance, 1480.8. I rubbed my fingers. Add the rest of today, layer the daily 1% compound. By departure, I might redeem another sequence. As for the 10,000 kilos for silver, a long way off. But the direction was right. And I was now very, very sure of one thing. The Rift trial wasn't just a meat shield job for Shinhan Yuan. It was my buffet. Beast corpses, source beast wreckage, scattered crystal shards. The meat grinder the military dreaded was, to me, an unmined gold vein. I licked my lips and went hunting the next claw-marked wreck. Human excavator, back to work. Same time, Jiang City No. 1 courtyard. Second basement, the Zhao family's private cultivation room. 2 black iron bodyguards snapped the last dark red scale onto Zhao Kuo's shoulder clasp and stepped back 3 paces. He stood center and spread his arms. The C-class fire armor, scarlet flame, hugged his body, dark red scales tracing faint fire runes, lava seeming to flow slow inside the plate. Third stage fire lizard belly hide, special tanning, 30% physical absorption, 20% fire talent boost. For million his father had thrown down for it. He rolled his shoulders, the plates whispering, and his mouth curled. Well, the 2 bodyguards traded a look. Young Master Zhao is mighty. Cut the flattery. He said it, chin already up. He crossed to a corner safe, keyed in 6 digits, the latch popping. Velvet-lined, a pigeon egg crystal at the center, deep red, liquid light drifting inside like a shrunk lava ball. A second stage fire element beast crystal. He pinched it in his palm and turned to the corner. In a spirit-gathering array, Lu Rian sat cross-legged, hair loose, eyes half shut, slender fingers tied in complex seals, running the A-class special talent fortune-bound. She looked calm and focused. Inside, she was sneering. Fortune anchor was already latched onto Zhao Kuo's source. Private siphon was primed. When the fire energy from his crystal absorption came through the dual cultivation link, She'd take 90% and leave him 10% of dregs. She'd run this countless times. Smooth. Feedback? Huh. She'd never planned to give Xiaokuo a thing. This man had an S-class talent, family resources, a top cultivation environment. All she had was this body that naturally drew fortune and a heart colder than anyone's. In 5 days, on the arena, Su Ming would die. Standing on these two men's fortune, she'd hit bronze in half a year, silver in 2. At that height, whether the Zhao heir was fit to tie her shoes would be up to her mood. Rian, Zhaokuo's voice cut in. She opened her eyes and produced a gentle smile, perfectly timed. I'm ready. He strode over, held the crystal to her face, smug. See this? Second stage fire crystal, took my dad 3 layers of connections. Once I absorb it, plus your feedback, he leaned to her ear, voice low and feverish. I touch bronze tonight. A pause. 5 days, and I'll burn that reject Su Ming's bones to ash, inch by inch, in front of the whole school. The cold in her eyes flickered and vanished, the gentle curve of her mouth unchanged. I believe in you. He stepped back, satisfied, and clenched his right fist. Shatter. The crystal burst in his palm. Scarlet violent energy erupted like a micro-volcano, the S-class magma earth fire flooding out of him, dark red liquid fire seeping from every pore, a searing wave sweeping out. The room's temperature spiked. The 2 bodyguards and 3 lackeys at the door staggered back, one slow guy's eyebrows singed. Whoa! Lackey 3 covered his face. Young master's wild this time. S-class is S-class. One punch, and the whole street melts. A bodyguard barked them quiet, but couldn't hide his awe. At center, wrapped in dark red flame, scarlet flames runes blazing to their peak. Xiaokuo was a fire god crawled up from underground. The power was immense. He could feel his energy swelling, the bronze threshold closer. One step. One last step. Ruyan. Feedback. She tied her seals, the sequence engaging. Fortune anchor. Locked onto his source, success. Private siphon, drawing the fire energy. The aberration hit with no warning. The base energy that sustained her talent, the trace fortune she'd siphoned off Su Ming for 3 full years, suddenly began to collapse. Not slow drain. Implosion. Her face went bone white. What's happening? No time to analyze. That fortune was the bedrock of her awakening. The trump she'd accumulated thread by thread off Su Ming over 3 years. Without that foundation, her A-class talent was a tower on sand. And now the sand was being pulled away. What she'd siphoned for 3 years was being yanked back by its original owner. She didn't know Su Ming had broken into second stage bronze last night, but her talent knew. At the other end of the fortune anchor, the reject she'd drained dry was now strong enough that ownership corrected itself. The fortune was flowing back. She couldn't stop it. The sequence convulsed. Fortune anchor, its foundation gone, snapped. Energy siphon, instead of catching Zhaokuo's energy, jammed and formed a terrifying energy vacuum. Vacuums need filling. The talent's base instinct made the most primitive response. Pull. Not Zhaokuo's fire energy. Zhaokuo's source. Zhaokuo went stiff. The magma fire flowing over him stalled. Scarlet flames glowed, dimming 3 shades. What? He looked at his hand. The flame was shrinking. Not him pulling it in. It was being drawn out, surging back up the dual cultivation link, a bottomless pit devouring him. Ruyan. He whipped around. Her face was bloodless, cold sweat beading, her seals shaking violently, swaying. She was fighting the backlash with everything. She couldn't hold it. Zhaokuo, something's interfering, she forced through her teeth. He couldn't hear it. The energy was bleeding out, in front of his bodyguards and lackeys, at the very moment he was about to break through. Worse than killing him. Get back here, he roared, force driving his S-class source to drag the leaking fire back. That drag broke everything. The backlash in Lu Ruyan hit critical. The collapsing base fortune, the runaway siphon, his violent reverse pull, all twisted together in the link. The A-class fortune bound triggered its most primitive parasitic instinct, self-preservation at any cost. All the backlash damage, all the energy turbulence, transferred wholesale down the anchor line. Target, host, Zhaokuo. He had no guard up. The siphoned and reversed liquid fire went fully out of control, and along with the backlash shockwave, slammed into his own chest. Boom. Scarlet flame blocked the outer impact, but not the inner explosion. Acrid black smoke seeped from the armor seams, his body wrenching forward, a rusty taste rising in his throat. Puffed, a mouthful of blood spattering the floor. His knees buckled, one cracking onto the cultivation room tile. Dead silence. The bodyguards reacted fastest, rushing to catch him. The three lackeys stood dumbstruck, awe-curdling to terror. Young Master Zhao. He braced against the floor, shaking, blood on his lips. He didn't understand. Everything had been fine, energy rising, bronze waving, and then suddenly, he turned to look at Lu Ruyan. She'd already collapsed, conveniently, into the array, the picture of total exhaustion. But her mind raced. Fortune backlash. Base foundation collapsed. In under 2 seconds, she had the cause. Su Ming, the man she'd siphoned fortune from for 3 years. He'd gotten stronger. Strong enough that the stolen fortune was auto-returning. But she couldn't say that. Absolutely not. Saying it meant admitting her A-class talent was stolen. She pushed herself up, eyes bloodshot. Genuinely, the backlash had burst capillaries, and threw herself to Zhao Kuo's side, all alarm. Zhao Kuo, it's not the technique, she said, voice trembling, every word precisely calculated. I sensed it just now, a karmic force carrying death energy interfering with the feedback. That signature, like the byproduct of a mutated talent. He wiped the blood, the smear stretching long. What do you mean? She bit her lip, just the right hesitation and fear. Su Ming, that secondary petrification of his, it's not just physical petrification. Remember? His talent is ever heavier, at its core, devouring his own life force to gain weight. A life-burning mutation like that produces a kind of karmic pollution. He's cursing us with his life. The room went quiet enough to hear a heartbeat. Lackey 3 shivered. See cursing? That dying reject can curse an S-class. She said nothing, just lowered her eyes and let tears slide silently down. Flawless. Zhao Kuo's face had twisted. Humiliation, pain, rage, and a thread of fear locked deepest of all. He flung off the bodyguard's hand, rose swaying, snatched a costly crystal cup and hurled it at the wall. Crash. Get the men who've been tailing Su Ming these 2 days in here. He wiped the last of the blood, eyes bloodshot. I want to know what that reject's been doing. Near dusk, the heavy load zone. The setting sun staining the scrap, heaps dark gold. I crouched behind the wreck of a self-propelled gun, left hand on a waist-high B+ titanium tungsten skirt plate, feeling the palm black hole tear at the molecules. A minute later, a small heap of gray-white dust. Ding. B+ titanium tungsten skirt plate. Plus 67. Balance, 1547.8. I whistled, dusted off, climbed another scrap mountain. From 8 a.m. to now, a full day, I'd gnawed every reachable high-purity alloy in the zone. B-class, C-class, the occasional military serial special component. Every piece real points. Like other people paying to work out while I bulk on the clock and collect wages. Pure profit. But I hadn't let the harvest go to my head. 1547, still over 400 short of 2,000. With what was left in the zone, I'd barely scraped to 1,800 by quitting time. Those last 200, come back tomorrow? No. Tomorrow morning, I left for the rift with Shun Qingzi. No time. I crouched on the scrap mountain top, weighing a multiple-choice problem. 3 shop skills. I'd bought mass engine, leaving mass containment and mass dominion. 2,000 bought 1. Mass containment. Suppress a ton to a normal person's weight. Walk without shattering floors. Life back to normal. I pictured Shun Qingzi's atom line cutting my finger today. Trump skill, sparks in my face, didn't scuff a layer of skin. Her expression then, like a lumberjack swinging full force at what turned out to be a steel pillar. My mouth curled. Showing off was addictive. But, day after tomorrow, the rift. A place where high-tier military fighters fell, where second and third stage source beasts roamed. Heart isn't enough. I had to be able to fight. Mass dominion. Command of my own mass and density. Every exertion producing kinetic energy at 1.5 times my true mass. 30% chance of full true damage. 1.5 times. At 1,000+ kilos, one punch was 1.5 tons of impact. Trigger the 30%, and that's 1.5 tons ignoring defense. Not far off a small artillery shell. Dominion. Definitely Dominion. Containment could wait. Worst case, walk carefully. Decided, I jumped down, the landing punching 2 more craters in the blast-proof concrete. I looked at them, expressionless. Later, these plates serve the people, serve the nation. The nation serving me a little is fine. I ducked into the deepest corner, where a few scrapped mid-sized military command vehicles sat, hauled in fresh, pulled from the front, not yet sorted. I peeled open the first chassis barehanded like a delivery box. Chassis armor 3 times normal, pure military high manganese steel. Devour, plus 38. Second, Devour, plus 41. Third, my hand stopped. A hidden recess inside the chassis, masked by charred armor fragments, invisible unless you opened it. Wedged in it, a ping-pong ball-sized crystal. Deep red, liquid light drifting inside. My pupils tightened. I pried it out, turned it in my palm. Energy purity far higher than the low-grade shards in the tank seams. A second-stage fire element beast crystal. Intact, probably embedded when the vehicle was destroyed, the sorters never noticed. I swallowed. No hesitation, palm black hole wide open. The crystal's dark red glow flickered violently 2 seconds, then collapsed silently like ice in boiling water, pure energy pouring in. Ding. Second stage fire element beast crystal, intact, extreme purity, 0 loss conversion. Mass points, 450. I froze half a second. 450. Single transaction. Outside the 2400 bedrock, the biggest windfall since I started. I looked at the panel. Balance, 2076.8. Broken. The 2000 mark, broken. I stood behind the dim scrap, breathing deep, deeper. I wanted to howl at the sky. Couldn't. Patrolling workers nearby. Persona intact. I pressed the aloof mask back on, dusted off, walked out casual. Passing Scarfacely, he offered a cigarette. Little Sue, good work today? Coming tomorrow? No. Got something on. All right. Take care of yourself. That petrification, sigh? Don't push too hard. I nodded, face calm, singing inside. As dusk settled, I walked out the plant gate. Space bracelet and valuables stored per the rules. School jacket on, 30 yuan in my pocket. Tonight, instant noodles. Why? Because I couldn't wait. I needed to get home and redeem Mass Dominion, then sleep, leave at dawn. Perfect plan. Cutting into a narrow alley on the city edge, flashlight beams flared ahead. 5 big men blocked the mouth, all in black tees. The lead, a bald giant, held a cold, gleaming short baton, a dagger at his waist. I stopped. I knew him. Leopard. One of the Zhao family's guard dogs, a black iron enhancement awakener, a local protection racket boss on the city edge. He'd blocked me at the school gate before, sent by Zhao Kuo to collect my movements. A few passing laborers recognized the Zhao men, went pale, slid along the wall. Leopard tapped the baton in his palm, metallic clinks. Su Ming. He tilted his head, smiling, the smile ugly in the flashlight. Young Master Zhao says, you offend him and still expect to walk into the exam in one piece? The baton pointed at my arms. Today I'll take both arms. Call it interest. His men chuckled, daggers coming out. I looked at the baton. C-class alloy. Decent. Worth 8,000. Then at Leopard and his crew. Black iron. All black iron. I felt a little sorry for Zhao Kuo. Paying black iron to fight a bronze tier. That's not buying a banquet. That's catering one for the other side. Go ahead, I said, hands in my pockets. The attitude enraged him. Death wish. He roared, enhancement aura flooding his arms. The C-class baton screaming down at my left shoulder, full 10 tenths force, enough to shatter a bull's spine. I didn't dodge, didn't raise a hand, didn't blink. Clang. A deafening metallic crash, echoes bouncing. Leopard's smile froze. The baton hit my shoulder, no snapping bone. The baton bent into a clean V from the middle. The recoil tore his tiger's mouth open, blood running down the grip, his whole right arm numb. Not a man. What is this? His brain hadn't caught up when I moved. No skill. I just drew my right hand from my pocket and backhanded him like swatting a fly. Casual. Not even fast. But 1,000+ kilos of true mass behind it. Leopard felt a fully loaded dump truck hit his face from the side. Boom. He flew, a dozen meters in half a second, slamming back first into the red brick wall at the alley's end. The wall came down, shattered brick. Dust, snapped rebar bursting out. He was embedded in the rubble, eyes rolled white, out cold. The alley went silent. That eerie, breath-gone kind of silent. The other four still had daggers up, hands shaking. Their brains were refusing the image. One backhand. One, black iron leopard, slapped through a wall by a thin kid in a school uniform. I shook out my wrist, about to check leopard for anything valuable, when a strange feeling came up through my feet. Cold. The ground was freezing. A thin white frost crept from deep in the alley, slow but wide. The water stains on the walls crystallizing, the air dropping a dozen degrees. I frowned. Not even autumn, and it was icing over. Unhurried footsteps came out of the dark, soles crunching on frost. A figure stepped out of the shadows. In the deepest shadow, Li Changhe idly straightened his collar, brushing a few splash droplets off his B-class waterproof trench coat. A modestly famous bronze-tier water element assassin in Jiang City, he'd always held that killing was an art, to be done with elegance. He'd just pulled back from the Southern Rift 2 days ago, watched two same-tier awakeners torn to shreds by rioting source beasts, cursing his luck. Back in Jiang City, he'd taken the Zhao Heir's 100,000 contract. Target, Su Ming, Jiang City First High Senior, F-Class, terminally ill. When he got the file, he'd thought it an insult to his career. 100,000 to kill a high schooler, like picking money up off the road. But just now, he'd watched the Zhao family's black iron enforcer leopard get backhanded into a brick wall by this supposedly terminal F-Class reject. One slap, the wall down. His hand paused on his collar, a flicker of alarm in his eyes. The file's wrong. That's force an F-Class black iron puts out? A backhand throwing a black iron a dozen meters? That's at least an early bronze power type. Zhao Kuo, you fool. 100 grand for a bronze tier's life? He cursed inwardly, but didn't panic. Bronze had its grades, and he was a water assassin. Armor break, one-hit kill. However strong the body, slice the main artery, and it's a bleeding meat rack. This 100 grand, he'd earn. Saul's crunching frost. He stepped into the dim lamplight, the temperature dropping further with him. The four enforcers, legs gone weak a second ago, latched onto him like a lifeline. Li Changhe, young Master Zhao called even him. The lead one stuttered back 2 steps, shouting, "Brother Changhe, this kid's got a trick. He's hiding his strength. Finish him." Li Changhe ignored the cannon fodder, gaze falling on me from on high, a mocking sneer at his lips. I hadn't moved. He felt slighted. He snorted, raised his right arm, fingers closing on empty air. B-class water talent. The ice frost path was his entrance ambience. High-pressure water blade was the kill. A near-transparent arc of light formed in his palm, the spinning water shrieking like a jet engine, rippling the very air. He flicked his wrist, the blade grazing a rusted lamppost beside him. No resistance. The top half sliding off silently, the cut mirror smooth. The enforcers gawked, then roared approval. Locked. Totally locked. A water blade that slices steel like tofu, cutting flesh is chopping vegetables. He savored the awe. His form blurred, a watercolored afterimage trailing, toes tapping the frost, crossing a dozen meters in an instant to press close. Too slow, he judged, watching me not even raise a guard. A muscle-bound target. With a metal-cutting shriek, the high-pressure blade drew a lethal half-moon at my carotid. Over, he thought, already picturing the head launching skyward. Right then, he heard me sigh. Your cement splatter dirted my last clean school shirt. The blade slammed into my neck. Clang. An eardrum-piercing crack. No spray of blood. The instant the water blade touched my skin, it shrieked like a heavy angle grinder grinding high-carbon steel, transparent ripples bursting off my neck, the water shattering into white foam under the extreme physical recoil. Li Changhe felt a stab through his wrist, his tiger's mouth splitting, the huge reverse force staggering him back 5, 6 steps before he steadied. Dead silence. The four enforcers' cheers jammed in their throats, eyes near popping. He stared at my neck. No blood, no wound, not the faintest white mark. A B-class blade that open light armor hadn't scuffed the kid's skin. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His prized composure shattered. He looked me up and down in terror, wondering if too long in the abyss had given him hallucinations. A carbon-based creature? Is there solid tungsten under that skin? I touched my neck, frowned at the lingering damp. That's it. That's weaker than Shun Hong Yuan's knife hand last night. Water assassin? I gave a faintly menacing smile. Squirting people with a water gun? A ton of true mass channeled into my right foot, the soul erupting. Boom. The blast-proof bricks cratered, and on that terrifying directional thrust, I was a pitch-black solid shell, teleporting into Li Chang's face. Too fast. Only an afterimage left on his retina. Extreme survival instinct made him scream. His bronze source surged. A foot-thick, deep blue high-pressure water shield condensed before him. His Trump lifesaver, once used to block a second-stage source beast's full charge. I didn't blink. I swung my right hand. No fancy technique. Just a plain slap. Slap. The crisp crack came, and the absolute defense, bronze water shield, like wet paper, blew into mist without even slowing my hand. The terrifying mass kinetic energy smeared across his face. In that instant, he heard his own facial bones shatter. He took the hit like a maglev train head-on, feet off the ground, flying back 3 times faster than he'd come. Boom. The half-ruined wall that had just buried Leopard welcomed its second tenant. Li Changhe slapped into the load-bearing wall like a forced-on poster, bricks crumbling around him, eyes white, life uncertain, convulsing. Dead silence again. If Leopard's flight could be excused as overconfidence, now Jiang City's renowned bronze assassin, every trick spent, was slapped into the same wall by the same move like an annoying fly. The 4 enforcers wet themselves, brains crashing. I shook my hand out, distasteful. Too weak. After devouring all that high-density armor and breaking 1,000 kilos, my density and hardness had hit an appalling level. Li Changhe's prized water blade was a plastic toy scraping tank armor. Pure dimensional curb stomp by physics. I didn't look at the trembling enforcers. I looked at my jacket. The water blade splash, mixed with alley mud, had left visible stains on the hem. TCH. What a pain. My only decent going-out shirt. I walked to the wall, where Li Changhe still bubbled blood. I grabbed his hair like a radish and yanked him out effortlessly, dropped him on the ground, crouched. I eyed the dark gray composite trench coat, B-class waterproof coating, cut-resistant carbon fiber lining. Good stuff on the rift's outer edge, windproof, damp-proof, ambush-proof, market value 20, 30,000. And the slap hadn't torn it. Solid quality. Wasted on you. I stripped it off him in seconds, shook off the dust, put it on. Right fit, slightly long, no matter. Then I dug through his inner pocket, wallet, a few unregistered savings cards, 2,000 plus in cash. Cards were useless without pins, but cash is cash. I pocketed the roll, patted his swollen beyond recognition face. Dirted my uniform. Coat and cash as emotional damages fair? A weak whimper, maybe a protest, but his jaw was shattered. No objection means yes. I nodded, satisfied. Young Master Zhao really was a wealth-spreading saint, sending people to hand me kills, plus top rift gear and travel money as a bonus. Almost made me reluctant to kill him in 5 days. I stood to leave. At the alley mouth, the 4 enforcers, jolted out of their petrification, traded a look and turned to run. I didn't look back. My right toe flicked a half-fist of broken brick off the rubble. It tore off like a sniper round, crossing dozens of meters in a blink, smacking dead into the lead man's knee pit. Crack. The ugly sound of breaking bone. He screamed, the right leg folding the wrong way, pitched forward, sliding 3, 4 meters on his face. The remaining 3 slammed to a halt, frozen like someone hit pause, not daring to breathe. I turned, hand in my new coat's pocket, eyes calm. Did I say you could leave? The alley felt colder than when Li Changhe iced it. The lead one writhed, his C-class baton clattering beside him, right leg twisted at a sickening angle, agony with every twitch. I turned, unhurried, the B-class coat lending my frame more height, like a death god back from a hellish vacation taking an after-dinner stroll. I walked over, step by step. The 3 uninjured shook like sifters, not a peep. The downed leader, hope of escape gone, dredged up a desperate viciousness, grabbed the alloy bat, half knelt, and swung it at my head with everything he had. I'll go down with you. I didn't even look at the bat coming for my skull, just casually put up a hand. Slap. I caught the front end. He went red, veins bulging, all his strength on it. The bat welded in my grip, immovable. Hand it over. I plucked it away. Then, under the 4's suffocated stares, I held the C-class alloy bat by both ends and kneaded it like New Year's dough at home. KRR, KRR, KRR. The metal twisting shriek scraped their nerves like a dull knife. The expensive bat, hard enough to crack a second-stage beast's skull, balled up in my hands. Bent, folded, squeezed. 3 seconds. Clank. A fist-sized solid iron ball with twist marks dropped at the leader's feet. Their scalps crawled, brains offline. Barehanded, balled an alloy bat. I clapped, pointed at the iron ball, then at the stain on my hem. Now, time to pay tax. No expression. Held me up going home and dirted my clothes. Settle up. They jolted awake. No thought of resistance left. Paying. We're paying. They scrabbled at their pockets, faces wet, bills and coins, anything that meant money. Thrust up shaking, terrified a second's delay got them bald too. One fat guy, fresh off arriving to join the Zhao family, barely any cash on him, lost his head and started undoing his belt, apparently meaning to strip and pay in clothes. I looked at his white rolls of flab and my eye twitched. Stop. Keep the money. Keep the clothes on. He froze, and in the lamplight dared, for the first time, to look me full in the face, and an absurd thought crossed his mind. No kidding. This death god, up close, is unfairly handsome. Late night, the rented room. I showered off the dust and the faint smell of blood, put on a clean tee, sat cross-legged on the bed, pulled the panel. Balance, 2,267.8. The cash from the alley plus the bat's scrap value added under 100, but enough. No hesitation, I tapped the icon I'd craved. Mass Dominion. Redeem. In an instant, 2,000 points zeroed. A rule force deep as a black hole poured silently through my limbs. Not a violent energy scour, more like a whole new set of physical laws written into my body by force. I slowly clenched my fist. An unprecedented sense of command rose. I could feel, crystal clear, the 1,000+ kilos of true mass inside me. No longer a heavy burden, but fuel to be moved at will. Every stretch of muscle, every turn of a joint, perfectly drew my whole mass into terrifying kinetic energy. 1.5 times. One punch, an off-road bike at full charge. And the part that set my blood racing, the 30% chance of full true damage. Ignoring defense. A thought, and I fished a palm-sized scrap of waste steel out of the space bracelet, picked up outside the plant grounds that day. I pointed my right index finger at the black slab and gave it a light poke. Uffed. A muffled sound, almost inaudible. My finger passed clean through the steel. Straight through. Like poking a finger through a thick block of tofu. I flipped the plate over, a finger-thick hole, edges curling backward, ragged with the savage burrs of torn metal, a few hairline cracks spreading from the rim. No technique at all, pure, distilled force, destroying the steel's internal structure on contact. I looked at my fingertip. Not hurt, not even a red mark. Back on Earth, I'd drilled concrete walls with a power drill. That took more effort than this. Good, I nodded, satisfied. Then I rubbed my chin. Visually, though, that's still too gruesome. I knew full well that for all I was a cheat that grew by devouring mass, in front of outsiders, I had to look more like a normal force-type awakener. These days, a tough body could pass as some enhancement talent, but most people's enhancement was local. A hardened arm, a leg with explosive muscle. My whole body, no blind spots, synchronized hardening defied carbon-based biology entirely. That was just begging the research people to slice me open. Needs packaging, I mused. Can't call it high-density physical penetration, too exposed. Can't call it the invincible one-finger poke of death, too uncultured. Then my eyes lit up. I remembered some dumb stuff from my past life. As a 90s-born guy on Earth, I'd been a martial arts fanboy as a kid, pot lit on my head, burlap sack for a cape, dreaming of finding a secret manual and fighting for justice. I'd poked walls daily to train an iron finger and flipped my own fingernail off. I'd kicked steel pipes following a kung fu channel and nearly snapped my own leg bone. Those absurd wuxia dreams. And in this world, they'd come true in a super-spec version. I jabbed at the air a couple of times and blew on my fingertip, satisfied. This force, this hardness, this depth. From now on, this move is called Iron Finger of Great Strength. Anybody dares say my move isn't authentic, I'll give them a free skull puncture with this finger. After all that adolescent excitement, I set an alarm and lay down on the plank floor, eyes shut. 5:30 tomorrow, the plant gate, Shinqingxi would come for me. Destination, the Southern Rift, the number 7 abyss entrance. My mouth curled. Dining in the wild's going to be a real pleasure. Same time, Jiang City number 1 courtyard, second basement cultivation room. Huffed, Zhao Qua, just revived by a medic's healing serum, heard his men's report and choked, spraying another mouthful of blood onto the carpet. The bandages on his chest soaked red in an instant. What did you say? Eyes bloodshot. He grabbed the messenger's collar. Leopards crippled? Li Chang'a too. The man was so scared his legs wouldn't bend, a wet warmth at his crotch. He stuttered out a full sentence. Why yes, young Master Zhao. We saw it ourselves. Like he was kneading dough. Zhao Kui shoved him off, staggered back into a rack. He didn't believe it. An F-class talent. A dying reject. How could he need C-class alloy in his bare hands? He whipped around to look at the pitiful Lu Ruyan in the corner. Right. The curse. That karmic curse must be it. She'd said Su Ming's petrification mutation, while burning his life force, produced karmic interference. The reject was burning his last few years of dog life for this inhuman strength. Fear and venom twisted together in his eyes, finally curdling into hysterical madness. Su Ming. He grabbed his phone, finger hovering over the contacts, hesitating several seconds. Then he dialed. The next day, 5:30 a.m., barely light. I stood at the Sparkfire gate in the B-class black waterproof trench coat, sharp and alert. The cut of the coat was leagues above my ruined uniform, the dark gray fabric playing off my newly bladed bearing. Standing in the thin mist, I looked like I'd walked off a military magazine cover. A few early workers passing by kept glancing over. Screech. A black off-road vehicle with military plates roared in and stopped dead in front of me. The door opened and Shun Qingzi hopped out of the driver's seat, a fitted black combat suit, high-waisted belt cinching a clean waistline, long hair in a high ponytail, a sliver of pale neck showing. Sharp, capable, with a cold weapon edge. She saw the black coat, and a flicker of something bright crossed those ice-cold eyes, gone in an instant. Get in. Her voice was clipped as ever, metallic and cool. Frontlines just sent the latest report. The area we're heading to, the rift doubled overnight. I dropped into the passenger seat. The engine roared, and we tore off, south out of the city. She tossed me a military tablet. On it, a freshly updated top-secret brief. The southern military region had raised the warning to Grade A overnight. The number 7 entrance's stable expansion rate had spiked to 5.2%. Radar had picked up at least one third-stage source beast, a mountain-cleaving iron spine rhino, prowling the cordon's edge. A simulation image was attached, the rhino sheathed in dark gray shell, its single horn a rust-red steel spike, body bigger than 2 military trucks. Caption below, real combat power comparable to a human 4th tier. Horn pierces any known alloy. Survival rate below gold tier, 5%. I stared at it 3 seconds. The thought in my head wasn't how do I fight it. It was, that thing's huge. Thick, dense hide armor. How many mass points if I devour it? I handed the tablet back, said nothing, leaned into the seat, shut my eyes, and went to sleep. Shin Qingzi stared. Have a little respect for a third-stage source beast. You're nothing but guts from the neck down. An hour later, the vehicle was stopped at a heavily guarded steel defense line, 30 kilometers from the entrance, the outer checkpoint. The window came down, and a thick, sharp stench of blood and gun smoke rolled into the cabin. I opened my eyes. Not far off, rows of white-sheeted stretchers were being carried from the front to the rear. Where the sheets didn't cover, charred, severed limbs showed. Dark red bloodstains ran from the gate all the way back to the field tents, like a stream that never ended. The officer checking credentials was a one-armed middle-aged man, his empty left sleeve pinned at the shoulder. He took Shin Qingzi's pass, flipped it twice, brow nodding. He looked at her info, then bent to look at me in the passenger seat, his gaze lingering a second. Too young. Miss Shun, command didn't notify you? His voice was hoarse, like he'd shouted orders all night. The front took a small beast tied an hour ago. Our line is contracting. Go in now, and even we can't guarantee your safety. Handing the pass back, he gave me another look. Too young. Shin Qingzi glanced at the stretchers, her grip tightening on the wheel, but her eyes didn't waver. She started to speak. Roar. A beast's roar detonated from the gray horizon, the sound carrying across dozens of kilometers, still loaded with a pressure that bored into the bone. Not the physical shake of sound waves, something more primal, more violent, a life instinct declaring territory. Every soldier's face changed at once, and the blast-proof glass of our vehicle, at that distant roar, gave a sharp crack. Snap! A spiderweb split open from the center. The blast-proof glass cracked, fine lines spreading. Then, all across the steel line, sirens tore the sky. Level 1 alert. Sonic targeting engaged. All turrets to auto defense. The one-armed officer's roar was ragged, eyes fixed on the gray horizon. Right then, medics carrying stretchers came charging out of the trenches like madmen, the white sheets soaked through dark red, unable to hide the twisted shapes beneath. A burned black arm, bone showing, slid off a sheet's edge and dragged a stark, bloody streak across the ground. Wails, the urgent beeping of equipment, gunsmoke wrapped in the reek of blood, all of it poured through the window. The one-armed officer went bone white, eyes flooding red. He spun and slammed a palm onto the vehicle's hood. Bang! The huge dull thud shook the whole frame. You see that? He pointed at the stretchers being rushed to the field hospital, roaring at us, spit nearly hitting Shin Chingxi's face. 1 hour ago, the exact same roar. My squad, 12 brothers. Less than half of them are coming back whole. His voice carried a rage and grief bottled too long. Now, right now, get back to Jiang City. This is no place for greenhouse young masters and ladies like you. The veteran defenders around, just recovering from the alert, threw cold, disgusted looks. That kind of look? I knew it well. The bottom rejecting the privileged, no reason needed, carved into the bone. We're not here to play, Shin Qingxi said, grip tightening, voice cold but pressing down fire. Play. The officer laughed like he'd heard the joke of the century. He jabbed at the line on her pass reading Federal Central Military Martial University, trial mission, his smile worse than crying. You know what a trial is? It's filling a grave with your life. Not having my elites, men who crawled out of mountains of corpses, nanny you, be your cannon fodder. I don't care who your father is, how much pull your family has in the Federation. Here, it doesn't work. My bottom line as a soldier is that my brothers don't die patting some rich kid's resume. The words landed hard. The soldiers gathered silently, saying nothing, but those cold gazes formed an invisible wall. I leaned back in the passenger seat, the aloof genius blank still on my face, silent. Inside, I wasn't offended in the least. This rotten age really did have too many tycoon scions treating the abyss as a gilded playground. The lives of bottom-rung soldiers nothing to them, but low-value consumables. They'd grieve half a day over a scratch on C-class armor, while a few veterans' lives weren't worth a fraction of the compensation thrown to the families after. So a rough officer who'd risked dismissal to point at the privileged and curse them, I respected him more for it. Facing the rage and hostility, Shin Qingxi didn't argue. She calmly raised her left wrist, bearing a plain military comm. I'll contact my instructor. She pressed a key. The veterans smirked faintly. Instructor? How big could that be? A field-grade officer at most. Can that reach frontline command? The next second, a blue holographic projection snapped open over the hood. A woman's upper body materialized in the shifting light, scarlet battle armor, a head of striking red hair bound carelessly back, the fitted design tracing a devastating figure, a few drops of dried blood on her face that, far from marring the beauty, added wildness and edge. Most striking of all, the gleaming colonel's insignia on her shoulder. She glanced at the lens, wiped a runnel of beast blood off her forehead, clearly fresh from a brutal fight. Shin Qingxi looked at the projection, respect and reverence in her voice. Instructor, I'm stuck at checkpoint 3. The red-haired woman wiped the blood, her husky voice rising. Give the comm to the sentry. The one-armed officer frowned and took it from Shin Qingxi. Calling in backup? Let's see who you can summon. Rules are rules, doesn't matter who comes. Before he could question, the woman spoke first. I'm Huang Fujing. 3 words. No title, no preamble, no waste. I sent Shin Qingxi on a special mission. Anything happens, I take full responsibility. The officer's mouth opened, but nothing came out. His gaze met the face in the image, that signature red hair, and he went rigid like a hammer had struck his crown. Huang Fujing. In the southern military region, especially among the frontline troops who lived alongside the rift, that name was a living legend, a taboo carved out in blood. The hostile veterans around went silent as throttled ducks, every expression frozen. And just as her words landed, everyone heard a huge crash through the projection. Boom. The image shook violently. Behind her, a ghastly source beast the size of a hill, 3 pairs of compound eyes, crashed to the ground. A terrible cut from skull to tail, nearly splitting it in two. Its shell, thick enough to stop a main battle tank's cannon, opened like nothing. Blood, bone, and slurry sprayed, staining the screen dark red. That's a 4th-stage, 6-eyed demon spider. A sharp-eyed soldier recognized it and sucked in a breath. To make sure he wasn't dreaming, his eyes went to the top right of the projection. With his officer credentials accepted, a short personnel file surfaced. Name: Huang Fujing. Rank: Colonel. Affiliation: Southern Military Region, Vermilion Bird Corps. Post: Commander of the Vermilion Bird 7th Independent Regiment. Special Combat Instructor, Southern Theater Joint Martial Academy. When he saw the gold characters Vermilion Bird, the color drained from his face. His throat dried, 1,000 thoughts surging. Heaven and earth, don't play the pig to eat the tiger like this. I was talking too loud just now. Is there still time to kneel and kowtow? Zhouke's eyes were nailed to the file. Short, but every word hammered his heart. Huang Fujing. Anybody who worked the Rift Front knew the name. 30, the Southern Military Region's youngest colonel. A peak 5th-tier awakener. She'd held the Abyss line solo for 100 days. The high-tier source beast she'd cut down filled pages of the merit system. And the Vermilion Bird Corps, not an ordinary field unit, but the sharpest blade of the whole region, the trump card guarding 13 Abyss entrances. The minimum to join was 3rd-stage silver, every one of them having killed a same-tier source beast. Zhouke's throat bobbed. What had he just done? Pointed at this kill god's student and roared, called her a greenhouse flower, told her to get back to Jiang City. That wasn't stepping on a landmine. That was hugging one and leaping into a fire. His back went instantly wet, the comm nearly slipping from his hand. I watched from the passenger seat. I'd thought Xinqingzi had only summoned an ordinary instructor. Didn't expect the backing to be this absurdly solid. No wonder the heiress had been calm as a backyard stroll the whole way. She hadn't missed the danger. Her instructor was scarier than the danger. In the projection, Huang Fujing seemed not to notice the checkpoint's stiffness. Someone behind her shouted, "Commander!" The left flank's pushing again. She tilted her head, took a long blade from a hand beside her, beast blood still wet on the edge. She didn't close the call, didn't explain, just swung a hand. A muffled crash sounded in the distance, the image shaking twice. A few veterans' eyelids jumped. This colonel was taking a comm call on the battlefield. Zhouke snapped his outstretched neck back, drove his heel down, his boot cracking against the ground, and straightened his spine in the most standard posture of his life. His one remaining right arm flashed to his temple in a flawless salute. Southern Military Region, the 32nd Sentry Post. Checkpoint 3 of the number 3 entrance, Station Chief Zhouke. All guards. His roar tore the air, trembling with a fervor he didn't notice. Greet the officer. The shout cut into every spine present like an invisible current. Every gathered veteran, almost in the same instant, slung their weapons, stood at attention, heels together, and saluted the most solemn salute toward the hood. The gazes were no longer cold and disgusted. They were scalding, marrow-deep reverence. Even I in the passenger seat turned to look. I'd seen Zhao Kuo crush people with money and power, seen Shun Hongyuan crush with strength. But a name alone making a crowd of battle-hardened veterans, fresh from death's door, perform this grand a salute that you couldn't buy. Zhouke, eyes blazing, roared into the comm, requesting the independent regiment's special task sequence priority. The number 1 heavy gate to the core zone. Open it fully. He held the comm back out to Shun Qingzi, reverent as presenting a holy relic, no doubt left in his eyes, only a natural, settled relief. No wonder. No wonder she's this young with this temperament and strength. She's that woman's student. It all makes sense. In the projection, Huang Fujing's gaze drifted off Zhouke and back to Shun Qingzi's face. In her merciless soldier's tone, a rare warmth surfaced, the kind only her own could read. Dead men's records are worth nothing. Staying alive is the only perfect score. Then her eyes passed casually over the passenger seat. They paused a beat on my face. Her brow ticked very slightly. My heart skipped. Young and old alike. Has this face's appeal crossed class lines now? Even an iron-blooded war god can't hold out? My face stayed blank. Inside, I was already writing myself extra scenes. Rumble. Before I could think it through, a deafening metal grind came from ahead. The meter's thick alloy gate rose on shrieking hydraulics, bearing a deeper, grayer expanse beyond. Shen Qingzi floored it, the engine roaring, and drove without hesitation into the gray forbidden zone the soldiers called the meat grinder. Passing through, I glanced reflexively at the rear view. In the swirling ash, the ragged soldiers who'd wanted to devour us alive a moment ago still held their salute, motionless, figures standing in the dust like steel spikes driven into earth, seeing us off solemnly until the vehicle vanished into the abyss mist. I pulled my gaze back, silent a few seconds, then turned with a sleazy gossip's grin and broke the quiet. Miss Shun, this instructor of yours is incredible. Who is she? She kept her eyes on the increasingly rough road, but a rare reverence, almost fervent, showed in them. At Southern Joint Marshal, instructors come in two kinds. Her voice was still cold, but with a new weight. One teaches you how to score high in simulated combat, how to take a medal at graduation. The vehicle ground over an unnamed beast's wreckage, a crisp crunch. The other teaches you how to come back alive from every single mission. She looked at the gray horizon. My instructor is the latter. A few plain words, no flourish, and they sketched a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood before my eyes. A woman standing bloodied atop countless source beast bones, pulling her students back from the line of death one by one. I didn't answer. I thought of Huang Fu Jing's beautiful, fierce face, and the giant beast split in two behind her. This world's actually pretty damn interesting. I licked my dry lips and looked out the window. As the vehicle pushed deeper, more and more battle traces appeared roadside. Huge claw prints, charred craters blown by energy cannons, and scattered everywhere, beast wreckage. My eyes changed instantly. Legendary instructor, iron-blooded soldier's spirit, all of it tossed behind me. In my eyes, there was only the twisted flesh giving off energy aftershocks. Not corpses. Walking mass points. The staircase to third stage silver. I began merrily picturing my fine feasting days ahead. Deep in the rift, on a line designated the Crimson Forbidden Zone, a high-intensity hunt had just ended. Huang Fujing stood beside the six-eyed demon spider's corpse, pulling her 2-meter-broad greatsword from the source beast's eye socket, dragging out an arc of faint purple flame. She rose, red short hair tossed by the heat, combat suit splashed with thick, dark beast fluid, the reek sharp and sweet. She stabbed the great sword into the ground and turned to her 3 regiment members behind. All 3 still standing, armor damaged, one clutching his ribs and gasping, but no one down. Her mouth eased imperceptibly. A close call. All alive. That's enough. Stow the bodies. You can report to HQ. Her tone clipped as ever. But the members who'd followed her for years knew the officer hadn't checked their wounds first thing after the fight. To this red-haired Shishura who'd seen mountains of corpses, no missing limbs was the best report of the day. The 3 answered in unison and got to work fast. She narrowed her eyes, gazed toward the deeper abyss. Under the gray sky, the silhouette of something massive moved slowly in the fog. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook. 5 10-meter heavy source energy mechs, jets blazing, crashed down from above a broken valley, half encircling her. The chest hatch of the Central Silver Command mech hissed open. A young man in high-grade radiation-proof military dress, gold-rimmed glasses, stood on the pilot's platform, a refined smile on his face, a silver Federal Research Institute badge on his chest. He unhurriedly adjusted a glove and looked down at her. Colonel Huangfu, well met. The capital Liu family, here to pay our respects. Liu Beiyuan pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. His gaze swept the 6-eyed demon spider, nearly halved, and deep in his eyes a hard-to-hide heartache flickered. His research institute's elite team had tracked this source beast half a month for the near-perfect source energy skeleton inside it, core material for next-generation heavy mechs. And now this woman had cut it in two with one stroke. Commander Huangfu, long time. His voice was warm and courteous, like old friends catching up, but the distance and the challenge in it weren't hidden. Only, this kill poaching is a rather ugly look, isn't it? He paused, a hollow smile. This spider's source energy skeleton is experimental material our institutes eyed a long time. We all serve the Federation. Do us a courtesy. You take the core source crystal. I bring the skeleton back. How's that? The 3 vermilion bird members behind her darkened. Poaching. In the rift, ownerless things go to the capable. Their commander killed this spider on her own merit. The spoils were theirs. This Lu came straight in wanting a cut, and opened by demanding the most valuable part. The skin on his face was no ordinary thickness. Liu Beiyuan ignored their faces and kept raising the stakes, leisurely. Besides, my younger brother is at this very moment running a trial mission paired with your beloved student. For the sake of the 2 juniors' happy cooperation, Commander Huangfu, won't you even spare us logistics research folk a few bone scraps? The meaning was plain. My brother's covering your student. As her teacher, you ought to repay a kindness. But the soft and hard pitch didn't make Huangfu Jing yield in the slightest. It lit a powder keg. The killing intent in those deep red pupils went ice cold. Clang. A piercing metallic crack. She moved. No more talk. Her right hand flicked up, the crimson lotus broadsword at her feet leaping into her grip, blade nearly half a meter wide, over 2 meters long, red as quenched lava, 1,000 gene blade light as nothing in her hand. The violent blade aura, wrapped in a sonic boom, split the air into a visible half-moon arc that rose against all reason. Crack. Liu Beiyuan's pupils shrank. He couldn't even react. He watched the blood-red blade light shear a whole mechanical left arm off his prized 100 million yuan silver command mech, the cut mirror smooth, the heat melting the complex circuitry and alloy into glass. Warning. Portside main armor 100% destroyed. Balance system failure. Red light flared, sirens screaming through the valley. Liu Beiyuan went white, stumbled, nearly falling off the platform. You, Huangfu Jing, have you lost your damn mind? He lost his composure entirely, the refined elite air gone. He'd never dreamed she'd actually attack him in the open over a disagreement, and lead by taking his mech's arm. That was his personally designed S-Class prototype, Silver Wing, 3 years of his blood. And a mech rated to take a 5th tier's full frontal blow? Have by one cut? Happy cooperation? Huangfu Jing held the greatsword reverse in one hand, point dragging sparks across the ground. Under the scarlet hair, she smiled like a Shura crawled out of hell. Liu Beiyuan, you used the cover of high-level technical exchange to trick me into signing that trial pairing application. You think I don't know your Liu family's filthy little scheme? Her gaze swept the crippled mech with utter contempt. But you running here to butter me up? Seems you don't know what good thing your idiot brother got up to in Jiang City, do you? Liu Beiyuan's heart sank, a strong, ominous foreboding rising. What do you mean? What happened to Beichen? She sneered, shouldered the great sword, and turned for the valley depths, leaving an insufferable back and a light line tossed over her shoulder. Rich kids really are brainless idiots. Go ask Jiang City's defense command yourself. And you'd better pray Mr. Shun's in a good mood these few days. Otherwise, even if your family's old master comes in person, he'll likely only be collecting your precious brother's corpse. With that, she and her 3 vanished into the abyss mist, leaving Liu Beiyuan and 4 heavy mechs caught in indecision. Mr. Shun? Which Mr. Shun? Jiang City, a D-class satellite city. What big shot could there be worth Huangfu Jing mentioning in that tone? And what had Beichen done to make that madwoman dare attack him directly? Questions and fury churned. The pilots of the 4 mechs behind him didn't dare breathe. On one mech's comm channel, a young member whispered, trembling with survivors' nerves, Captain Han. That was the red-haired Shura? Too damn fierce. Shut up, the one called Han hissed. You want to die? The Institute's Blue Eagle and the Independent Regiment's Vermilion Bird have never gotten along. Today's grudge is sealed for good. Liu Beiyuan ignored the murmurs. He crushed down his rage and dread and opened an encrypted channel, face dark. He had no contact for Jiang City's defense command, and Huangfu Jing told him to ask, so he wouldn't. He had his own channels. The call connected. A respectful voice came through. Chief Engineer Liu, your orders? Pull every move my brother Liu Beichen made in Jiang City these 2 days, especially anything connected to the Sparkfire waste processing plant. Now, immediately. I want it all in 10 minutes. He hung up, looking where Huangfu Jing had vanished, his eyes cold enough to drip water. Huang Fujing. And this? Mr. Shun. Let me see. In a backwater like Jiang City. Who exactly gave you people the nerve? The alloy gate sealed behind us, cutting off the last light of the civilized world. The vehicle slammed to a stop before a huge crater, tires plowing 2 deep furrows in the dark red scorched earth. After about 10 minutes, Shen Qingxi parked beside the wreck of a mech cut clean in half. Out. We walk from here. She unbuckled, clean and quick. The car's high-sensitivity radar keeps scanning energy within a 5-kilometer radius, but the fog interferes with detection. Don't stray too far. I pushed the door open. The air reeked of that nauseating sweetness and the hot dryness of high radiation. This was the rift's edge, the ash belt, the soldiers called it. Everything in sight was war's wreckage. She didn't hurry forward. She leaned on the door, opened the tactical terminal on her wrist, a ring of blue light glowing at the microprobe on her left shoulder. Before this trial officially starts, 3 rules. I straightened, hands in my coat pockets, the picture of an attentive, good student. 1. This is my trial mission. I lead every kill. The combat recorder's kill determination is strict. My effective output has to exceed 30%, and I have to land the finishing blow for it to count. Don't intervene unless it's critical. No problem. I nodded hard. Steal a kill, get struck by lightning. Basic team ethics. Seeing me so agreeable, she went on. Beyond the Academy's semester task, my personal goal is to break onto the National Heaven's Pride rankings. You've heard of it. Heaven's Pride? I raised an eyebrow. That one I actually knew. The ultimate brag for high schoolers. A board collecting every young powerhouse under 25 across the Federation. The 4 military regions, the top academies, the Research Institute, the In the Wild Hunter associations. Everyone on it was a monster among monsters. A rare note of top genius pride entered her voice. I'm a freshman, 19, currently 820 points. 16th in the Southern Joint Marshall Campus rankings. 188th nationally. My heart jolted slightly. That strong? A freshman, already in the national top 200? If I'd awakened a strong talent last week, the bootlickers would have slotted me straight into the school's top 3. Still useless me then. This Rift trip, my goal is 2,000 points, to push for the top 100. She looked up at me. So, Rule 2, the most important. Facing a 3rd-stage source beast, obey my command unconditionally. If we've got the odds, we try the kill. If not, we retreat decisively. No reckless dying. Understood. I fear death most of all. 3. I'll keep your body density and defense absolutely secret. A deformed power like yours, traded for lifespan. Once the wrong people fix on it, it's trouble. The innocent who carries jade becomes guilty. A reject talent mutant with a body defying all reason. Exposed, it'd draw endless factions coveting and studying him. And she, with such a monster at her side, would be dragged into endless trouble too. The heiress has imagination, just like me, reads my clothes right off. I shrugged, fully agreed. But, Miss Shun, since we're a team, I get to add one small condition, don't I? She turned to me. Besides the points and the valuable source cores going to you, the leftovers, stinking beast corpses, rotten meat, busted bones, scrap. I grinned. Can those all be mine? She froze, looked me up and down twice like I was an alien. Why would anyone want waste that takes up space, holds muddled energy, and fetches nothing? Even hauling it to a scrapyard to sell by the kilo wouldn't cover transport. Is this guy really almost done for? But to save time, she couldn't be bothered. Deal. She turned and walked into the abyss fog. We'd pushed in less than 1,000 meters when the fog churned and a reeking wind hit. From a derelict trench on the right, a monster the size of a grown water buffalo, covered in dark green barbs, lunged out like a runaway bulldozer. First stage beast, venom blade demon lizard, corrosive slime dripping from its bloody maw, hissing where it hit the ground. I stayed put, planning to see what it could do. But Shen Qingxi advanced instead of retreating. The SS class gunmetal blade bone engaged. Clang. With a clear ring, the matte silver-gray cold edge burst from her right-hand bones. Her form pulled a beautiful afterimage through the air. Fast. I only saw 2 dazzling cold flashes, one horizontal and one vertical. SCHK. The first cut severed the lizard's hardened neck nerve cluster, The second swept off its hundreds of pounds skull. With a crash, the headless body slammed down a dozen meters ahead, twitched twice, and died. From lunge to beheading, under 3 seconds. She landed easily, flicked her wrist, the blade melting silently back into bone, not a drop of stinking blood on her black combat suit. Every inch the kill god of the heavens pride board. I swallowed beside her. Beautiful combo. A premium female Wolverine. And me? I just body slam people and slap them. Next to that blade work, I'm a thug who brawls in the street. The pain in my heart. I was starting, without quite noticing, to resent all these flashy talents. And I couldn't help imagining, when I got back and slapped that little punk Zhao to death on the exam arena, where would I put for college? Capital? The metropolis? Or just answer the nation's call and enlist? Given how Shen Qingzi carried herself, and her instructor Huang Fu Jing fiercer still, the Federal Central Military Martial University seemed a fine choice. But in my past life, I'd heard how deep the water ran in the military. A backgroundless, dirt-poor cheat like me, could I really get by? Wouldn't I just end up grinding all those rich and powerful kids to death? Ha ha ha. I quietly pressed the Demon King persona back down, my eyes already on the steaming carcass on the ground. Shen Qingzi had walked to the lizard's body, popped a steel dagger into her hand, expertly pried open the skull, dug out a thumb-sized glowing source core, wiped it, pocketed it. Done. I rubbed my hands and crowded in, eyes green. A whole beast. At least a few hundred mass points. I'm finally eating well. She frowned at my glowing eyes. What do you actually want this corpse for? To sell. Righteous, the natural heir of a pauper. Even a fly's leg is meat. Strip the hide and flesh of a first-stage beast, and it'll fetch a few thousand. Got to budget when you're living lean. Her mouth twitched. Fine, sell it. How do you plan to carry it? She pointed at the nearly 1-ton meat mountain. On your back? We're in here 3 days. You going to lug this rotting pile around while hunting a third-stage source beast? I paused. Right. I couldn't use my devouring in front of Shen Qingzi. If she saw a multi-ton corpse vanish in an instant, I'd be finished. Now what? Oh right, there's the space bracelet. I raised my left hand, righteous, shaking the dark silver band on my wrist. Shun Hongyuan's gift. She glanced at it like I was an idiot. What my dad gave you is just standard militia grade. 10 cubic meters inside. A few weapons, some armor and rations, and it's full. Stuff this lizard in, and there's no room for anything else. My heart cracked. I swallowed and ventured. Then yours, how big? Not big either. Flat. She idly turned the finely etched space bangle on her wrist. Just over 1,000 cubic meters. Custom. Over 1,000 cubic meters, and that's not big. A normal family car is about 3 cubic meters. That holds 333 sedans. And you call it not big. I shed a pauper's tears. The rich world is so hard to understand. I want a dad that loaded too. Skip the dad, give me a wife like that. On the surface I just sighed, casual. If it won't fit, it won't. Let me think of something. I turned, gave her my back, dragged my sad puppy face, and walked off. When stuck, asked the cheat. I screamed for the system in my head. System, can I store the corpse in this 10 cubic meter bracelet, then devour it internally with my mind inside the bracelet? The perfect bug exploit. Load and absorb at once, no devouring shown, infinite restocking. The cold mechanical voice shattered the fantasy. Ding. Request denied. External space gear is an independently open subspace fold with no link to the host's source consciousness. Remote mass devouring is impossible. I cursed inwardly. Then what? Stare at a mountain of gold and not pick up a cent? I'm a reincarnated Scrooge. I'd struck the system mute. We faced off a few seconds. Ding. Detected strong host need for storage and concealed devouring. The system can open a dedicated storage space for the host. Beginner tier. Description: a dimension opened by the system. Initial volume 100 cubic meters. Beginner tier stores dead matter only. Spend mass points to expand. Function: the host may covertly devour matter within the space via consciousness. My eyes lit. There's hope. Good brother. Quick, open it. Opening the dedicated storage space. Beginner tier costs 500 mass points. The smile froze on my face. 500? I checked the balance. After redeeming Mass Dominion last night, it was 267.8. More than half short. Dog system, choking me out? Like a man starved 3 days standing before a banquet, told he has to buy chopsticks to eat, and can't afford the chopsticks. I looked at the parked vehicle. Devour the car? No, she'd kill me. Devour the coat off my back? I've got a short sleeve under it. Streak through a radiation zone? As I scratched my head, my eye caught the dark silver bracelet on my left wrist. It only held some compressed rations anyway, nearly empty. This thing's high-density alloy and rare space ore, right? That counts as pure mass. Risk it. System, assess this junk bracelet's mass points. Ding. Analyzing standard military space bracelet. Complete. Contains rare void mist stone powder and high-purity tungsten gold. Due to embedded micro-spatial law fragments, devouring this item yields 232.2 mass points. Precise to the decimal, thorough little system. 232.2, plus my 267.8. Not one more, not one less. Exactly 500. I stared, then a nameless fury shot up. System, you absolute. Calculating me again. You had my exact balance figured, didn't you? You did this on purpose. Naked extortion. The system ignored the protest, coldly popping a box. Devour the space bracelet to open the system storage. Countdown, 10-9. A steep loss this round, but against the hundreds and thousands of tons of beast corpses and high-tier veins ahead, this stake had to be laid. I ground my teeth. Fine. Stop counting. I'll devour it. The palm black hole activated. A minute, and the bracelet weathered into dark gray powder, sinking into my palm. Ding. Space bracelet devoured. Plus 232.2. Balance, 500. Ding. Balance met. Dedicated storage space. Beginner tier, opened. Initial volume, 100 cubic meters. A vast, deep void appeared in my mind. Holy mine. The blood-linked command of it, nothing like that junk bracelet. I turned to the waiting, impatient Shinchingtsi. Coming, Miss Shun. I've got away. I strode to the lizard, laid my right hand on its rough scales under her puzzled eyes. Hand it over. Swish. The meat mountain vanished, not a smear of blood left, straight into the system space. Her eyes went round. She stared at my bare left wrist. The dark silver bracelet was gone. You blew out the 10 cubic meter bracelet? How did you cram that in? A little bit of magic that comes with the mutated talent. I dusted my hands, gave her an inscrutable profile. Space is like water in a sponge. Squeeze it. My gaze drifted, inadvertently, over the proud curve before her, paused a beat, slid casually away. Squeeze, and there's more. She followed my gaze down at herself, froze. Then her ever-cold face flushed visibly. Su Ming, where are you looking? Clang. A dark gold streak burst from her fingertips. I ducked my neck and ran, voice trailing in the fog. Don't draw. That was pure academic research into spatial elasticity. Really, classmate Shun, trust my academic integrity. My backside. 2 figures, one chasing, one fleeing. Me clutching my rear up front, fairly sure the cold blade aura had already slit the coat's hem. Damn, should have kept my mouth shut. This woman can't take a joke. She followed, cold edge in hand, the flush not fully faded from her face. She didn't know what was wrong with her either. Since meeting this guy, her prized Stillwater heart was a pond someone kept lobbing bricks into. Ripples without end. A few hundred meters on, the thickening reek of blood and scorched earth scattered the awkward mood fast. We were mid-Ashbelt now, the danger another notch up. Stop. She raised a hand, a hush signal, looking at a ruin 100-some meters off. I braked and followed her gaze. Through the thin fog, I saw a monster the size of a grown bull, like a mastiff mutated 1,000 generations, dark gold mane all over. Beside its thick hind legs lay 2 broken beast corpses, 2 second-stage iron-bone hyenas, known for defense, their necks torn clean, blood still steaming, clearly just savaged by this mutant mastiff. But the beast, fresh off a fight, had no interest in the hyena flesh. It lay in a derelict trench, 2 forepaws pinning a shattered mech chest, tearing and gnawing. A tooth-grating crunch. Actually eating the high-strength alloy armor, chewing the alloy mech like a crisp cracker and swallowing. I went slack-jawed. Wait, that thing eats iron? I touched my own belly reflexively, a deeply absurd dislocation washing over me. I'd always thought I was the universe's one and only iron-eating beast, a freak unique on the evolutionary chain. Turned out abyss nature was wilder than I'd imagined. I'd met a fellow enthusiast. Though the other party was a dog. My look at the snarling monster changed, the disgust and wariness replaced by some cross-species kinship. A kindred spirit. It's eating that so happily. I licked my lips, sign from the heart. Beside me, Shun Qingzi, focused and braced to fight, nearly tripped. She turned to look at me like I was insane. What is the wiring in this guy's head? A normal person sees a second-stage mutant beast and feels tension and fear. Eating so happily. I ate iron too, but through system space conversion, efficient energy extraction at heart. Watching this hound's primal, brute, instinct-driven chowing, I felt the visual hit of a past life mukbang. Wild enough, but the table manners are awful. Still got to be me. I eat higher class, more elegant, more civilized. The two of us were like a Southeast Asian wild mukbang and a Michelin reviewer. A vague superiority rose in me. My feelings were complicated. 3 parts shock, 4 parts kinship, 3 parts crisis. All this metal scrap, beast bone, high-tier veins everywhere in the rift. Is this dog eating all of it? Stealing my rice bowl? Unforgivable. My look went from friendly to hostile, even a thread of killing intent. Wait, hold on. It's a dog. What's a dog best at? Its nose. This rift was a landfill stretching past the horizon. Even if there were resources, finding them alone would take forever. But a dog with a special nose for metal and high-energy minerals. That's a portable rare material detector strapped to me. And riding it out would be incredibly imposing. As a kid, we'd kept a big yellow dog. I'd dreamed of riding it to school, but it got sick and died before I grew up, an unfinished regret of childhood. This wasteland mastiff, bigger and bullier than a bull, dark gold mane like a banner. Ride that, and it'd beat a horse for swagger. My look at it climbed from kindred enthusiast to dream mount. I lowered my voice, leaned to her ear, warm breath brushing it. Long legs, this dog. Can I catch it and keep it? She went stiff, turned, glared. What did you call me? That look was colder than her blade. Ahem, Miss Shun. Big sister benefactor. I corrected instantly, the picture of harmless innocence. Look how imposing it is, riding it out. What face that gives. She forced down the urge to draw. Keep it. She rolled a beautiful eye, the anger from the teasing not gone. Best if you feed yourself to it. Your iron content's higher than that mech. I had no words. TCH. This woman. Not big-hearted, and so petty. Still holding a grudge. This is a second-stage beast, the red-gold wasteland mastiff. She ignored my nonsense. From its size and the metallic sheen of its exoskeleton, it's close to breaking into third stage. Its bite easily shreds tank armor, defense and offense both extreme. She paused, voice sinking. But I'd advise dropping the idea. Low-tier beasts have too violent a source energy. Nothing left in their heads but pure killing instinct. No chance of taming. The military tried a war pet core 10 years ago. Chips planted in mutant war dogs and thunder eagles to force suppress their ferocity. And? I asked, curious. Permanent shutdown. A cold edge in her eyes. The instability of electronic control in the abyss magnetic field was one thing. More fatal, the controlled beasts kept absorbing source energy and evolving. The instant energy intensity broke the chip's limit. Tens of thousands of beasts went berserk and turned on their masters inside the base. In the end, they paid a horrific price to slaughter and burn the whole project. Tens of thousands of war pets on the spot. My scalp crawled. Didn't expect such a bloody lesson behind it. I scratched my head. But that's not right either. In the awakening promos I saw, there were clearly powerhouses fighting alongside mutant wolves. One man, one wolf charging into a beast tide, slaughtering, cool as hell. Were those all AI generated? Next time I'm pausing to count whether the wolf's got 6 claws. Fooled by AI and 2 lives. Even the official propaganda department had learned to scam hot-blooded youth with video. She gave me a look like I was a fish that slipped the net of common federal knowledge. Those are 7th-tier higher life forms. 7th tier. Once a beast or source beast hits 7th tier, it crosses the species barrier, intelligence rivaling a human's, even able to reshape its body and take human form. At that level, they can choose to form a soul pact with an awakener. She looked coldly at the mastiff. Below 7th tier, only instinct, no reason. You treat it as a pet, it treats you as a snack. She gripped the bone blade, dark gold light beginning to flow on the edge, ready to fight. I'll lead the attack. Find a chance to harass from the side, draw its attention. Don't. I shook my head, a let me at it curve at my mouth. I stepped forward, planting myself in front of her, the B-class coat snapping in the radiant heat. Big sister benefactor, let's change it up this time. She started. What are you doing? Let me be the bait. I rolled my neck, joints cracking. Let's see how strong my body is. I wanted to know whether my copper skin iron bones could take the full bite of a peak second stage beast that lived on shredding metal. If so, I wanted to field test mass dominion. Just hold back a little. A crazy idea, especially to her. My dorm mates called me a battle maniac. Could I out-crazy him? She didn't know what to say. Suit yourself. She wanted to see where this thing her dad called a monster topped out. Last time was just a taste, nowhere near life or death. Knowing a teammate's real strength would help coordinate the hunts ahead. Sure, I grinned, rubbed my hands, and swaggered out from behind cover, deliberately stepping on a loose metal plate for a loud clang. The feasting mastiff jerked still, lifted its huge head, basketball-sized eyes glowing violent red, and locked onto the tiny human 100 meters off. The next second it seemed to see a peerless delicacy that set its blood roaring. Roar! A low rumble from its throat, a reeking wind on it. It came at me like a moving iron tower, eyes greedy, aggression maxed. I just waited. Each step it took, the killing intent climbed. At under 30 meters, its nostrils suddenly flared. The whole giant beast slammed to a halt like it had hit an invisible wall. A wisp of profound scent had just entered its nose, a terrifying mass signal that towered over this whole land. The violence in its eyes was crushed, the bloodlust ebbing like a tide. The head that could shatter a city wall lowered naturally. Its dark gold neck swayed left and right with rhythm, like a lion dance at New Year. Two grindstone-sized forepaws patted the ground in turn, prancing a happy little shuffle. The thick whip of a tail behind it whirled like a runaway propeller, sweeping iron filings sky-high. A multi-ton moving iron tower, somehow twisting out a deeply incongruous bashfulness, all but flipping its belly up for me, squeezing out fawning whines, rubbing its big head on the ground, then peeking up at me. 1 second a ferocious steel beast, the next a sucking up, clingy dog. My mouth twitched hard. I backed up half a step and looked at the wind-blown, stunned Shinchingtsi. You sure that's a second stage beast? Not somebody's pet husky. The mastiff stopped 3 meters off, big head tilting, huge nose snuffling the air with a bellows-like rumble. The violence and bloodlust gone from those dark red eyes, replaced by extreme fawning. I couldn't quite place the feeling. It was like my past life, walking home with a grilled sausage and a stray golden retriever fixing on it with that clear, desperate, dare-not-snatch gaze. What was the mastiff craving? Not my flesh, that was sure. I had a guess. To a metal source-eating beast like this, I wasn't a person at all. I was a walking, 100% purity, peerless high-grade alloy vein. The sheer windfall had fried its peak second-stage brain, adopting me as daddy faster than I adopt anybody. Confirmed by the look. I'm the steel daddy it most wants to climb to this lifetime. Shin Chingtsi edged out from cover, cold edge in hand, eyes locked on the mastiff, steps light, ready for an ambush. But the giant didn't even acknowledge her, all its attention on me, even tucking its huge tail to please me, brushing it gently over the ash. Su Ming, what did you do? Her voice was low, taut with disbelief. Nothing. Maybe I just have an approachable face, beloved by all. I rubbed my chin, lying without a blush. She rolled her eyes, not buying it, and scanned the mastiff, and quickly caught the wrong note. Its hind legs hurt. She stared at the right hind limb, the dark gold mane shed in a patch, a half-meter tear, bone deep, the wound edges an eerie gray-white, not bleeding, instead leaking threads of black mist. An old wound. The edges have keratinized and necrotized, too, 3 days old by the look. Drawing on hard experience, she moved her gaze to the gnawed mech wreck in the trench, frowning harder. Another odd thing. The red gold mastiff gnaws minerals now and then for upkeep, but what it was eating just now is the high-density manganese-chromium alloy specific to the Federation's 3rd-gen heavy mech. Picking that out of a heap of scrap means it's treating itself. There's high-tier beast energy on the wound blocking itself heal. It can only resist the erosion by swallowing military alloy for high-purity metal source energy. My look at the Mastiff went hotter. That's no dog. That's a living, expert metal connoisseur. Picking high-energy manganese chromium out of a pile of scrap in the abyss. A natural premium ore prospector. My whole worry was that blindly hunting high-density metal wasted time. With this dog leading me to the good stuff, my mass point accumulation would take off. This treasure dog, it's mine today. As I schemed how to con this moving meat mountain back to Jiang City, the temperature plunged. A thin, shrill cold wind cut from the deep fog, carrying a sharp rot. Xinqixi's face shifted. She stepped back and stood back to back with me. Almost at once the fog ahead surged. 5 or 6 low, gray-brown shadows crept in soundless from 3 directions. As they cleared the fog into the weak light, I saw the intruders, 6 hounds the size of calves, little fur, just a rough gray-brown bone armor, narrow muzzles split to bear interlocking yellow fangs, thick saliva dropping from the gaps, hissing corrosive on the iron filings below. Second-stage beasts, iron bone hyenas, notorious on the rift's outer edge, individually weaker than the demon lizard or the mastiff, but they never fight solo. Even against an early third-stage source beast, a pack of these could grind the prey to death with shameless flanking and a terrible bite. I see, Xinqixi said, gripping her hilt, eyeing the pack. They tracked the blood, fixed on this badly wounded mastiff, preying on a wounded high-tier of its own kind, the most common play in the abyss. But as the hyenas closed the circle, their attention shifted. They'd come for the dying mastiff, but now their crimson eyes rolled and fixed on the 2 humans at the center. Compared to the mastiff, hard-shelled, a bite likely to snap their teeth, these 2 sleek humans were the more perfect appetizer. Thin-skinned, juicy, crunchy. The lead hyena gave a short shriek. 6 bodies lowered, faint green light glowing in the bone armor seams, drawing all 3 of us, dog included, into kill range. They've taken us for a snack, she said, no fear, warlight in her eyes. Su Ming, get ready. Before she finished, an astonishing thing erupted. The mastiff in front of us moved. But it didn't flee. It didn't even strike the hyenas first. It wheeled its huge body, sidestepped, and planted that meat mountain bulk squarely in front of me, barbed tail low to guard its rear, head high, glaring at the closing pack, a thunderclap snarl bursting from its throat, the gust flinging surface ash, its dark gold mane standing on end, the terrifying pressure of a peak second-stage beast released without reserve. Its wounded hind leg trembled, the wound splitting again, black blood running down its thigh, pooling on the ground in a stark, dark patch. And still it didn't yield half a step, holding back the hyena's pressure to keep me behind it. In the abyss law of the strong eating the weak, this was as good as suicide. I looked at the broad, faintly shaking dogback shielding me, the hind legs splitting and oozing, and I thought of Old Yellow from my past life. His last winter before the illness, a mad dog burst into the yard. Old Yellow was already skin and bones, and still he dragged his sick body in front of me. I was 7. He bared his teeth, locked onto the mad dog's throat, and wouldn't let go. Same posture, somehow. Sigh. I rubbed my chin and pushed the untimely ache down. Big guys got loyalty. Haven't even paid protection and you're already standing watch. I dusted ash off the coat and stepped forward. This dog suited my taste more and more. If it doesn't die today, this little brother's mine for keeps. The pack, jolted by the mastiff's resolve, hesitated. The leader paused 2 seconds, then changed tactics. 2 low growls signaling the others to split and weave. Couldn't gnaw the hard bone head on, so divide. 2 to tie up the mastiff, 4 to slip the line and shred the 2 frail humans first. 6 gray-brown bodies dropped low, drawing 6 eerie arcs through the fog. The circle tightened. The mastiff bled. Xinqixi drew. And I smiled. The battle was about to break. The leader's shriek became a charge horn. Swish, swish, swish. 6 gray-brown blurs scattered, coordination beyond expectation. The 2 bulliest leapt straight for the bleeding mastiff. Purpose clear, pin it. The other 4, gray lightning, slipped over the mastiff's fragile line at vicious angles, wreaking wind on them. Targets the 2 of us. Battle erupted. Xinqixi's pupils tightened. Her wrist turned, matte silver edge throwing a chill light, and she instinctively moved to step in front of me. In her mind, I was a defense monster shield with poor combat experience, and the abyss wasn't an arena. Beasts don't stand still and let you hit them. She didn't watch the two on the mastiff. That beast couldn't hold long. Had to end this fast. But I was faster. I stomped forward. Boom. The scorched earth caved, a spider web spreading, the coat hem flicking dashingly in the gust, and barehanded I met the two lead hyenas head-on. Showing off again, she cursed inwardly, forced to drop the assist. No time for him. Two hyenas were already on her right. Clang. Cold edge out, silver light splitting the fog, striking the lead hyena's neck. A screech of metal, sparks flying. A huge recoil up the hilt numbing her tiger's mouth. The gunmetal blade's sharpness was beyond doubt, but the cut only broke the hyena's bone armor surface, a few dark green drops welling, nowhere near a vital. The hyena yelped, knocked 2 steps off, then bared its teeth and growled with zero intent to retreat. Her heart chilled. So hard. These hyenas' defense was sickeningly tough. She flipped her wrist, turning slash to thrust, aiming the second hyena's throat. This time piercing instead of cutting, force concentrated on the armor seams. And in the corner of her eye she caught the left, and her heart clenched. Over there, 2 hyenas had completed their pincer, one high, one low, fully locked onto the motionless me. They showed the most primal, most terrifying hunting instinct. The left feinted a claw to seal off my dodges. The right seized the flash of opening, muscles bunching, and sprang. Pincer attack. 2 jaws able to bite through light armor opened at once, reeking drool stringing, tearing for my throat and groin. The upper one hit first, jaws clamping the right arm I'd raised to guard. Faint green source energy on the fangs, 1,000 gene bite snapping shut. Su Ming. Her breath stopped. Shock and attention she didn't notice surging up. A second stage ironbone hyena's bite ran to several tons. Her SS class blade couldn't cripple one in a stroke. A flesh and blood Su Ming. However dense the bone, it was still grown of flesh. That arm is... Crack. A clean snapping sound. But what snapped wasn't bone. Yipe. The hyena's jaws on my arm jammed mid-bite. Its prized fangs, able to chew iron, met my arm muscle and hit a density beyond imagining. A transcendent alloy. 7 or 8 teeth snapped off on the spot. Shards and bloody foam sprayed. A twisted howl forced from its throat. Pain and shock crushing its kill-filled brain. Human flesh? A trap dressed as flesh. I glanced at my right arm. 2 neat rows of tooth marks on the sleeve. Fierce. Almost broke the skin, I said sincerely. Her blade nearly flew from her hand. Almost broke the skin. That's a second-stage beast that shreds light armor. What suffocating false modesty. Her worldview took its second devastating blow of the day. I gave her no time to keep reeling. The lower hyena's attack arrived, straight for my groin, classic low strike. My eyebrow rose. That, I can't tolerate. My right foot snapped up in a whip kick with no warning. Bang. It caught the hyena dead in the flank. Over a ton of true mass. Through mass dominion's 1.5 multiplier. How terrible the force. The hyena couldn't even yelp. Its whole body, struck like a siege ram had hit it, flew back 3 times faster than it came. A straight gray line through the air, slamming square into the hyena tangled with Shinchingtsi. Crack. Crack. 2 bone snaps at once. The struck one collapsed, spine in several pieces. The one used as a cannonball spewed blood from mouth and nose. Organs pulped. 1 kick, 2 crippled. She watched the absurd scene, her saber hand freezing a beat. I'm still over here grinding skin off, and he's already bowling. She shot me a slightly resentful look. I haven't even started. How are you done? I had no time to meet her eyes. My left hand flashed out, grabbed the hind leg of the hyena still hanging from my arm, and swung. Whoosh! The calf-sized body whipped through a huge arc and smashed into the ground. Crash! A half-meter crater. The hyena inside it scrambled, spine snapping inch by inch under the pull and impact, twitching weakly. Not dead. The bone armor had soaked a lot of the shock, still whimpering faintly. I put my right fingers together like a blade. No energy, no flourish. Just a simple downward thrust. Iron finger of great strength. Uffed. 2 fingers punched clean through the hyena's alloy-hard skull, sunk to the knuckle. The twitching stopped. Instant kill. I pulled my fingers out and wiped them on the coat. From open to instant kill, under 15 seconds. The eerie, bloody scene froze the whole field. Even the fog's churn slowed. Shinxingxi's grip on cold edge tightened. Her SS class blade struggled to break their defense, and he punched through one's head with 2 fingers. What kind of monster is this? Mutated talent? Burning life? For the first time, she wavered on the explanation. This curb stomp looked nothing like burning life. Far off, the living hyenas broke ranks. The 2 on the mastiff, the one Shinxingxi pinned, all faltering. Teeth snapped barehanded. A packmate kicked flying. A skull punched through with 1 finger. The tastiest, weakest-looking human, scarier than a third-stage source beast? It shattered their meager understanding. Panic spread. The 2 on the mastiff stopped, heads turning to the center. Just as I thought the pack would tuck tail and run, a whoa. A roar of fury and razor-killing intent detonated from the rear shadows, drowning everything. The leader, who'd commanded from hiding, was enraged, its kin slain so bizarrely, a trampling of pack honor, the ultimate affront to its queen's authority. From the shadow, a body nearly 30% larger than the others walked out, nearly matching the red-gold mastiff in size, its bone armor a deeper gray-black with cold metallic glints. Among hyenas, the female rules. This was the region's pack queen by birth. Every hyena dropped flat at once, not fear, submission. The queen's crimson eyes locked on me, redistributing tactics with a roar. The kicked flying hyena, barely back up, charged Shinxingxi with the remaining 1. Her pressure spiked, swarmed again, and the queen took the field herself. No hesitation. Her limbs slammed the ground, the huge body a blurred gray-black streak, an arrow at me, faster than any hyena before by more than a tier. Facing the kill lunge, I stood still, a flicker of interest in my eyes. Good timing. As the queen's claws nearly reached my face, I didn't dodge, just met it with a simple heavy punch. Fist and queen's forehead collided in midair. Bam! The head was driven into the ground, her claws plowing 4 deep grooves, a clear dent appearing in the forehead armor. Cracks spreading from the center, the impact rolling it a dozen meters before it steadied, ragged. Huh. I shook my fist, surprised. That punch would have turned any earlier hyena's skull to slag. This leader's defense has something. The queen shook its dazed head and climbed up. The agony made it grasp the human's terror fully, but instead of fear, it lit the ferocity in its blood. Roar! It threw back its head in a shriek, source energy flaring violently in the gray-black armor seams, a violent, chaotic aura far past peak second stage erupting from inside. It was force berserking. Its body swelled visibly, bone spikes growing more savage, its presence climbing wild, shattering the second stage barrier. Third stage. Silver. Bad. Shinxingxi's face changed drastically. She forced back the hyena before her and shouted. It broke into third stage. Retreat. Third stage silver. For words, a hammer on her heart. For the first time, her cold face showed uncontrollable dread. In the Rift's law, peak second stage and early third stage were 2 different life tiers, a qualitative leap, a crushing chasm. Even she, leaning on her SS class talent, could handle an ordinary peak second stage beast, but against a true third stage she could only defend with full focus. A single slip meant death was normal. And this queen had force berserked into third stage mid-fight. A third stage in that state was crazier, more fearless, harder to handle. Almost reflexively, her gunmetal energy surged, ready to force past the 2 hyenas and reach me first. To her, however absurd my defense, I was flesh. A third-stage Beast King's full source-charged ram couldn't leave me unharmed. Across the way, the red-gold mastiff that had bravely shielded me went rigid the instant it felt the queen's violent aura, its wounded hind legs shaking worse, barely holding up the meat mountain bulk, dark gold eyes full of terror. It tucked its tail, gave an unclear low whine, even thought of retreating. The whole field, only I stood apart. Watching the queen swell and surge, my face held no fear, only interested anticipation. The iron finger sounded fine, but poking a hole has no visual impact, only good for low-key flexing. In this high martial world, you need a domineering, brutal move, special effects maxed. A berserk third-stage beast, perfect to test the new product. I rubbed my chin, muttering. Fist, leg, palm, body. Palm of great strength? Not bad, that sounds impressive. The moment the naming impaired me finished naming the new move, the berserk completed. Roar. A deafening roar, no longer shrill but thick with power. The queen's limbs knotted into terrible blocks, its whole body coiled low like a fully drawn bow. The next second, the string snapped. Boom. The scorched earth blew a crater. The huge body became a fired heavy shell, hurtling at my chest with resolved killing intent, meaning to ram me to pulp with its hardest skull and third-stage momentum. Su Ming. Her cry shredded in the wind. The gale stung my cheeks. I stood still, not even a guard up. At the instant the queen was about to hit my chest, I sank my hips and drove both feet down. Boom. The rock under me caved half a meter, my feet rooting deep, steady as a mountain. No more holding back. Talent sequence, mass dominion, full power. Hum. An invisible ripple spread from my center. Over a ton of true mass, perfectly mobilized in that instant, every inch of fiber and bone a carrier of force, the 1.5 multiplier converting the terrible mass into a pure flood of kinetic energy. The queen was airborne, my face in its crimson eyes. I raised my right hand, met the spike-covered skull, wound up the arm with no flourish, and simply slapped. The palm tore the air with a shriek, warping space. Time slowed. She could see clearly, my plain-looking palm and the queen's unbreakable black-gold skull meeting in midair. A muffled crash like ninefold thunder burst in every ear, human and beast. Bam! Mass Dominion's 30% true damage triggered, perfect. The instant my palm met the queen's face, no clash of metal, only the crush of rot. Physics that ignored all defense, and the queen's prized third-stage bone armor lost all structural strength on contact, weaker than rotten wood. Crash. A sound to drop a heart half a beat. The queen's harder-than-alloy skull, under the terrible kinetic flood in my palm, twisted, caved, and the next instant the whole head, bone and flesh, burst apart, like a rotten melon hammered head-on, fine bone shards and dark red flesh becoming a vicious blood mist, sprayed fan-wide behind it. A crimson downpour. The huge remnant, headless and half-bodied, on berserk momentum, scraped past me and tore a dozen meters more, plowing a stark bloody trough before crashing down in a cloud of dust. One slap. A field berserked third-stage beast king, head and body parted. Dead silence. The wind stopped. The mastiff behind me went blank, watching the queen who dominated a moment ago become a downpour of blood from one slap. The visual hit crashing its not-too-bright beast brain. Whine. Its already weak legs went to noodles, the huge body flopping to the ground, head buried in its forepaws, tail clamped under its belly, trembling, a puppy-piteous whimper in its throat. Done. Completely done. What tier is this human? No, he can't be human. That's a demon god descended. And I dared bare my teeth at it just now? Even thought of protecting it? Turns out the clown was me. The mastiff's psychological line shattered. Far off, Shin Qingxi held her saber pose, fully frozen, a current shooting up her spine to her crown, scalp tingling. Those Everfrost eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. What did I just see? A third-stage berserk iron bone hyena leader, half its body slapped to mist? What power? That's a third-stage beast king. This unreasoning, pure, all-crushing might. She'd only seen it in her retired father and her instructor Huang Fujing, both high-tier powerhouses forged through countless brushes with death. And Su Ming, how old was he? Is he an ancient beast in human skin? She gripped the hilt, chest heaving. He hit it too deep. Disguised as a theory genius, as an F-class reject, just to dimensional strike like this at a moment like this? So much for petrification mutation. So much for burning life. In one day, her worldview, built over a dozen-plus years, along with those two reasonable-sounding explanations, was slapped to dust. For the first time, the ever-aloof SS genius girl couldn't help but curse. You damn freak. You've used up the whole world's quota for showing off. The next second, an intense thrill shot up from her heart, warlight burning in those beautiful eyes. Su Ming this strong. How does an SS genius keep her pride? I can't lose either. Her eyes went cold. No more holding back. Cold Edge shuddered violently, a high-frequency hum, the SS class second sequence engaging. A layer of iridescent golden viscous liquid surged from her palm, as if with its own will, instantly coating the whole blade. An ultimate severing edge rose to heaven. On the blade, the high-frequency vibrating liquid gunmetal pushed its cutting nature to a new dimension. Golden light flowed in the fog, lighting her cold profile half-bright, with the solemnity of a divine statue consecrated. She ignored my side. A hyena lunged jaws wide through the air at her. She advanced instead of retreating, dropped low, a clean tactical roll past the frontal bite, and rising, swept Cold Edge through the fog like autumn water, the golden metal-coated blade flashing out, the high-frequency hum on the edge, a vicious low horizontal cut into the airborne hyena. No spark of clashing metal, no resistance of breaking bone. SCHK. Only a near-silent sound of entering flesh, the golden edge like a red-hot knife through warm butter, gliding through the hyena's midsection without real resistance. The airborne hyena only stiffened a hair, the cut so sharp and fast its nerve endings hadn't transmitted pain. The next second it landed on all fours, still growling, crimson eyes fixed ahead, driven by momentum and instinct to keep moving. One step. Two. Just as its forepalm moved for a third, its center of gravity shifting, its seemingly intact torso gave an eerie sound of flesh sliding, and under the mastiff's monster-watching stare, the hyena's upper and lower halves slid smoothly apart along a perfectly straight line. Flop. The two halves lost support and crashed down, the cut at the midsection mirror smooth, even the severed vessels sealed by the high-frequency liquid metal's instant heat. 2 full seconds after the body parted, the suppressed black blood finally gushed. Split in two. One cut, instant kill. She sheathed, her clothes not even stirred, glanced coolly at the two halves. The cut's not round enough. I can even out the force next time. That sight jolted the slumped mastiff again, the huge body shuddering. It looked at her, then at the distant me. Done. These two, both monsters. This pair together, the abyss is unlivable. The Rift's living things had truly drawn the short straw today. Queen slapped to bursting, packmate cut in two. The remaining 3 hyenas' kill-filled brains finally flooded with bottomless terror. Their lines broke. A whoa. 3 shrieks at once. Hating their parents for 2 legs short, they wheeled and fled, gray-brown bodies crashing through the fog, tails tucked. The mastiff was canny too. Seizing its chance to perform, it bit through the agony in its hind leg and sprang, catching a fleeing hyena mid-turn, jaws clamping. Crack. The neck snapped clean. The last 2 became gray lines tearing for the deep fog. Running. I sneered. Mass points at my lips. No sense letting them fly. Mass engine, ignite. Rumble. The ground caved a crater over 3 meters across. Violent reaction force erupting, leaving a faint afterimage in place as I became a runaway supersonic train, a ghost white sonic cloud behind me, screaming at the 2 fleeing shadows. The pure, savage, unreasoning straight-line ram. Bam! A crash-mixing impact and crush. I rear-ended the first hyena with no pause. Mass engine's worst flaw showed fully. The kinetic energy didn't even let the hyena fly off, just shoved it into the second hyena running ahead. Bam! Bam! 2 thuds stacked. The 2 fleeing hyenas, before that landslide of force, didn't even yelp. I drove the 2 fully deformed hyenas onward, plowing scrap and rubble, straight into the rock wall of a derelict trench. Boom. The earth shook, dust skyward, gravel raining, a dust pillar 2 stories tall settling slowly. The whole area was silent a few seconds, only whine through the trench. Shinchingzi ran up, saber in hand. The fog cleared and she saw it, her eye twitching uncontrollably. In the 4-meter-plus hard rock wall, a human-shaped crater, me embedded spread eagle inside. And in front of me the 2 once fierce hyenas crushed completely out of structure, 2 dogs and 1 man. A heavyweight sandwich pressed by a 1,000-ton hydraulic press, seamless. The mastiff hobbled over with the throat-bitten hyena in its mouth, saw me stuck immovable in the wall, and the meat dropped from its jaws with a plop. The ashbelt wind swept past, 1 man and 1 dog left utterly speechless before the rock. Longlegs, don't just stand there admiring. My voice ground out of the wall. Come help pry me out. If you don't, brother, those hyenas' spoils all vanish. She looked at the sky, exhausted. I need to seriously think about what exactly is wrong with this abyss today. She stood before the wall about 3 seconds, blinked, rapped the hilt on the crack twice. Get out yourself. Can't. My hands pinned. Give me a hand at least. She reached out, irritated, grabbed my coat collar, channeled gunmetal energy, and yanked. Pop. I came out of the crack with the rubble, like pulling a particularly uncooperative scallion. I landed, dusted off, rolled my shoulders left and right, turned my neck with a few cracks. Better. She looked me over. No scrapes. Even my forehead skin clean and healthy, not a bruise. And the wall, the 2 second-stage iron bone hyenas used as cushion had completed a flawless transition from three-dimensional to flat, pressed doorboard thin by the 1,000-gene force. Most absurd, I hadn't lost a single hair. She wanted to skip over the question in her head. She was too curious. She couldn't. Su Ming. Exactly how much have you hidden from me? She raised a hand. The cold blade laid flat across my chest, edge under 3 inches from my throat, deadly chill on it. Her face was dead serious. Her eyes were no longer the early pity, no longer the easy attitude toward a logistics hand. Now she treated me as a truly unfathomable danger. Slapping a third-stage beast king to bursting is absolutely not something a life-burning side effect explains. Her words were cold, straight to the point. Jiang City first highs reject genius? Osteoporosis secondary mutation? Are you taking me for a fool? A cold wind blew. The mastiff shivered in the corner, head buried lower. Facing the direct interrogation, my face didn't change. I glanced at the blade across me and, instead of retreating, leaned half a step into it, chest nearly against the cold flat. The motion was deeply pressuring. I dropped the usual clowning, my eyes turning deep and mysterious, a deliberate gravity beneath them. You really want to know? I lowered my voice, a hint of huskiness and allure in it. Her spine straightened slightly, her grip tightening. Cut the crap. Talk. I let out a breath, tilted my head close to her. The two of us very near, my warm breath brushing her pale ear, intentionally or not. Since we're our own people, I'll come clean. But you must keep my secret. My tone sank, as if making a great decision. The truth is, my body structure differs from a normal person's. She slowed, even her breathing. Is this guy really the ultimate weapon of some top-secret human modification program? A strategic meat shield the military secretly raised? What I awakened is an extremely rare bodily control. I stared dead into her beautiful eyes, the corner of my mouth ticking up almost invisibly. Put simply, I can control certain specific parts of my body at will. She frowned. Certain specific parts? Right. I nodded gravely. If I want, I can make my body, in an instant, harder than third-stage alloy. I paused half a second, voice deepening. And of course, when I don't need it, it can also become very soft. Big or small. Extends and retracts as I please. The whole ash belt went quiet. Even the wind tactfully stilled. For the first second, she analyzed the scientific feasibility with the rigor of a federal central military martial honor student. Body tissue density freely altered? That seems to touch the source laws of micromatter. The next second, body parts? Harder? Softer? Big or small? Extends and retracts as he pleases? The words reassembled in her head, a thunderclap going off. Her gaze slid down half an inch on its own. Some not suitable for minors imagery detonated in her CPU. The flush rose visibly from her cheeks, swept to her swan neck. Even her pale ears red enough to drip. The eyes once full of killing intent and interrogation were now all panic and furious embarrassment. Su Ming. You filthy damn pervert. She shook with rage, cold edge humming, and not quite controlling it, swung straight at my lower regions. This dog. Cracking dirty jokes in a deadly place like the abyss. Whoa, Longlegs, what are you doing? This is the middle of nowhere, murdering your own teammate. I retreated a big step, hands guarding my groin, an expression even more shocked and innocent than hers. What are you blushing about? I was talking about my fists and arm muscles. I looked her up and down, anguished. In danger, they tense and harden into iron fists. After, they relax to normal. Big or small is the muscle fibers engorging and swelling. Doesn't that fit martial common sense? I held up my right hand, clenched a fist before her, joints cracking, flexed a bicep. Then I clucked and shook my head, full of distaste. Classmate Shin, what is your head spinning all day? What kind of improper reading material are you into? You're not. What? Hot for me because I'm handsome, craving this body. You. The shameless reversal had her seeing black. She nearly bit through her teeth. Grown this big. Neither her father nor the capital's gilded heirs had ever dared speak to her like that. She'd never met a scoundrel who made being a creep sound so fresh and elegant, nor anyone who could tease her to her face and then, victim posed, accuse her of shamelessness. Cold edge was already raised. As she teetered on the edge of exploding, chest heaving, gunmetal energy flickering on the edge, she'd scrapped the mission to open a couple of cuts on this guy's mouth. All right, all right. I dropped all the mockery at once. My gaze fell on the Tang saber in her hand. No more jokes. Since I've told you a core bodily secret, fair exchange, I'll ask you a secret too. I fixed on the cold blade, my tone certain and deep. That golden liquid metal coating your blade when you killed the hyena, that's the thing that only exists in top secret files. Source gold, isn't it? I looked up, meeting her suddenly contracting pupils. Little one, you think you've got my handle. You don't know I've found your weak spot too. The wind cut from the ash belt's depths, carrying scorched earth and rust. She didn't answer at once. The silence was the answer. How do you know about source gold? She studied me, her look moving from shock to scrutiny, finally settling into a complicated quiet. Source gold's file couldn't be found anywhere in the Federation's public system. Even the top students at military martial universities, even most instructors, had never heard the name in their lives. Read more, study the news, eat fewer snacks, sleep more. I shrugged, casual. Federal high school theory texts really don't teach it. But who told me to moonlight in a good place? I tapped my head. As a 3-year theory chart topper, I knew best what was in that shell. 2 days ago, dismantling a scrapped military special mech at the plant, I dug half a sheet of incompletely burned top-secret ordnance appraisal out of the armor lining. I stared at her blade and recited like an exam question, spitting academic terms one by one. Extreme activity metallic state, source energy crystal. Accompanied by ultra-high-frequency microvibration, with terrible matter deconstruction and barrier-breaking ability. Theoretically exists only in the marrow cavity of specific source beasts. No awakener has yet stably derived it from their own talent. I raised an eyebrow. When you killed that beast just now, an extremely faint air refraction appeared around the blade. Visual distortion from high-frequency vibration under half a second, combined with the golden liquid metal's form. I spread my hands. Is this problem really so hard to guess? She said nothing. If slapping a third-stage beast king to bursting was unreasoning pure violence, then reconstructing the technical details of top-secret material from half a burned page and one glance at the battlefield, this rattled her more than the first. She drew cold edge back into her bones. You're clever. A pause. But those old scholars in the secret files know one part and not the second. She looked at her own hand, an absolute pride in her eyes. The outside calls it source gold. But with me, it has its own name. Gunmetal's secret marrow. My eyebrow rose. Secret marrow? Theoretically, an extreme activity substance like source gold violently vaporizes once it leaves the body. It can't stably exist. She didn't hide it. He'd recognized it. So she didn't mind showing the real trump. But what if it's grown, bit, by exacting means, with the awakener's own marrow as its bed? My pupils tightened. Marrow-grown gold? That's a life-risking technique. And the exacting means that break the Federation's theory wall, definitely not from a military martial curriculum. Who stands behind that doesn't bear close thinking. So it's not an external thing at all. I clicked my tongue, mind racing. It's your second talent sequence. And specifically a buff for the first. Her mouth twitched. Surprising this guy was, in fact, worth being glad about. I clapped twice, tucked the shock away, a look of admiration and envy on my face. Marrow as furnace, growing active metal, feeding the blade bone. Perfectly solving the theoretical problem of source gold's instability. The diversity of talent awakening really is unreasonable, forming a perfect complementary loop of kill and amplification. Heaven's chasing you down to feed you. She shot me a slightly smug look. Yap. So even. I nodded. You've got your secret, I've got mine. Keep them tucked, rot them in our bellies. Fine. Trading secrets was a pact too. When she turned, a trace of red still lingered on her ear tips, the brighter for the ash belt wind sweeping it. 2 people and 1 dog began clearing the field and gathering spoils. Elsewhere, deep in the rift. You found it. Liu Beiyuan's voice was calm, but his grip on the calm was tight. Tell me, what kind of immortal is this Mr. Shun? 3 full seconds of silence on the line. Then the intel chief spoke, his voice wrong, like he was forcing out a report he himself couldn't believe. Chief Engineer Liu found it. Read it. The surface records show Shun Honyuan, 50, owner of Jiang City's Sparkfire waste processing plant. Main business, recycling secondhand metal and scrap machinery. A junk collector? Liu Beiyuan sneered, his eyes colder behind the lenses. Huang Fujing pulls a junk collector to lean on me? What is Beichin doing, getting tangled with such bottom feeders? Chief, let me finish. Something fell off, so I used your S-Class clearance to try to pull the Sparkfire plant's baseland deed and personnel change records from the federal intranet. And, he paused. Your S-Class clearance was denied. The comm jolted in Liu Beiyuan's hand. He was the Research Institute's youngest chief engineer. S-Class clearance. Enough to access all federal records short of the highest secrets. A D-Class satellite city's scrap plant bounced his clearance? Not just denied. The chief's voice began to shake, teeth chattering. The system popped a red SSS level highest warning. 10 seconds ago, the central AI reverse-locked my terminal, warning me I was prying into. He swallowed and read the words out one by one. A federally designated extreme danger target. Chief, I think we've crossed someone we shouldn't have. Liu Beiyuan's brain hummed, cold sweat on his back. SSS warning? Extreme danger target? A junk collector? The 3 pieces wouldn't combine into any sensible answer no matter how he arranged them. Beichin, what exactly did Beichin do? His voice finally lost its composure, an uncontrollable tremor in it. Young Master Beichin, It seems while a guest, relying on his talent, he hacked into a guard robot in Mr. Shun's home. Liu Beiyuan's vision went black, nearly spitting old blood onto the console. In an SSS danger target's own home, hacking his security system? That's not breaking ground over the year god's head. That's dancing on the king of hell's ledger of the living and dead. Field clearing officially begun. Shin Qingxi pinched cold edges tip one-handed and crouched by the formless hyena remains. The tip flicked into a skull seam, and 2 glowing second-stage crystals were pried out into her palm. She flipped them into her storage space, stood, dusted her knees. Second-stage crystals, decent condition, worth a few $100,000. I crouched nearby, turning another corpse with a stick, eyes glued to those crystals vanishing. I said nothing. Inside I went bleep. By agreement, crystals were hers. But the thing was, I killed these. I winced 2 seconds, then looked at the intact corpses. Forget it, crystals are the small head. The corpses are the main course. I opened my mouth to speak, and heavy footsteps came from the brush. The red gold mastiff that should have been ferocious was limping over, nudging up. Not only no escape, it dragged the hyena it had killed by the hind leg, grunting, to my feet. Then this bull-sized giant flopped down with a plop, rubbing its head against my shin, the thick tail wagging like a propeller, eyes all flattery and groveling. All but the words carved on its forehead, "Daddy, I'm with you now." I paused. It's taken me as master? I reached out and patted the huge head, expecting the dark gold mane to prickle, but it was smooth, an oversized golden retriever feel. All right, you're my guy now. I patted its head. The mastiff hummed in contentment, tail wagging harder. Shin Qingxi passed by, glanced down. Didn't expect an abyss mastiff, famed for savagery and bloodlust, to actually take you as master. Naturally, I kept stroking, face full of inscrutable smugness. With me, its roads gotten wide. She couldn't be bothered to comment, turned to leave. 1 step, and her pant leg got tugged. She looked down. The mastiff had crept over and was nuzzling her shin with a head bigger than a man's face. Whining low, nothing like the beast that snapped a hyena's neck just now, even slyly flopping onto its back to bare its soft belly. Mid-great master reverie, I felt a sudden emptiness under my hand, and went full of black lines. Traitor, don't nuzzle. She stepped back. The mastiff stepped in, kept nuzzling, now rubbing its body up. I said, don't. She reached to push the big head away, but the second her hand landed on the dark gold mane, she didn't push. Her fingers sank into it, absurdly smooth to the touch. Even the most aloof SS genius girl couldn't withstand a fluffy assault this maxed on contrast. The cold in her eyes loosened. She bent and rubbed the dark gold mane gently. At least you've got sense. Cuter than someone. Her mouth curved despite herself, a girl's small delight in the cold voice. The mastiff narrowed its eyes in bliss, tail slapping the ground, loving it. Left fully out, still holding my smug pose, I went. I looked at Shun Qingzi, looking unusually lovely smiling, then at the dog that wanted to grow onto her leg, and my mouth twitched. Hold on, you bushy-browed, big-eyed thing, you've got two faces? Who exactly is your master? You defected too fast. The mastiff lifted an eyelid at me perfunctorily, then turned right back to nuzzling her palm. I clutched my forehead in pain. I had a strong premonition. I hadn't taken in a pet. I'd taken in a romantic rival, fighting me for affection in advance. I looked at the 7 scattered hyena corpses and turned to her. How many points are we short on the mission? She opened the tactical terminal, swiped twice, brow ticking. I leaned in. How far? She turned the screen to me. This trial's points, 970. How's that scored? She drew the terminal back. First stage beast, 50. Second stage, 100. Third stage, 300. Source beasts, double across the board. As she spoke, her voice dropped. Then she just stopped talking. Her gaze fell on the 7 corpses. 7 hyenas total. The mastiff and she each handled one weakest second stage. The other 4 second stage, and the one force berserked into third stage queen, all by this man. No, this monster. For second stage was 400. One third stage king, 300. 700. A year at the academy, several brushes with death alongside classmates, and her hard-earned personal effective score was only 820. And today, in this brief stretch, this guy's points nearly matched her whole year's effort. Damn it. How can the gap between people be wider than between a person and a dog? Those classmates called geniuses, next to Su Ming, genius? Garbage. She forced herself not to think about it. Absolutely not. I didn't notice she'd already hauled me out for a mental scolding. I was very satisfied with my performance. I thumped my chest, grinned. Relax, with me here, guaranteed pass. Then, eyes bright, I rubbed my hands and scurried to the wrecked third stage hyena king's corpse, crouched, examined it. Third stage looked not too different from second, but on close look the bone armor density and thickness were a clear tier up. I pried open an edge crack, the cross-section glinting black metal. Wonder how many points it'll devour for. She strolled over, glanced, real regret in her voice. Shame. The third stage crystal in its head was smashed by that slap of yours too. Just that crystal would have sold for 2 million. I froze. 2 million? Slapped to nothing. The smile vanished from my face. Like watching someone push a luxury car into a shredder right in front of me, and I'd flipped the switch myself. I disliked the violent me from a moment ago and earnestly reproached myself for 3 seconds. From now on, gentle. No violence. Learn finesse. Hitting the head is wrong. Next time, avoid the head. That's all money. Swallowing the heartache, I waved a hand and swept the huge Hyena King remains into the system space. She stared. A berserk beast gene sequence has completely collapsed. The flesh and bone have no research value at all. You're grabbing even that. I stood, dead serious. My talent mutation needs me to study diverse material energy. This thing's wrecked, but it should be some use. I won't go into the theory. You wouldn't follow it anyway. She went. Wouldn't follow? Federal Central Military Marshal, straight A, in every theory class. I wouldn't follow. Then she remembered the big or small, extends and retracts, dirty joke. Pot. Her face reddened. She spat to the side and stepped back, distaste plain, done dealing with this fast-talking pervert. Seeing her walk off, I settled my mind and entered the system space, ordering the Hyena King remains. System devour. The ash-belt wind swept overhead, scorched earth on it. The mastiff lay beside me, tail patting, keeping me company. A minute later the chime sounded. Ding. Third stage berserk iron bone hyena, remains devoured. High-density bone armor and berserk source blood stripped. Plus 650. Nice. This round's no loss.